Good morning. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Austrian Legacy Masters. It is main event day. My name is Daniel. I'm joined by Philip right now.
Hello, folks. Nice to be here.
Exactly. And yeah, of course, we have a couple of more minutes for just getting the round and everything started. We have not yet pairings, but we want to just quickly go a little bit over what is about, of course, to happen today and also what happened yesterday a little bit. Maybe before we head into today, we start a little bit from yesterday's point of view. Philip, you were not present, of course.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. I mean, my dad has his birthday yesterday, so I had to be there and couldn't attend this wonderful, wonderful event. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Daniel will tell me everything about it soon.
Exactly, yeah. So the Austrian Legacy Challenge was held yesterday. We had 51 players that battled it out. We had 6 rounds of Swiss and then top 8. We had a pretty nice metagame, I would say, and
Yeah, show me.
this is what we now quickly have a look at. So this was the metagame from yesterday. This is roughly, you could say, one quarter was tempo. This is like a mix of blue, black, and also is it. So yeah, this was the most representative deck, followed by mid-range decks and control decks. So this was like a different mixes. We had like a band control, chesscake control also, and even a couple of mono black mid-range decks.
Oh, wow.
Then a couple of stompy decks, and only 12% reanimator. This includes, by the way, the shallow grave version, like this all-in mono black version as well.
And also blue black reanimator includes the.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because I for myself would have put it more into the temple piece of the pie, but I
Yeah.
can see it.
Yeah, it's actually, and yeah, then of course a couple of combos. I mean, 20% if you combine spell combo and permanent combo. We had a little bit of elves, a lot of breakfast actually, painter.
Yeah, because Nadu is in paper a
Mhm.
lot more, yeah,
Yeah,
nice to play than on Moto, so it was a little bit
yeah, exactly.
foreseeable.
And we also had Vial. This is like Def and Texas mostly. So we even had one copy in the top 8 then. And yeah, one Miser copy of Maverick. One of our local
Oh,
guys, yes.
unfortunate, unfortunate. But the real questions now, with all the band talks, how many oops were there?
Zero, I think.
Zero oops! Oh fuck! I think we have to ban this deck.
Of course, you're a little, yeah, yeah. This is on in your heart for the last couple of weeks when it comes up, yeah. But I think, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, but I didn't think I saw like a. We will of course publish all the deck lists and the meta game after the event as well. But this is like the high level breakdown.
There,
And
there you can really see the differences between online metagame and paper metagame.
exactly, yeah.
It's a total. It's almost a different game in my opinion.
Yeah, 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 exactly. Yeah, always I would say pretty diverse, and also when it comes to the top 8 and the top 8 conversion. So just quickly having a look at the top 8 of yesterday, we had 7 different types of deck. The only thing that was represented twice was blue-black tempo, followed by Doomsday, Cradle Control, Death and Taxes, Elves, Ninjas, and a Tron deck.
I mean, isn't that a healthy metagame for a top
Yeah,
eight?
yeah, yeah. It looks very nice actually. And maybe what would you guess who actually took it down? I don't know if you have followed it.
I only know the blue black tempo was second, but I don't have any idea what has won the whole thing. Was it Cradle
Yeah,
Control?
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Was it Cradle Control?
It was
Really?
it was
Wow.
Simon Ritter with Cradle Control taking it down yesterday for the Austrian Legacy Challenge. Very nice showing. And as you can see here, all other and different decks. We have um, 3 non-blue decks. Four non-blue decks, sorry, if you include also the Tron deck. Have you seen this Tron deck maybe?
I've seen it on Friday, if
Yeah.
it's the same list.
Yeah, yeah, it's the same list exactly.
And
Yeah.
it was awesome. It was really just Tron
Mm-hmm.
in Legacy.
Yeah.
It was so strange. Maybe Cloudpost has fallen out of favor.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It looked really impressive, and I
And
think
the Ugin was so insane.
the Ugin was all the time very insane, exactly. Yeah, and yeah, giving that and seeing, of course, now when it comes to today's tournament, we have the Austrian Legacy Masters, which is even higher in stakes, and we even have better prices. And I think we're slightly more in players. I think roughly 55. We will confirm the number shortly, of course. And when you look at this meta game, I personally am excited to see what's going on today.
Oh yeah, Do you think that it's really different from yesterday?
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking, right? If we have such a diverse meta game, of course people tend to switch decks given their performance from the day before, but I think it shouldn't be like a drastic change. So I would assume that we have a pretty diverse meta game also today to look into, which means a lot of different decks and a lot of nice matchups. Not only like the blue-black mirrors that we anticipated probably before.
Yeah, like last year where we had a lot of blue-black mirrors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and for today we have, as said, the Austrian Legacy Challenge. We have also some prizes that are accompanied with that. So for today we have a set of prizes. We have like a payout up until top 12. 9 to 12 we get like a playset of Ursa Saga.
Not a playset for each, but one Ursa Saga for yeah, because there was some confusion yesterday because people thought every place gets a whole playset of Kaitos.
Yeah.
So that's just one Ursa Saga.
Exactly, yeah. We have then an Ancient Tomb for places 5 to 8, and Moxopals for 3 and 4. A Phyrexian Dreadnought, second place, and one Savannah for the first place. Plus the ALM25, which is also has been played out and has been awarded to Simon yesterday. Philip, maybe just for the viewers, what is the ELM?
The ELM is the European Legacy Masters. It's basically the mothership of this tournament, because every tournament feeds into the European Legacy Masters, and it's a culmination of the best players in Europe.
Yeah.
It's an invitational where you have to grind your way into the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And that's basically one of the most prestigious tournaments you could play in Europe.
Exactly.
It's happening in Belgium, in Hasselt, on the 9th of August or 10th of August, something like that. I'm unsure about which day is what.
I think it's the 10th.
Probably.
Yeah, and also what we have is a nice little gift from our artist that joined us for this weekend, which is Kai Savatari. And as you can see here on the screen, we got a really nice altar card, a daze with the ALM logo on it.
Oh my god, this is so insane. It even has the how's it called? I still don't know it. the Lorbeerkranz in German.
Yeah, I have no idea, but it looks like our logo, which you can see at the top right here a little bit, and it has the Austrian colors on it on the font, and it's kind of a nice graffiti style of alteration that he likes to do. That will be awarded also to the winner of today. So I think quite exciting.
Really stacked prizes.
Exactly, yeah. I think quite exciting, and when looking at that, I think exciting matches that we will see today. Likely also, as yesterday, 6 rounds of Swiss plus top 8, all covered by us, and every round, of course, we will see live on this stream. And yeah, we are a couple of minutes into the pairings, so we will do a little bit of a break just before the pairings will be posted, and of course we'll be up and running for round 1 in a bit.
Yeah, just aim for around 15 minutes. So
Exactly,
grab yourself a drink and then we'll see us again.
Exactly. So hopefully see you soon.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Austrian Legacy Masters Day 3, the main event. Woo! I'm here with Felix Stenitzer and I'm Philip Klein, and we'll guide you through parts of the day. So Felix, you were yesterday here. I was unfortunately not. How was yesterday?
Yesterday was crazy. We have seen so many back and forth legacy matches. The top 4, the finals were hell of a games, back and forth every time. The games were swinging back and forth. It was crazy legacy games. We had like 6 different archetypes in top 8. Fantastic day of legacy, I think.
Awesome. So if you missed this really great event, You will find the VODs on our YouTube channel. It's Austrian_Legacy on YouTube. Probably in about 2 weeks or something, we edit it a little bit and then we will publish them. You can find any updates on that matter on our social media. It's always Austrian Legacy League. I think we can hop into today's first match, into round 1. We have very, very nice opponents here. And I'm stoked to see what happens today.
Let's go, round 1.
Let's go! Oh, there it is.
Perfect. Let's now go. Let's go. So we have on the right side Dorothea, likely playing ninjas. That's what she played yesterday. On the left side we have Michael. We don't know what he's playing yet. We don't have deck lists yet.
We don't have deck lists probably until in 20 minutes something.
Yeah.
They will be uploaded to the Stream Decker, and then you can simply click on Twitch in the extensions and view the deck lists. So, what do you think about ninjas? Why would anyone play ninjas in this economy?
I think it's like a cool deck, kind of attacking the boring, stale meta of blue-black. It's a kind of a different take on blue-black. Of course, you get to play the powerful cards like Tamio and Bowmasters. I think Tamio was a huge upgrade for his deck, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
A flying 1-mana threat that's kind of like unblockable, kind of. You don't have to play the black 1-drop anymore. That's a 1-1, so you get to play Tamio, draws cards, wins games.
I mean, you still play the
I think she plays like 2.
the Changeling Outcast.
Yeah.
But I think you dismissed the Ornithopters. Am I right?
No,
Still
also
Ornithopter?
still the
Oh,
best
okay.
1-drop. But at least we saw from Daniel Möstl, who made top 8 yesterday with ninjas. He played only 2 Changeling Outcasts.
Ah, okay,
And
yeah.
the 8 flying 1-drops, Tamio and Ornithopters.
Yeah, Tamio is simply better. And there we have the
Changeling
namesake card, the Changeling Outcast.
I think another huge appeal of ninjas is that you get to play almost a pain-free mana base, or like I guess a wasteland-resistant mana base.
Yeah, they
Phrase
play
it
about
that way.
3 to 4 basics or something.
Yeah. And also can play back to basics, so they can attack the big mana decks even more than the regular blue-black deck can. And that looks like, is it Pox maybe?
Yeah, Michael is known in our community for playing Pox style decks, sometimes 8-cast or Merfolk, or probably some kind of
It could be lands, right? Or like depth or
exploration.
something.
I mean, Lone Pox could also be
Okay.
on the menu here.
So Dorothea is thinking about dazing or forcing this.
No,
I
I
guess.
can't, she can't daze,
daze,
it's a
so
swamp.
it's force, yeah.
I mean, in my opinion, that's a clear force here.
Yeah.
I would always force exploration or a box diamond.
I think slowing down the green deck is so important, especially when playing a tempo deck.
If she can follow up with Wasteland next turn, forcing this, playing Wasteland next turn is chef's kiss.
Okay, that's a resolve. And there's also Saga. That can already make a construct next turn due to the exploration.
But maybe she wants Ninjutsu into Yuriko, which will give her a really huge pop or damage present. So no Yuriko here?
Just an attack for 1, no ninjutsu. I think she drew an Orcish Bowmaster for turn, so we might see that being deployed. And that's a Witherbloom command, I think, in Michael's hand, and that card could go nuts on killing the outcast and making some value.
And Michael is still another land drop left.
Yeah, and there's Bowmasters on his own.
So no construct here?
But as we established kind of yesterday, we had a lot of talk about Bowmaster being the best answer for Bowmaster.
Yeah, that's true. like that, Fred.
So Michael running out his Bowmaster firsts sets up Dorothea really nicely for her Bowmasters.
That's true. Also, she doesn't have to fear another Bowmaster on top.
I mean, there could be, and there is actually one more in Michael's hand, but she has to force, and maybe I think she's likely to force the next Bowmaster if he plays it now. I think since she would lose all her board presence.
Yeah, you have to force it then.
Like if Michael now plays a Bowmaster, she has the 2/2. He has the 2/2 army that can block all of her creatures, and she can't really attack anymore. There's an Ornithopter, by the way, from the top. I think I see a Near Spellbomb, not very impactful in this matchup, at least yet, maybe later on. And a Brainstorm in her hand, I think. The last card is the Force, we have seen earlier. What do you think is Michael's deck? Is it like Lone Pox still, or would you say it's more like a land style deck, or?
I'm pretty sure it's Lone Pox. We haven't just seen enough of it because the Urza Saga is. I don't want to say it's a giveaway, but it's so often played in in Pox style decks.
Oh,
Yeah, it gets forced. Am I right?
no, she has no blue cards in hand, I think. She has just Ornithopter and another Spellbomb, so it's.
Oh, wow.
Ouch. That's a huge swing for Michael, killing her Bowmaster and dealing 3 damage to Dorothea for just a simple Brainstorm.
Yeah, Michael living the dream to play Bowmaster and to Brainstorm. What do you think about Bowmaster? Do you think the card is, yeah, I don't want to say too good, but it's maybe a problem in Legacy?
I think we have talked quite a lot of Bowmaster this weekend.
Really? Okay, I wasn't here yesterday.
No worries. Also on Friday already, with some banter talk. I think it's kind of I would say, problematic card for Legacy, maybe. It's one of the cards that pushes the blue-black deck even further ahead. I mean, it's good against the blue-black deck itself, of course, from other decks. But as we already said a few minutes ago, Bowmasters is the best answer to Bowmasters. So if you always play a Bowmaster last in the blue mirrors or the Bowmaster mirrors, you will, as we saw, Michael had the second one, killed the first of Dorothea, and now he's the one with the Bowmaster in play, and Dorothea got punished by it. So I would love to see maybe ban Bowmasters. I mean, let's see. I think if you ban it, you would have to ban more cards.
Yeah.
Than simply Bowmasters.
100%. I mean, it's. I don't think you can leave Tamiyo in the format when Bowmaster is gone, because the ultimate is just too strong and it's too easy to enable.
Yeah.
In my opinion. And the 1-mana Planeswalker that wins you the game. We already had that situation.
With Ragavan, with Death Ratcher.
Yeah, and all of these got banned.
Also, kind of Astrolabe was kind of like, you could say, power level wise of the 1-mana Planeswalker.
Yeah, sure.
It was one of the buster cards I've ever played with. I really enjoyed that Legacy time though. When you went like Astrolabe into Ren 6 into Oko and Chester Mind Sculptor.
And
playing
the counter spell online all the time.
Yeah, with force
and
back,
swords and everything just from 2 islands.
Yeah, exactly. This was peak Legacy game.
Oh, that was just insane. I can remember this time.
So here we see the Ornithopter. I think she found a Kaito by now. But Kaito isn't that great actually if you're behind on the board. You have to attack in once and then Kaito kind of dies off.
Yeah, and Michael, we are still not really sure what this deck is. I'm pretty sure it is Lone Pox.
I think so too, yeah. Because he got a currency converter, I think. It's like you have to tap 1 and pay 1 and tap it, and you get to draw and discard. And whenever a card gets put into the graveyard from anywhere, I think you can.
No, every time you discard a hand.
Okay, everything discard. You can decide to put it under, exile it kind of under the currency converter, and you can tap the converter to make a 2/2 if it's, I think, a non-land, and a trash if it's a land. Or
or vice versa. I don't know it from the top of my head.
So we finally get to kill the Bowmaster.
Oh, that's great.
But the 4/4 army still sticks.
4/4 army is a huge token.
That's Takenuma, I think.
What does this card do? I don't have any clue.
Takenuma?
Yeah, it's a card that we don't often see in Legacy.
Yeah, it's one of the channel land cycle, like Boseiju or Tavara. I think these two are the most played in Legacy.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe Egandro in different Texas sometimes.
Or Token-san in Stompy, yeah.
Yeah, this is the last card of the cycle. So it says for 3 and 1 black, so 4 mana, gets reduced also for each legendary you have, of
Mhm.
course. You mill, I think, 3 cards and can return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. And maybe a planeswalker card as well. I'm not quite sure on that, but for sure a creature card. And that's Michael casting Witherbloom Command. That's a card from Strixhaven, also a new edition.
A new edition, it's 5 years old or something.
Yeah.
Legacy players, everything that's younger than 10 years, it's new. It's new.
But it's kind of a new addition to, let's say, the Legacy format, I think. It just has
Well,
been
yeah.
we have seen it sometimes in like bug decks, but this card has recently been popping up more and more. And also had a talk with some of the local guys on Friday that they also found more and more interest in this card, Witherbloom Command, since it basically lets you kill non-creature permanents if mana costs 2 or less, so it gets you to kill a flipped Tamio.
Mm-hmm.
And also mill free cards and return any land from the graveyard, so you get to like wasteland the opponent, then play this, get the wasteland back, kill the Tamio, wasteland them again.
Oh, wow.
So it's like a huge card for grinding.
I think the first person who played Witherbloom Command in Legacy was Brian Cook.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, in tests, I think he tried it out in tests at first.
I've seen it in some like bug piles back when like Reef was like the Ublublek scam, splashing green for like mirror cards like Carpet, Whale, and also Witherbloom Command main deck. You could kill the Beanstalks back then when Beanstalk was still popular.
Yeah.
and also
Yeah,
Chris
yeah.
Bowers.
Now I know. Now I know because you could kill Thalia with the -3/-1,
Yeah.
and also kill a Deafening Silence with one spell.
That's good for a storm, yeah.
That was the first idea behind playing Witherbloom Command, and then midrange players and control players have seen, hey, this card
Yeah.
isn't actually bad. Maybe we can try it out in slower decks. Yeah.
I remember playing Bug Beans with like 2 years ago or something when it wasn't like that popular, and we played like kind of a mirror. I think it was 4-color beans or whatever, and you got to like Witherbloom Command, kill the Bowmaster and kill the beans. Strong card in the right spots, I think.
Yeah, in the right spot. If it's a 2-for-1, and a 2-for-1 is always just great. You always take it. To be honest, a lot of cards in these days are model cards that have more modes and lets you 2-for-1 pretty easily. So for me, that's an indication of power creep. Do you think that's good or bad for the format?
I think it really depends on, like, let's say the mana cost. If you have many 1 mana cards, the best example is Tamio. As soon as you get to attack, it's kind of a 2-for-1 already. With the clue token, even you can cash it in later. And just one attack from the O3 already created 1 extra card. And 1 card is a huge thing in Legacy. And if you don't handle Tamio, she will flip and she will win the game. So it's like even more threatening. And that's kind of the issue I have right now, that the power creep is printing more and more powerful 1, 2, 3 mana cards. Also like Psychic Frog, if you don't kill up Psychic Frog or don't block it, the game is kind of over already.
Yeah, that's true.
And printing these cheap threats that are all so efficient, so dominant, kind of, you have to kill them on the spot, or Ragavan, another example, right? And these cards most of them have been banned in Legacy because the control decks can't keep up with them, the tempo decks can't keep up with them. Imagine playing Ragavan against like a combo deck and you make 2 mana every turn as a fair like tempo style deck.
Yeah.
You can play all the answers, all the cantrips, and still have mana up to interact with the combo deck. That's just unfair, I think.
Yeah, that's true. And also we see a pattern of always banning permanent cards at the moment. I think, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the last non-permanent card that got banned was Dig Through Time and Treasure Cruise.
I have no clue about that, but I can see that being correct, yeah.
I think that after that it was Arcanist, Oko.
If you had like Red and 6, Oko, Arcanist, Ragavan, recently Psychic Frog, Grief,
Troll, yeah, all just permanent
all
cards.
permanent cards, yeah.
So in my opinion, it looks like permanents have gotten out of hand. So Wizards, please print better answers.
Yeah, you can also see this in different Magic formats. Like, I love Vintage Cube, because Vintage Cube was kind of similar to the old Legacy. You played like Broken Storm decks, you played kind of Tempo Blue Delver style decks, you could play Mud. I think it's also a vintage deck, but you played big artifacts, stacks, decks, and right now Vintage Cube has completely shifted from spell-based decks. You want to play 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop creature every turn because the creatures got so busted recently.
Yeah.
Like imagine playing whatever Ursula Pride into Ajani into whatever free drop and basically any white free drop is like insane, and then you play a 4-drop Palace Jailer or something insane. You can lose the game in Vintage Cube.
Okay, wow.
And this has also shifted to like permanent based or like creature based cube compared to spell based.
Yeah, Vintage in itself was always even more spell-centric format than Legacy ever was.
And now even the new hotness in Vintage is like PO with Wizards, with the Thunder Trap Trainer, and playing Flame of Honor. That's like also not 2-for-1 or even 3-for-1 card, like kill a creature, draw 2, you know? Flip your Tamio. And Expressive Iteration.
Expressive Iteration, yeah, okay. That's the exception.
Yeah.
Oh wow, how could I forget Expressive Iteration? That was an insane time.
Oh, and Underworld Breach also got banned like in the
Yeah,
last
but it's a
5 years,
permanent.
right? Yeah, but
It's a permanent,
we were listing
yeah.
permanents, right? And Underworld Breach was also...
Also banned. Wow.
How long did you get to play Iteration Legacy? I don't think that long. Like...
About 2 years or
Oh,
something.
yes, okay.
It was already I think it was already put in Ragavan. It has a little bit of an overlap there, and after the Ragavan ban, I still think Expressive Iteration was legal for at least a year.
Yeah. So Ragavan got, I think the Breach got banned really quickly though, right?
3 weeks.
Yeah.
3 weeks. The fun thing is, I had the deck, and I played it. It was fine. It was great.
Yeah.
But I was not the right pilot for it. But Peter, one of the other hosts, has built the deck and bought LEDs for the deck, and it got banned before the LEDs arrived. So it didn't get to play it.
Oh no. I mean, buying LEDs is like not a bad thing, to be honest. You need them for more decks and they will only go up in price. So it's a fine investment, I would say, if you have the money to afford them right now.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So we can still go back in the game now. Enough with the banter talk.
Yeah.
Retrofit the Foundry, turn 1 from Dorothea. Also a card that has fallen out of favor a little bit, that we haven't seen for a long, long time, to be honest. And a Thoughtseize on Michael's side. That gets will resolve, or...
I think it's like it's the SpongeBob days in front of her hand, the Mr.
It
Krabs
looks
days.
like, yeah, I think you have... Yeah, sure, you taste this, am I right?
I mean, it depends on her hand. I've seen players not dazing, and not dazing the Thoughtseize. If the hand is like, okay, I have like 3 cantrips in a daze.
Yeah, also in that case, it's like, well, it's fine, I guess. Just take it. I'll take the 2 damage over it.
I think he should take the ninja here, which he does. I think protecting this ninja, I would love base of her hand to see it, even though it's slow. Like she gets to make a construct this turn and
I've popped it this turn and then...
It's a servo.
Servo
this turn, and then attack and ninjutsu the ninja in, and I think that's her best play. So I would, but if she dazes it, she can't make the servo.
She can't make that. I think that was what she was thinking about and contemplating.
Yeah, so she thinks, okay, I have like 10 payoff cards in my deck. I think we play 4 of this ninja, 4
When she drew a brainstorm.
Oh, she drew brainstorm, perfect.
But here I would have played the brainstorm, to be honest.
I think
Michael was untapped, was tapped out.
Because if you're the Bowmaster.
If it hits a Bowmaster, yeah.
I mean, she can always daze the Bowmaster, right?
Well, yeah, I haven't thought about that. That's.
So I think this turn she's trying to create a threat that can attack, and then next turn maybe brainstorm into a ninjutsu creature. And then do it this way. There we see a second Thoughtseize. Now she can't daze. This is rough for her. And is it a forest on Michael's side? I think it's a
forest, yeah.
So now the question is, does she brainstorm and hide the cards, I guess, or does she not brainstorm?
I think you have to brainstorm here.
She doesn't. If I'm Michael, I'm super happy to take this brainstorm.
Yeah, that's why I would have brainstormed here.
Yeah.
Just to get a little bit out of a value out of that card. And still, Michael would have lost the 2 life. So
she's valuing making the 1/1 servo here quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be perfect for her to draw like a Kaiten off the top or anything, any ninjutsu creature. And it was
It's...
a force?
Is it a force? Is it a land? I don't know.
Hard to see it. At first glance would have said training grounds, but it makes no sense to be played.
It's a polluted delta,
Polluted
okay.
Delta.
Training grounds.
Yeah, and the artwork looked like it, but that makes no sense to be played.
Have you
in
ever
AL
played
Legacy.
training grounds?
I mean, there are some like wacky combo decks in standard, Pioneer, Modern,
Oh,
wherever.
okay.
Even command, it's a good commander card though, because you can pack your deck with activated abilities, of course. But so we see a spell bomb here. Kind of, I think she will cycle through it, or maybe make another servo this turn. She could cycle and upgrade to Thopter.
Yeah.
Does she play a Surveillant in ninjas? I think all decks
think
play
she has
ninjas
to.
nowadays, right?
Yeah. Does the Witherbloom command probably destroying the retrofit the foundry?
And killing the servo is bad because she can upgrade into Thopter and it doesn't die. So I think likely you mill yourself for free and return a land and kill the Thopter foundry.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, Michael doesn't see the play that she can upgrade it to a Thopter and kills the servo. It's kind of tricky. Can we check for deck lists maybe if we already have them? Like refresh the page.
I'm pretty sure we don't have it right now. Which would it be?
Ganz rechts. Also am rechten. Let's refresh.
Where to refresh? Here?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
so we have the deck lists already.
perfect.
We can take a look at... Yeah, it's Pox.
Yeah, and we can check. We can put a check mark in the box so the people can see it on the extension.
Where it is.
If you go back one more, on the left you can put the check marks in the boxes.
So we have...
Pox.
Where is it?
Box for
Pox
Micro and ninjas for. We have a second page as well for Dorothea.
Ninjas. Oh my god, I can't see anything. There it is.
Yeah,
So
perfect. Now safe.
now we've got the
So
deck list.
safe.
Oh, okay. Now we've got the deck
Perfect. There we
list.
go. You got it. So now you should be able to see the decks in the Stream Deck extension on Twitch. It should be on the right side, like slightly below my finger here. Somewhere it should be on the right side for you to
So
see.
here, basically.
Yeah, but
Oh,
it's like
Then the other,
it's like
different
kind of
direction.
below here, right? It's
Something like that, yeah.
So you should be able to see it. And the command, I guess, kills the retrofitter and mills free. Yeah. So he didn't fall into the trap of the killing the servo here. And he found a wasteland with the mill and the Takenuma. He's taking the Takenuma. So maybe we can have a look at what the card exactly does on the deck list. If it's only Planeswalker, only creature or creature and Planeswalker.
So Takenuma.
Abandoned
Takenuma,
Maya.
Abandoned Maya.
Creature or
Mill
Planeswalker.
3 cards and return a creature or planeswalker card from graveyard to your hand.
I think Michael plays Grists and Lilianas.
Yeah, one Grist, 3 Liliana of the Veil. Also a card that has fallen out of favor.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a 70 euro card
Mm-hmm.
back in when it was good in Modern.
It used to be played, I think, a little bit in Legacy, a lot in Modern, and it was almost, some people said, too good for Modern like 10
Yeah.
10 years ago. And now it's in Standard, it doesn't even get played in Standard. So
So, talking about
Power
power
creep.
creep, yeah.
so we see Wasteland on the Saga. Now Dorothea is beating down with 2/1/1 servos here, waiting for a ninja to be
Mm.
drawn. And Michael is sitting with the Takenuma, we know. I think he drew in Shiolet's Edict that gets to kill a token. And there's the Verdant Catacombs, another fetch land. Poseicho on one of the tokens. and the removal spell
That's pretty bad, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
on the spell bomb.
Don't you just crack it then?
Yeah, he wants to force the activation.
Yeah, but it's fine.
The Poseicho also gets exiled because it discarded as activation cost. So maybe we can get the judge to fix that on a table spotter via Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a activation cost. Oops.
I don't really understand the play here.
So I think what Michael's plan is, likely he has some more cards, like maybe a Loam in hand, and he wants to kind of get rid of the spell bomb for now.
That you can play Loam
Next
and
turn, yeah.
yeah.
So it looks like a bad play, but he feels kind of forced to.
Yeah, in my opinion, even if Dorothea simply has only simply has 2 1/1s, it's still
No, there was Sage's exile, not the spell bomb.
they're now contemplating.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to discard the
Yeah, this card is part of the activation,
and then it's
so it should be exiled because she cracked it in response.
they're just confirming with the judge and
Yeah, because the channel mechanic says discard, and pay mana, and then it's already in the graveyard, but the ability is in the stack, and in paper you don't see the ability, right? So you kind of point the Boseiju on the card you want to like destroy,
then the ability is on the stack, but the card is in the graveyard.
already in the graveyard.
Yeah.
In paper you like point the card over there, and it's not in the graveyard.
Because it's an activated ability, it's different than a spell on the stack.
It's kind of, if you cycle a card, as soon as you cycle the card goes
It's
to
in the graveyard, yeah.
And this is kind of like cycling, you know?
I think it is actually cycling.
No, it's called channel.
Okay. So, Felix is already talking with our floor. So this happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think this matters actually because with Loam you could start
Yeah, you
Boseiju
can-
all the lands and all the servos and so on. So it's important that the Boseiju goes into the exile zone here.
I'm very, very interested what will come out of this. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
it's-
Boseiju is also exiled. The spellbomb should be in the graveyard.
Judge is here.
Judge is
so-
here, explaining everything perfect. Perfect. So, Judge is handling everything. This Boseiju should be in the exile as it is now. The spellbomb should be in the graveyard.
I don't think the spell bomb in the graveyard really matters right now. But the Boseiju matters in a deck with Loam. I now have to double check if Michael is really playing Loam. Yeah,
Yeah.
4 life from the Loam, so that definitely matters.
Because at some point, you could start like every turn Boseijuing her Underground Sea, her servo tokens. It's a recursive removal spell with the Loam and land destruction spell, destroying every non-basic land Dorothea has. So important that it's gone. I think it's a one of only.
It's a one of only. Yeah. Michael really, really wanted to have this in his graveyard.
It doesn't shine the most in ninjas, but
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
against ninjas. But imagine this against like Colorless Prison, Eldrazi ramp. Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. We play we saw one Swamp from Tamash in his Eldrazi deck, and that's it. And then every time you draw a land, you destroy it and destroy it and destroy
Destroy the
it.
tower, destroy the tower, destroy the tower.
Exactly. But I don't think she shouldn't get the land from the Boseiju since she likely cracked the problem response. But I think this is now too tough for us to fix. Like, we are 2 floors below them. And
Yeah.
we should just let them continue playing and not distract them anymore. And now we see Yuriko finally making an appearance. Revealing another daze, so I think it's the second daze. Or maybe we should put it there with the brainstorm to deal the damage.
Probably.
Yeah.
So would have been better if it would have been a 4th.
Yeah. Now we see maybe a 4th seas or another 1-drop.
A Tamio. Tamio, like we already discussed, is a godsend for this deck.
I mean, 2 brainstorms already gone, so it might be a little bit tougher to flip her instantly.
Yeah, but it's fine, I guess.
Of course, like drawing a card each turn is incredible still, and
Even if you're so far ahead right now.
yeah, because you have to deal with the Yuriko, you have to deal with the Tamio, and if there comes another ninja sooner or later, maybe even more annoying.
What I'm interested in, what do you think about the double Fortsies play of Michael in his first 2 turns? In my opinion, I don't really like the Fortsies in that matchup.
I can, like, the argument I can make for Forces is that the ninja deck has like only 10 ninjas,
Okay.
and if you take those 10 ninjas, or like the one Dorothea has in hand, you take the one ninja she has in hand, the other cards become kind of clunky, as we saw. I mean, he Forces the one infiltrator card,
Yeah, that's true.
and she was left with 2 servos for like the first 5 turns. She just did 2 servos, and that's it. So I think this bought him a lot of time actually,
Okay.
and also prevented the snowboarding from Dorothea. So I like this Fortsies a lot. I think against ninjas. Oh, maybe not a lot is too much because it's still like a tempo matchup, and she gets to hide them with maybe brainstorm and stuff. But I think you have to do it. Yeah.
So for me, I would have probably bought it out the Fortsies and brought in just more, removal.
I think he took out the smallpox actually. That's my guess. Even the deck is called Pox, but I haven't seen them when looking through his deck yet. And Dorothea has so many creatures that don't matter, like the kind of the Ornithopters, she can sack them. The 1-drops, she can sack them. Doesn't really matter. And you only care about the ninja for targeted removal. So I think I saw him bring in Abrupt Decay. He has them in his hand, I think, at 1 decay already to kill the ninja after they get ninjutsu'd in.
And now we have a Yuriko going on to 3.
Yuriko triggering Yuriko, yeah.
And
Oh,
that's
that's actually
that's
smallpox.
smallpox. So it
Okay,
would be
okay.
really interesting what you brought it out. Maybe the Lilianas.
Yeah, it could be quite slow, Liliana. I can see that as well. I think you want to have all the removals in.
Yeah, you certainly want to have the 2 Abdicated 2 Assassin's Trophy. I would even bring in the Deluge.
For sure, yeah, you have to take the controlling route here. And now we see him playing, I think, smallpox, sacrificing the servo, discarding 1 card of her hand. Next time playing the Abrupt Decay on the Yuriko. So here we see smallpox.
Yeah, and then she will sack the servo.
And discard 1 card of her hand. So maybe she's like, discards the second Yuriko. Because, oh, I have the Yuriko already. I don't need to.
Yeah,
second one.
ooh, that's a tough decision here.
She discards
A land.
a
Okay,
land, okay.
okay. A Prismatic Vista.
Yavimaya for Michael and sacks the servo. And now both sack a land, I think. Yeah, basic island, be gone.
Really? Why don't you sack the Underground Sea? Yeah.
True, there's a wasteland.
Yeah. And decaying Eureka. I mean, that's fine. You still have another Eureka in hand.
And now Michael is on 2. And Eureka does die. I said she doesn't have a haste threat unless she has Bowmasters. But Michael is in top deck mode now. So 1 Eureka hit could end the game even with the hard cast Eureka now.
Yeah, sure. Now we have a Bowmaster. No, we have a Brainstorm.
That's a good start. The 3rd Brainstorm. Consign to memory against the Mox Diamond and Saga.
It's also fine against Converter or yeah,
Saga mostly, I think, and Mox Diamonds. Also some Planeswalkers, maybe some like Dragon's activated ability, my bad. But Bowmaster is triggered ability.
I just took a look at Michael's list, and there's a very spicy one. It's Formless Genesis. Have you ever seen this card? It's 3 mana for sorcery. That's also Shapeshifter. It has Changeling, and you create the X color Shapeshifter, a creature token with Changeling and Death Touch. will access the number of land cards in your graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
With retrace. Oh my god, I've never seen something like that.
Yeah, it's actually this time a really new card from the. I think this is the Duskmon commander set. I
Yeah,
think.
probably.
It is like 6 months old, 9 months old, something like that. And yeah, these commander cards make a splash in Legacy. Some cool cards like
Yeah,
this
they're
one.
pushed. Really
Yeah.
pushed.
And basically, what this does for Michael is give him unlimited threats, because his deck plays no real threats that win the game actually, besides one Driston for Bowmasters, and that's like a lot of 1/1 tokens. And then you only have the Saga to make big constructs. But this Formless Genesis with the Retrace kind of casting cost, discard a land, you can always stretch the loam, get 3 lands back.
Oh yeah, with Loam, it's
And
insane.
then you play this with Retrace, discard the land again, discard another land, make 2 or whatever, 6/6 and 7/7s and so on. And I think was another Smallpox from Michael from top. It kind of looks like another Smallpox, right? there's
No.
one-
Victor of Fear has
Ah,
Wastelanded
she wastelanded him, okay. And now she's fetching
for the,
for the
for-
third
for the
land
fourth basic. Yeah.
and playing the Yuriko.
Oh,
And
so many basics. That is so great. Really love basic lands and Legacy.
I mean, I love Arcum's Astrolab, so of course I love playing with basic lands as well.
Now we got Yuriko.
Non-ninjutsu this time, hard casted, casted, and Michael kind of has to draw.
Rip something from the top. It's now top deck mode.
He needs a removal, I think, this turn. Otherwise, he's kind of dead. Likely to any spell besides Ornithopter kills him.
Yeah. Does she hit only for 1? That's a Saga.
I think Yuriko is a 1/3. So if he doesn't die this turn, if she hits a land, he can start making blockers for Yuriko. But I think that was a Kaito. That might get Ninjutsu in. So she attacks, doesn't get blocked, and
And
flips
flip a
Bowmaster.
Bowmaster. Okay. I mean, it could have been a land.
It could have been a land, yeah. So on to game 3, I guess.
We have about 12 minutes in the round. Maybe 15 with extra time from
Yeah,
the
they had
judge.
for
and-
sure some extension. Also,
Yeah.
with the beginning, they had to wait for us making the introduction,
Yeah.
starting the stream. So I guess they have roughly 15 to 18 minutes, I would say, left.
Something like that. So enough time for a quick game 3.
I think we can have a look at the timer somewhere with like the stream on the left here, no, somewhere here, like it's
What do you
on
mean?
top with the live totals.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Somewhere here, this one, yeah, now refresh it.
Refresh it.
Okay,
Okay,
they have 13 minutes.
13 minutes. Not that much more, to be honest.
Mhm.
No, we don't have a link with yesterday's top 8 at the moment. I'm pretty sure we haven't posted it yet.
But I can tell you your first place.
Simon Ritter on Cradle Control.
Second place, Markus Schmidhuber, Blue Black Tempo. In third and fourth place was Alexander Meyer with White Black Death in Texas, and Tamash with the Tron Prison deck. And in fifth to eighth, we had Paul Bernsteiner on Ube Tempo. We had Jakob Heidecker on Doomsday. We had Gino Christian Neutz on Elves. And I'm missing one deck.
Yeah, I don't know right now.
Yeah. I'm missing one deck. No, that's 8 actually.
Is it 8? I haven't
5
co-
plus 3 is 8, yeah?
Yeah, okay. So that was yesterday's top 8.
Yeah. Paul, Gino, Jakob, and... No, I'm missing one of the quarter finalists. But a 7 of 8 I think is good enough for me to memorize.
We will put them shortly up. It was really late yesterday.
Yeah. I've written them down somewhere, so maybe I can have a look and check what the last one was. It was Death in Texas with Elves, Cradle Control versus Tempo, Ninjas, Daniel
Ninjas,
Westbrook,
yeah.
Ninjas was the 8 deck. So we had kind of 3 blue-black Tempo decks, 2 traditional, 1 ninja one. Cradle, Death in Texas, Doomsday, Tron Prison, and Elves.
Yeah, yesterday's coverage will be up on our YouTube channel probably around, in about 2 weeks. Maybe Twitch lets you rewatch it about tomorrow or something like that. It always takes some time for Twitch to be able to rewatch the streams.
Especially the long streams.
Yeah, if it's 10 hours or
Mhm.
something like yesterday, it takes a little bit of time for Twitch. So we go into game 3 right now with Blue Black Ninjas versus Green Black Pox. We are playing the Austrian Legacy Masters today. It's the main event of the Austrian Legacy Masters weekend, the namesake tournament, and we play for a Savannah and a European Legacy Masters invite for first place.
And the beautiful days, of course.
And an awesome days from Kaisavatari himself. So,
I think...
turn 1 Fopta.
Mhm.
We will look at turn 2 Eureka into the face, probably.
Threatening Turn-2 Ninja, exactly.
Yeah.
And this is the good, kind of the good, why Omnitell still is the best one drop, I think. You get to play turn 1 Brainstorm now and set up a huge CMC card on top, like a Force of Will, and then attack with the Omnitell and Eureka on turn 2 and flip the Force of Will already. Because this is not possible with the one drops. You can't like play the one drop and set up your top card of the deck and ninjutsu something on turn 2. And that's why, even though it's a 0 power creature, it's perfect for a deck still. Oh, and there is the Pox.
That's hard. Do you fetch here or simply let it resolve?
I think it depends on her hand. Like, if she has no more lands and she kind of is priced into playing Brainstorm maybe and digging for lands. I see a wasteland.
A wasteland and a UC. I think it's fine, I guess.
I think I don't fetch here, yeah.
Simply let it resolve. I would then wasteland my opponent. Because he has 2 non-basic lands. One gets sacked for the smallpox.
Yeah, likely the... Okay, she's fetching in response. Quite basic, but that's not how Pox works. It also kills basics.
Yeah.
So she's not Pox proof right now. Would you get an Underground Sea against the Wasteland deck?
I wouldn't have fetched.
Yeah, of course. Me neither, but if you decide to fetch, I think it's better to
It's
get
better to have get a...
the UC, right?
In my opinion, it would have been even better to get Undercity Sewers.
Oh, does she play it? Have we checked it?
We check it now, but in my opinion, the best fetch, if you decide to fetch here, would be Undercity Sewers. So you can get at least a little bit of value out of it.
I mean, she wants to cast a Brainstorm, so she obviously needs to get an untapped land. But she plays no Undercity Sewers.
Okay, no Sewers, then I probably get a UC here.
I mean, she only plays 2, so maybe she wants to keep one in the deck. Actually, 5 basics, 3 islands and 2 swarms. Another smallpox resolves. Bye bye Ornithopter. First we discard, then we sack the creature, then we sack the land, I think. Does she discard the UC?
No. Don't discard the UC, that's just... Oh wow, what is she discarding? Smallpox is... Yeah, the UC?
The UC, and then sacrificing the land. First the creature, first the land, then the creature, okay.
Okay, I don't understand the play here.
Maybe she thought the basic was safe. Now she gets to Wasteland. Likely.
That's fine.
I think if you haven't played a lot of against Smallpox, this can be quite tricky to... Oh, that's a Loam, not a Yavimaya.
Oh, okay.
That's crazy. I always thought this looks like the old Border Yavimaya artwork, but actually it's a life from the Loam. That makes Michael's hand even better, I think. There's a basic island though, but no one drop. And I think Michael drew a Mox Diamond.
And there's the life. Oh my god.
There's the Loam again, yeah. This gets Force of Negation now, would be perfect. Does she play Force of Negation?
Hopefully.
Yeah, 2 Force of Negations.
But no Force of Negation here.
2 in the sideboard.
Yeah, but no in hand.
No,
in the hand.
Here, yeah. Now there's, I guess, Brainstorm.
That makes the Wasteland even worse that Dorothea has fired off.
Maybe she brought in some surgical since she is
digging for
something response, or maybe a Force of Negation after the targets. You have to do the targets first.
Yeah.
So she was doing the correct play, waiting for Michael to announce the targets and then cast the Brainstorm
Maybe find the surgical.
or the Force of Negation still, if those are in the deck. So Loam resolves, Michael gets 3 lands back, plays
Has
the
an
Monster
ancestral
Element.
recall.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just lands, but it's so great.
Now you can kill every non-basic land for the rest of the game that Dorothea plays. I mean, it's only one more UC, I think. And all of the other lands are basics. So there's Ornithopter, ready for Yuriko in hand, I think. Dredges another life from the Loam. Mills 3 more lands, so he draws 3 more cards, kind of.
Yeah, the VODs will be on our YouTube channel. It's Austrian_Legacy.
What can you do here? I guess. Oh, there's the Deluge, as you mentioned.
Yeah, Deluge is great in that matchup.
Playing around days. Sorry.
Yeah, it was late yesterday.
Yeah, we enjoyed ourselves with some vintage cube after
Until 4 o'clock in the morning, am I right?
almost.
Almost there. Do you think in the another Lom? He's
He
really,
dredged
really,
for turn,
yeah,
right?
but he's really playing out Lom.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you don't have to deluge yet. You can get in maybe one, better have 1 hit and deluge next turn.
Yeah, he is in no real danger, to be honest.
Yeah, not scared of the Ornithopter. And especially if Dorothea goes for like the Bowmasters now, and then next turn ninjutsus in Yuriko, you get a huge 3-for-1.
With the deluge, yeah.
You get to kill, I guess she ninjutsus back the Ornithopter would be my guess. So here we see Bowmasters, and then likely a ninjutsu next turn. I think I've seen a Yuriko in hand. I'm very sure.
Probably, yeah. I'm pretty sure that
there's
there's
Yuriko in the front.
Yuriko
Also Kaito.
and Kaito.
Now this would be a great spot to play Kaito since Michael has no power on the board to start attacking the Kaito.
I think she will opt for the Yuriko, but the correct play, in my opinion, is also Kaito, and then simply start to surveil.
Also Kaito plays around nicely. I mean, this is a very strong draw, so you get to kill the Bowmaster and trade the armies. So she can't really get Kaito now.
Why? Why can't she get Kaito?
I mean, of course, she can do Kaito, but then as soon as she decides to surveil, the army will get back and will grow and start attacking Kaito.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
So I think she should get Yuriko here. Let's see. I mean, the good thing is Kaito is kind of Pox proof.
And also Toxic Deluge proof. Huh?
Since it's not a creature on Michael's turn. But now with the Bowmaster on his own, Michael maybe doesn't want to deluge right away. But there's Kaito, saving the Ornithopter.
And it's at least a blocker for the army.
Oh, true. The army is straight, and now even if she decides to surveil and draw, it's only a 1/1 army, so.
And Michael can't deluge.
Yeah. So fine, Kaito is still a good card. She should surveil here. Draw a card, even though it's into Bowmasters. Drawing 1 into Bowmasters is fine, I think. She goes -2 stun counters. Interesting. And plays the Ornithopter. That's
also a fine play to to save Kaito.
Yeah, it's okay. Now Michael doesn't dredge his loam. Needs to draw a spell. Draws a land.
A lot of lands here
His
from
hand
Michael.
is, 5 lands and 4 lands and the Deluge, I think. Another kite that looks really impressive. Not being able to kill by Deluge.
Kaito was one of the cards that has really impressed me. I have thought Kaito would be so strong.
Yeah, when it was like spoiled, it was like, okay, looks like a decent tempo card maybe for like standard.
Yeah.
But besides standard, that's kind of it, right? And now it sees play, I think, in almost every format.
Yeah. For myself, I missed that you can also ninja it with bowmasters or something like that. I always thought, yeah, I was focused on Ornithopter and Changeling Outcast, but I totally missed that you can ninja it in another deck.
Yeah, kind of like rebuying the Bowmaster from the battlefield.
Yeah, it's so good.
Now I think she gets the emblem that pumps all ninjas.
Oh yeah.
So even better in this deck. Usually it only pumps the Kaito, but here.
I love the self-made emblem.
Yeah.
It's very straightforward.
There's the Yuriko. She's now at 2-4, and the Kaito is a 4-5, I think.
Yeah,
so-
4/5.
So he's taking 6, and then the
And 2 flips from Yuriko. Do we have a brainstorm here? No.
Mother
Okay.
Bowmasters. So that's down to 5.
And the land. Okay. But that's fine.
Mhm.
Bowmaster can kill Bowmaster.
Bowmasters is the best removal for Bowmasters. And now this Toxic Deluge card from Michael doesn't look that good anymore, I think.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that you have to. You can't deluge.
Imagine if you pay for a life not to kill a Yuriko. You're at
Yeah,
1,
yeah.
And you die. Now you're on 4, so you can't
You
even kill
can't
a
deluge
Yuriko.
anymore.
What is this out here? Is it
A maze of it or something. Or double maze of it. No idea.
Here's another Deluge with the Surveil. Draws for turn. It's another Bayou, I think. So he has just 5 land and Deluge in hand, and I would Deluge for 4 now and die. Go out.
In style.
Yeah.
Really, really like that.
really-
And we have the win for Dorothea. Oh wow, such an intense game.
Coming back after the round 1 loss, the game 1 loss with from the proc stack, and clawing back game 2 with only the Retrofitter Foundry, kind of was impressive from her. Yeah, she had only the Foundry, no real pressure, and then she snowballed out of the game like this one.
Yeah, it was really, really great. I for myself, after game 1, where Michael was so strong, was
Yeah.
really leading the game, everything has fallen in his favor. And then Dorothea making such a huge comeback.
And also, I think Michael this game had the perfect start, right? He
Yeah.
had turn 2 Smallpox, killing a creature, killing her land, discarding a card, and then the Mox Diamond plus life from the loam. So everything he wants to do, but it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. Died with 6 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, such a great match. I'm pretty sure we have great matches to come in the next round. So we make a short break. Time around is already over. So it shouldn't be long to start round 2. See you soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the second round of our Austrian Legacy Masters. We switched our casters team for the second round. My name is Daniel, and I'm joined by Peter.
Yes, I'm Peter Blank, also from the In Response, the Legacy podcast, and we welcome you to an exciting round 2 for the Austrian Legacy Masters, the day 3 event of our whole weekend. We are pretty excited to cast over the second round. It's 2 local heroes that we will have the pleasure to watch.
Exactly, yeah. So today we will play 6 rounds and also top 8, as mentioned before. And what we can do before the players will start with their second match, we have the metagame up and ready for you. So we will have a quick look at that. So heading from yesterday into today, we have our snapshot that represents the metagame of the Austrian Legacy Masters main event. You can see here 28% of tempo. That is pretty much a mix of blue-black tempo.
Yeah.
Iset tempo, Delver, and also ninjas with the biggest share.
Yeah, yesterday I think it was around 28-27% as well, so likely that nearly the same players played the same list today. What I find interesting is the decrease in the graveyard slot in the graveyard combo, where we also include blue-black reanimator down to 4 from 10%. Way more permanent and spell-based combo for today, and most importantly, twice as many Green Sun Zenith players.
Exactly, yeah. So we have 2 copies, I think, with 1 Maverick and 1 Lance. And actually one of those we will actually so players are ready. We will see on the left side Tobias Jagersberger. He plays Cephalid Breakfast.
Yes.
Also a permanent combo deck that you mentioned, and he plays against Christian Münster. He is on Maverick.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how Münster plays. I suspect we will see the 4 Skyf the Cats, or however they are pronounced.
Skyf Cat Cup.
Skyf Cat Cup. Yeah.
Yes.
Skyf
Say
the
it 3
Cat Cup.
times. 3 times fast.
Sky the Cat Cat.
Just Kit Kat.
Kit Kat. Yeah, and also Mother of Runes, Noble Hyrax,
Yeah.
Thalias. So pretty exciting to see the old Maverick getting some new love with Sky the Cat Cup. Sky Cat Cup.
Okay, so I think the players are almost ready. We will have a look at the players of today. Let's say it is Tobias on the left-hand side, Breakfast, and Christian Münster Maverick on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Combo against Green Sun Zenith, or let's say green-based to-the-box deck. What do you think about this matchup, Peter?
Yeah, in the first few turns, I suspect the matchup will go around of Christian's suppression pieces a little bit. Thalia, pretty strong to delay the breakfast win. Noting that the cards to reanimate your Thassa's Oracle
Yep.
dread return does cost 1 now. You also have the 3 endurances in the main deck and your Knight of the Reliquary to 2-tap your main deck Bochuka Bog. Am I right?
Yeah.
Or is it a sideboard Bochuka Bog?
There might be one in the. It's
He-
actually
He does not play Bochuka Bog.
Yeah.
So this is a big upside now for Tobias to so that he does not have to worry about it here.
Yeah, the question is, of course, I think Maverick is a deck that usually can be like built in lots of different ways, and we do not have open deck lists, so this is something that Tobias might not know. And yeah, Tobias here, he opts for the nice name of the Cavern of Souls. It is on multiple duty here. Cavern of Souls, naming wizard, can not only cast this Temio that you see here, but also the Cephalid Illusionist, which is crucial for his combo, and also the Nadu, and also the Thassa's Oracle. So pretty good name for the deck, for the Cavern of Souls.
Yeah, and actually a pretty interesting start for both of those players. We see the Dread Return in the hand of Tobias, which means he is not able to have it in his graveyard for now to reanimate the Thassa's Oracle if he ever goes for the combo, with Nomads on Core and Cephalid Illusionist. Maybe he plays a discard spell in there. No, he does not play the Cabal Therapy to get rid of the Dread Return.
So maybe just for general purposes, for this breakfast deck, it has multiple ways to win with Thassa's Oracle. What is the standard way of how this deck would combo?
The fastest way of the deck is Nomads in Core. It's a creature, a Nomad for 1 mana.
Yeah.
Which has the ability for 0 mana. You can target 1 creature, and whenever this creature will be dealt damage, it would be then dealt to Nomads on Core or something like that.
Yeah, it can redirect 1 damage.
Yeah.
It targets.
And with that, you have Cephalid Illusion. It's the card that whenever it gets targeted, you mill 3 cards. Also has ability, I think, for 2 mana, where you can prevent some damage or something like that, and you target it itself.
Okay.
And but then you just mill the deck 3 cards at a time, and then you have Narcomoeb in your deck that you mill. When they enter the graveyard, they will then be put onto the battlefield as a triggered ability, and then you sacrifice 3 creatures and reanimate Thassa's Oracle with Dread Return.
With Dread Return, exactly. So now we see that Tobias has the actual Dread Return at the moment in hand. So do you think this is now a problem for Tobias overall when you think about that?
It really depends on the tech list. Some lists have access to 2 black mana, but in this version that Tobias plays, he actually has no possibility to get rid of the Dread Return.
Yeah.
So he's currently in position to have to draw the fastest Oracle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there is a second possibility that he can go for win, which is with now the Winged Wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
It's a new wizard. I mean, it's a year or
Yeah.
2 even old.
Yeah.
Whenever you target it, a creature, not it, but every creature on the field, on your side, you can target it twice.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever it gets targeted, you put the top card in your hand, or if it's a land, you put it onto the battlefield. And with this engine, with over 1 or 2 turns, you can draw for your whole deck.
Okay. And so basically, Tobias has a lot of ways how to generate card advantage, also with this Temio that we see on the battlefield that is producing some clues for him.
Yeah.
And we saw now a little bit of an exchange. Christian played a Knight of the Reliquary, and which got answered by Swords to Plowshares for Tobias. And so far there's an Endurance on the battlefield, which is a little bit of a beat stick. Attacks at the moment for 4 in total with the Exalted trigger, and Christian has another Knight of the Reliquary now.
Yeah. Knight of the Reliquary is just the biggest threat that Maverick can produce. It's the biggest creature. And yeah, that's also the purpose currently with the Endurance. Endurance usually a card that you want to keep in hand against your Graveyard combo deck.
Yeah.
But Christian decided, okay, this is my turn 2 drop. He must have drawn the Knight of the Reliquary afterwards. So he decided to drop on turn 2 the Endurance to go beat his opponent up, because you don't have time for waiting it out.
We see that Tobias actually top decked the Oracle now, and he uses it on, let's say, the Plan B mode, which is just to scry a couple of cards, in this case based on the Devotion, which is 3, and he can put one of those on top of his library if he wants to wish so, or he can just get rid of that. We see now Brainstorm that is actually looking at, which is something that he could use to shuffle away the Dread Return back into his deck.
Yeah, Brainstorm is exactly the card that can solve the issue with Dread Return here. But still he needs a sec outlet for Thassa's Oracle. So as long as Christian Münster allows him to have the Thassa's Oracle on the battlefield, he would be happy to give up its life, put it into the graveyard, because next turn with 3 mana on the field, maybe a land drop to go. Tobias is pretty much fine in using 1 mana for a Brainstorm, 1 mana for a Nomad, 2 mana for a Cephalid Illusionate, which would be simply enough for him to win the game.
And I think we see here one of the new, is it the Thalia that Christian deployed? I think, it's 2 mana. I think it's one of the newest printings of that.
Yeah, it should be a Thalia Guardian of Raven, and this one is actually insane in this current spot.
Yeah, of course, taxing the opponent. And he faces now a lot of pressure already. And Tobias has the option to Brainstorm, and I'm pretty sure he needs to find some action soon. Given also the fact that he's on 7 life total at this time.
Yeah, and Knight of the Reliquary now punches in for 3, 5, 6 damage.
Yes, you mean with Exalted or with the fetch land on the battlefield?
Without Exalted, with the fetch land on the field, which is lethal. And when you attack with the 3 creatures, you simply go for sack your whole board.
I guess what is Tobias looking at? For example, well, he has a Brainstorm Light, and he can have a little bit of card choices. And what is the plan from Tobias at this stage?
At this stage,
like if he's facing lethal in 2 turns, what is his plan?
Currently, his plan is maybe remove something. He has a Voice of Victory actually in hand, which is a really, really sweet new card. Unfortunately, its biggest power is whenever it attacks that you gain 2 tokens, which would be really nice to jump block in there. Voice of Victory is, I think, a 1/4 stat lamp. Maybe we can confirm it.
I think it's a 1/3.
It's a 1/3.
with mobilize, and whenever it attacks, it creates 2 tapped and attacking 1/1 red warrior creature tokens, which are sacrificed at the end of the next end step.
Yeah, the tokens are a neat add-on with Nadu. But the biggest thing is the static text of your opponents can't cast spells during your turn.
Similar to Grand Abolisher effect.
Yeah, and more in Legacy would be the Fairy Time Rebel. Even though the stat line is a little bit, the line of text is a little bit different,
It's a different effect. Yeah.
but the result is usually exactly the same.
Yeah. So Christian untaps. He has now a bunch of mana and 2 cards in hand. We see one of his Scythecat Cups in hand, and that he could also cast here and add even more creatures to the board. And I have seen this card in action a couple of times in other decks. It grows really fast.
Yeah, Skycat is really cool, but the thing here is, like, I think Christian decides between attacking with Knight and Endurance.
Like, is there, given the fact that he's on 20 life, is there consideration just to, be, let's say, be on the blocking side of things? I guess not, right?
No,
Yeah.
you really want to close out the game. You know your opponent already found the Tusk's Oracle. He has protection for the next turn. You can't interact with an Endurance. So you just want to get the game over with, especially since you have the out in Endurance in the hand.
What do you think about Knight grabbing Caracas to remove the Temtemio as blocker? This is one of the options that he has in his land suit. Other than that, usually what I'm also surprised to see is no the new land that faces out creatures, the Talon Gates. This is not in the deck list from Christian this time.
Yeah, the focus with Maverick is more on the creature side than on the land side. But I really was hoping that we've seen maybe in the sideboard like 1 or 2 utility lands, especially with Knight of the Reliquary Queens and Zenith being such a prominent card in there.
So now he just cast the cup and attacked with Endurance only. And good thing with Tobias, it makes a very nice play. He attempts to block with the Temio and then casts Brainstorm, which would trigger the flipping of the Temio. And that way he could keep the Temio as a Planeswalker on board. But as mentioned before, Christian has the option to tutor for the Caracas and probably bounce it in response to the flipping. Yeah. Tobias still has a Brainstorm. What is he looking at? What does he really want to find?
He wants to find exactly 2 cards or 2 types of cards. He wants to find an Cephalid, and he wants to find a Nomads or a Shuku. Ideally a Nomads, because otherwise he needs to have a land. But he's missing both of those cards.
I think he bricked basically on the Brainstorm, This would be one window because the Knight of the Reliquary was tapped. Yeah. And in theory, there would be the possibility of Bojugoborg, as you said, and there was one window for Tobias to actually win. But this time, he didn't find with the Brainstorm what he needed, and this means Maverick takes down the first game of this match.
Yeah.
Looking at the deck list a little bit, so Tobias has a pretty rough beating with a lot of creatures that were attacking him very fast. Let's see what he can do after sideboarding here a little bit. Peter, why don't you go a little bit through what he can put on the table?
For Nadu, we are definitely not looking at Cavern of Souls and Carpet of Flowers. Cavern of Souls only useful versus Force of Will decks. Carpet of Flowers only versus blue decks. Hydroblast, Piffing Needle could be actually a card that he wants to see if he suspects the Knights, but mostly it's more removal on the side of Prismatic Ending. So it's mostly Prismatic Ending that you really want to see against your opponent.
I would go
back and the Piffing Needle.
Yeah, the Piffing Needle specifically. One of the great breakfast players that are currently playing the deck Larson is, for example, very keen on bringing Pithing Needle against Wasteland.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
There's 4 copies of in the deck from Maverick.
Yeah.
So being said, I could expect that Pithing Needle would come in, and based on that, what like for example, how do you look at this Voice of Victory?
I mean,
Is it that
Is it-
impactful here?
it still gets rid of endurance, which is actually a thing that you care about. On the other hand, it doesn't get rid of
Like it
Fairy
prevents
Macabre,
prevents
but
endurance
it
from being
prevents
cast, yeah.
endurance. Yeah. So I would consider it because the spot for Christian was really really awkward in this turn because there still was the possibility to Piers to close out the game in the last turn, and he was not able to interact with it in any meaningful way.
Okay, and seeing now Christian's deck in the sideboard, we're looking at a very, I guess, annoying sideboard cards that we see here, and Deafening Silence, Prismatic Ending, Silent Gravestone, for example, as well. Interesting card. Disruptor Flute, a lot of creatures, and I think it actually looks very, very potent for exactly this matchup.
I'm looking at for sure the Silent Gravestones. Silent Gravestones really good at stopping the lead register. Disruptor Flute also has some applications. Doorkeeper Thrall is the thing that stops Fast Oracle from happening, and it's usually a card that you play versus Doomsday and Nadu. Gadok Teak stops Return and Fossil. Maybe you want to include it because you can search up for it, but it depends how Christian will distribute the slots. Endurance is for sure coming in, and Choke seems like a no-brainer against the blue deck, am I right? So
There's a lot of potent cards, right?
and we can also discuss about Deafening Silence. So it's like 13 of the 15 cards have applications. For you don't want to have the Ramanap Excavator. This is not the grindy matchup. But then on the other side, what do we really care about? Do we care about Mother of Runes, for example? Do you want to play a little bit the longer game and don't protect your individual cards? But yeah, with protecting Collector Oath and Scavenging Ooze, Mother of Runes seems still great. So what are really the cuts? It will be decided by Christians, then we will see how this one will play out.
Okay, so let's see. Now Tobias is on the play, which is very important as well for a combo deck like him. What do you think is some of the more stronger openers that a breakfast deck can have?
From the side of Tobias,
Yeah,
it's just turn one Nomadson Core or Shuku.
just
It's
threatening the combo.
simply the best start that you can have. Then you have a force fill up for the remove spell or the endurance, and then you're good to go.
Yeah, yeah.
This would be actually the dream start that Tobias can hope for. Noting for returning players for Cephalid Breakfast, Days is not in the picture anymore. At least for Tobias.
This case, Tobias opted to basically have the Voice of Victory over it. A couple of days we do not see here as a protective card for any blue interaction. Yeah.
He opted to have Voice of Victory also over Teferi, because Teferi is a blue card, can be red elemental blasted, power blasted. So he decided to have the more safer color combination of Voice of Victory.
Okay, both players are ready for the second game. Tobias is on the play. He has a hand of Cephalid Illusionist, what we can see here. I think a Tassa, a Pithing Needle, a Swords to Plowshares, an Ursa Saga, Hedgemaze or Misty Rainforest, and I guess another land, I'm not sure.
It's an interesting hand.
It's like having the Oracle can be good against Graveyard, right? Yeah.
You can mill just up until you have like 3 cards in your library, and then on the next turn you just go for the win.
It seems that Tobias has kept the hand and Christian ships his hand back and goes for a 6-card hand. Breakfast with a solid. Well, it's at least reasonable. He has 3 lands and 4 spells.
What do you think about the Pith Needle? Would you drop it earlier, or would you wait up until
Yeah, well,
like
if-
turn 3, turn 4 when you really know what you want?
I personally would just name it on Wastelands. But yeah, the question is of course how Tobias wants to play the game in that case. And from what I know, there's the mana base is usually one of the weakest sides of Cephalid, Breakfast, and Wasteland naming is very solid in that case. And obviously Christian on the Malta 6, he has a Swords to Plowshares, at least what we see. It seems like a Lush Portico,
And
another Skyfcat
underground,
Cup,
or is it the Wasteland? Or is it the underground Mortico?
Underground Mortuary.
Mortuary.
Mortuary, yes. Keeps the Lush Portico and keeps the 6 card hand, and Tobias has the Hedge Maze to start things off. All about surveilling. Same thing happens for Christian.
Both so respectful players.
Yeah. 2 copies of Skyfcat Cup. This can be quite a strong force of power early on.
He discards the Wasteland. I mean, you want to really do something else on turn 2.
What do you think about the draw of the BSC? Draw Shuko for the turn.
It's really nice.
Like he has the Illusionist already in hand, and also a Tassa.
But I still would wait till turn 4 that you can just win there. So maybe drop in the Ursus Saga and maybe the Shuko. Force your opponent to respect it.
Would you play the Pithing Needle on Wasteland now, since the opponent milled 1 copy, for
I
example?
mean, I could suspect there are a lot more.
But Tobias opts to just play the Illusionist and passes the turn back. And very, very quick and easy answer here for the Illusionist.
A
With the
Shuko
sword
build
to
would
Plowshare.
be insane for Christian. Because it would mean that Tobias doesn't really have access to it anymore.
Yeah, from his point of view. But there's 2 copies in the deck, so.
Yeah.
And Christian plays, I guess, now one of his cups. It gets deployed. Currently only a 2/2, but it can trigger to grant 1+1/+1 counter upon a landfall.
Yeah.
And every time, the second time it triggers each turn, the numbers that I put on it are doubled.
Yeah. So next turn you want to play the second cup and really make them big.
Tobias can now go for a little bit of construct action. I think this is what he's doing. So we see Ursa Saga on 2. He's already a construct here prepared, ready. I guess he will go for it end of turn. And deploy some threats there.
Yeah, next turn you get another construct, you get the tutor. It should be the second Shuko. I don't think there is another target since he drew the Pithing Needle.
And also the second Shuko. So there is only 1 Shuko, should be 1 Shuko left in the deck.
Yeah, which means you should now have 2 5/4 construct tokens. But I think he's missing the 4th life drop, am I right?
So far, I think yes, yeah.
This changes it up a little bit because you really want to drop everything on this turn and play really mana efficient.
Yeah, this is for sure something that the Breakfast deck struggles a little bit. It needs to have enough mana for the deck to function properly. And there we see the second Shuko being tutored. The question is now what Tobias will do. He has, I think, there's 1 sword in the hand of Tobias. There's the Tuss Oracle, a second Shuko, and the Pithing Needle. He goes for the second Shuko, making the construct even bigger. It's now 5/3.
Why doesn't count the Skype block? Not block.
It can, I think, but I guess Christian values that the Skyfcat Cup will grow much bigger over, I don't know, over 2 turns, for example. It will be much bigger than the construct, so I guess he can take. And Tobias would be very happy to trade with the cup.
Yeah.
So there is another cup from Christian, and so far I think.
Play a land.
How do you value this board state at this time being?
It seems on the one hand good for Christian that he can develop his board state here. On the other hand, missing the land drop on the side of Tobias is really, really threatening. I mean, you now have the 2 Shukos in here to, trigger your Cephalid.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tobias would have gone last game for the combo if he has it. So he suspects that there is no Cephalid Illusionist in hand. There was no cantrip cast with the blue mana. So it seems like a pretty awkward hand, and this is the easiest shuffle that I've seen in my life. It was a Nomads and Core that has no purpose with 2 Shukas out there. The Dread Return that you really don't want to see.
Yeah.
And I mean, the prismatic ending was nice, but you can't cast this turn and have to wait for the next turn. So it's pretty rough for Tobias, since he really wants to have a variety of cards to his arsenal. And the thing that he really wants to see here is a Brainstorm, so he can change up his hand a little bit more.
Okay, we see a Force of Will in the hand of Tobias, and he's now thinking about whether or not to cast a Nomads and Core, or maybe one of those Pithing Needles. He goes for the Pithing Needle. Let's see what he names. Seems like Wasteland. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He's only 2 lands. I guess he doesn't want to see a Wasteland.
Yeah. On the next turn, it will be pretty rough. +1, you fetch up. I think the Underground Mortuary in this spot. You don't really need the excess mana.
The cup will grow even more.
The cup will be an 88 now. Then you drop in your Noble Hierarch, then attack for 9, and on the next turn for lethal.
Yeah. So this is impressive. You know, like 3 land drops and 2 in a turn, and then you already have this 8/8 creature that is actually also a Trampler.
Yeah, and you really have to just be patient with your fetch land. Really wait when you have to use it.
What I was thinking earlier, and I think it was on turn 2, Tobias just dropped the Illusionist. He had the Shuku in hand also. Of course, he only had the Shuku and not the Nomad, so he could not really plan for, let's say, a turn where he could combo against the Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah.
As this combo is only sorcery speed.
Something that I would have liked on this turn, for example, was you have the 2 mana. You had Shuko and Pithing Needle maybe in hand. As I said,
So just
when he wants to name Wasteland, drop in your Urza Saga on turn 2, dropping the Pithing Needle on Wasteland. Your opponent can't interact with your Urza Saga anymore. Drop in the Shuko. Then on the next turn you make a 3/3, then a 4/4, then get the next Shuko. So you have 6. You have 2 6/5 tokens out there, and on turn, or you don't even get the second token, but threaten the win with the this Illusionist and another hard cast Thassa's Oracle on the third on the 4th turn.
So basically, also keeping the Illusionist in hand and not exposing it early to a Swords to Plowshares, which is actually what happened here.
Yeah.
And I mean, he found now 2 copies of Nomads, and of course, anytime an Illusionist would be a nice top deck here. Let's see. 2 Nomads, he found a 3rd land, and Christian is about to draw for his turn. If he has another land, he can, or even another fetch land, he can really make a big cup now.
Yeah, the thing is, like, he kind of needs a fetch land because the attack currently doesn't really accomplish anything. I mean, he goes down to 2 life instead of 11, but it doesn't really change anything.
You mean it's not lethal? That's the point.
But Green Zanzini for X2 is nice.
What would he pick up?
It's interesting. You have the decision between Collector Oof and Scavenging Ooze, I would suspect.
What is the reason for Collector Oof?
just to negate Shuko, but it doesn't really make sense with nomads
Yes.
in here. So it's mostly like scavenging ooze, getting rid of something. What does Grip Ranger? It's the one against Delva back in the days.
Yeah, that had it's flying flash and has black protection from blue. An old card that was pretty common in Maverick, to block Delver for days because it can be bounced anytime. Yeah,
And it's sweet because you can reset your lands to trigger your Sky
Yeah.
Cat.
yeah, true.
But I think you want to have Collector with them, right?
Yeah, the Green Suns anyways got Force of Will, so we won't see that
Okay.
happen. And Tobias goes down to 1 life in total. With the Force, he was on 11 and taking now 8 more damage.
The top deck.
Another off the
fuck?
top. Well, he needs for sure a removal spell and a land. Fetchlet he cannot use at the moment. There is an untapped white source actually. So if he finds a Swords to Plowshares, he can remove the cup and not die the next turn. So he actually opts to play another Nomads, which finds him 2 more cards. Another Fetchland which is not doing anything. And all of the creatures are probably used up, or at least 2 of them.
Yeah, I think he knew the top card with the.
Ah, yeah.
No, this was the Shuffle Pond, am I right?
I'm not sure. Maybe it was. But anyways, this is for sure a very good top deck. The problem though I see is that he needs now to find an untapped white source and a Swords to Plowshares on the opponent's turn in order to deal with the cup.
No, he just sacks and Nobody's on core each turn. It doesn't really matter. Am I right?
How?
He just blocks the cup. Or does it have trample?
It has trampled the cup.
Ah, trap. Oh,
That's the problem, right?
this card is so much better than a fort.
Yeah. So that's the issue. And let's see. I mean, he has 8 triggers that he can use, and he needs to find land, white source plus swords, I think.
Yeah, because it can't fetch here.
Let's see what happens. There's a silent gravestone from Christian, and I'm surprised if he doesn't attack. Or what he's thinking about. The silent gravestone can also be activated to draw a card if he wants to, which is ending up happening.
Because the fetch land would be insane. I mean, you have the Script Ranger here.
The fetchland doesn't do any difference. There is a sword, so one part of that covered. He just now needs an untapped white source. An island
But
is not
does he
helping.
even have one left?
Yeah, I think there's a second Tundra in the deck. There's an Ursa Saga. He can brainstorm, but it doesn't also help. So now he has 2 more triggers. Let's see if we can find the Tundra. Nope. No Tundra and no white source. I was actually thinking he actually had...
On the last trigger, you have to brainstorm. Am I right?
No. In his turn, he had the Savannah that actually he flipped off the Nado, and he actually played a 3rd Nomads in core. I was not super sure if that was correct. Like, he could go for 6 triggers on the next turn and then try to find the swords that way. But in the end, he didn't find the white source, which means that Christian wins cleanly 2-0 against Breakfast. Wow, this was intense until, the last flipped card, I would say.
Yeah, it was like smooth sailing until everything went overboard.
Yeah.
But Christian still prevailed. The cat was big enough. And here we see the Script Ranger,
Yeah.
where you can bounce the lands and replay it to make your Sky the Cat cup. Sky Cat
You
cup.
need to. So you will now in the break. You will just pronounce it for 50 times, and then you will learn how to.
It's the same problem with the Mucus spawn. But maybe I get every card banned for
Yeah.
completely blundering the name.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, let's see. We have Christian now on 2-0 with Maverick, which is also very nice.
How long is the round timer?
Let's see.
Maybe look at it.
We have like 13 minutes left.
Yeah,
in the
there we
round.
can do a backup.
Let's see if another match is ready that we also can have a look for the second round.
Maybe we get something beautiful and special for you.
Yeah. In the meantime, we can just have a quick look again on our metagame. So for today, we have a different mix. Well, a slightly different mix, but
Yeah.
it's the picture is almost the same, right? So Peter, why don't you go through a little bit what we have today's metagame?
Yeah, as previously mentioned, we have around a quarter of the players are playing blue-black or blue-red tempo. I think there is also a third archetype in the mix, but it's mostly
Ninjas.
blue-black. Blue-black ninjas,
This
blue-black tempo, yeah.
was also on stream just the round before.
And also in the top 8 yesterday. I think even top 4, if you remember correctly. Then we have 20% midrange and control, cradle control, for example. But those ones are in the fair green sun, CNF piles. Then we also have a few copies of Stumpy, mostly our hero of the weekend, basically, Mr. Tamas Kokoschek. Who went winning on Friday and top 4 yesterday on his mud list. Then we have wild 2 D&D players. We have some spell combo in the form of Ant, like Kai Sabatari that we have here. Permanent combo, Painter, Cephalid Breakfast as seen currently. But only 2 players on blue-black Reanimator, which is actually a drop from yesterday where we had above 10% of the field playing blue-black Reanimator.
Yeah, but this also includes in both times the Shallow Grave version.
Yeah.
So, but I think we also have 1 copy of it today and also yesterday. So yeah, a little bit less even on Reanimator than before, and slightly more tempo and slightly more combo, I would say. Overall, looks pretty diverse.
Pretty diverse. I would
Very
have
exciting.
loved to see more on the Green Sun Zenith side, but other than that, I'm happy to see some different hexes as well.
Yeah. But clearly, of course, the best archetype or like the most prominent one is tempo. And I think what's very, very interesting also when it comes to paper legacy, mid-range and control decks are a little bit more representative there compared to online men.
We also have like Cheska control in here today,
Yeah,
which is awesome to see.
Exactly. So we will have another match for you ready in a couple of minutes. We will see that in a few seconds. And we have another table for you to look at. It is Gernot Hübler here.
Versus Charlie Hartmann.
Charlie Hartmann, yes,
Gernot
exactly.
Hübler, not so local guy from us, but an Austrian from Graz. On the other hand, we have from, I think, Planenwende, Faircamp, those are the guys from Passau, am I right?
Yeah, I think so. So Gernot this is one of the, he's currently down 1 match, but he's playing, let's see if we get the standings. They are currently 1-1, and they're playing the third game of this match. It is, I think, on the Gernot side, it is blue-black Reanimator, blue-black Tempo, sorry.
I would guess that he is on blue-black tempo. He's usually there in the bluish, blackish, tempo-ish archetypes. Last year, I think he was on Bug, but also a tempo build, not the slow beanstalk build that won the event back in the days.
And Charlie's actually on ninjas that we just discussed about.
That's nice to see.
That's really nice to see, exactly.
So, blue-black ninjas versus blue-black tempo. Charlie Hartmann versus Gernot Hübler.
Let's have a look at this deck list. So ninjas looking, I guess, pretty standard. If you can call it standard.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays with Kaito, the deck changed a little bit. What I find interesting is he's not on the 8 enablers. I mean, it's still 8 enablers, but 2 of those are nowadays Tamios instead of the changing outcasts.
Yeah.
Because also evasion is a 1-drop and is just way better than a changing outcast on average. But changing outcast still triggers the other ninja effects.
Okay.
Then you have like the Ingenious Infiltrator to drop in, your Eurekos, but nowadays also Kaito.
Exactly. And Gernot is actually on. We've put the deck list also up so you can have a look at in our Stream Decker extension. I think a quite interesting version of that. He opts to include cards like Baleful Strix in the blue-black
Yeah.
tempo deck, and also 2 copies of Stock Up. What do you think about this?
Yeah, we've seen a similar list yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it seems really, really interesting because this feels like a control deck nowadays with Baleful Strix, with Struck Up. It's just a tad slower than your typically tempo decks.
Mhm.
We also have to note here there is a crucial card from tempo missing, and this is the Nethergoyfs. This
Yep.
version doesn't really play Nethergoyfs. It's more like blue-black control. You're also playing Drown in the Lock. And yeah, it's really, really nice. On the sideboard, we have for both players some form of anti-land cards. We have Harbinger of the Seas on the side of Gernot. But more importantly, we have Back to Basics on the side of blue-black
Ninjas.
ninjas. Yeah. And would you think that Back to Basics is a card that Charlie can bring in?
No, definitely here not. This is both a two color decks, that's for sure. I would be very surprised. And we see here a back and forth here with the Bowmasters. What is the best answer to Bowmaster?
I think it's Bowmaster,
I
am I
think
right?
it's yeah, exactly. It's just another copy of Bowmaster clearing the way. And also Baleful Strix that we just mentioned is on the battlefield from Gernot. And I guess Gernot is thinking about these Bowmasters trigger being on stack or itself being on the stack.
Do you have any clean cards to cast here? I mean, a Drown in the Lock would be perfect to counter it.
Okay.
But I think this one... Apasturia. Yeah, but we count him to the Grazer community.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But thanks for the clarification for sure.
Denke 89 actually qualified for last year's ELM and performed there.
Okay. What happened now? Was there a second Bowmaster or a fourth actually? Yeah, I think that he wanted to cast a second Bowmaster in response or as an answer to Charlie's Bowmaster, and Charlie answered with a Force of Will on it.
Maybe we get the Kaito here, because you can attack with the Bowmaster. It should go through, and then you ninjutsu in a Kaito.
Yeah.
And this one is really, really bad for Gernot.
Yeah, why do you think is Kaito such a strong card in this type of mirrors, let's say?
It goes really through with getting card advantage. Both players in blue-black are playing the most efficient cards in here. I mean, Ninjas more or less is kind of setup combo deck, but you can rebuy your Bowmasters here. You gain another trigger. It's really good to clear up the Baleful Strix. And yeah, it's a really efficient synergy deck, but yeah, just having more cards is always better.
Yeah, it's a grindy card, right? That also, of course, it has the much better flavor win of Ninja and the Kaito Ninjutsu.
It's actually the deck where it was supposed to be in.
Yeah.
And yeah, we don't really have any cards to deal with it on the side of Gernot.
Yeah.
I think it's only the Brazen Borrower.
In the sideboard, we see a couple of Shieldred's Edict and also Bitter Triumph that likely he has in the deck currently as we are on game 3. So there's a couple of answers, and also the Brazen Borrower.
Yeah. So it's basically 3 outs for Gernot here, and he has currently none in
addition to attacking.
Yeah.
The Kaito.
Yeah. The Baleful Strix only does 1 and gets cleared up by the Orcish Bowmasters in the near future.
Will likely, as this stands, this Bowmasters in the hand of Charlie is looking to point towards the Baleful Strix for sure. Gernot fetches, and let's see what he will deploy to the table.
Yeah, it will be interesting because like a 3-drop maybe has a Barrogoyf, but would you suspect him to? Yeah, maybe it's a Barrogoyf. Would be
Hmm?
a big thing. Maybe a stock up to also get
Just to
additional
get-
advantage in hand. The null roll in the hand of Gernot doesn't really look that great currently.
There's a ponder, I think.
Maybe you can use the
In-
ponder.
Interesting. Which cards you would target with the null rod from Ninja's
I
deck?
suspect that the Fob the Foundry was really insane in the first game, so he brought it in. But actually, the only artifact that cared about it is the one of Fob the Foundry.
So I mean, the Foundry.
Can I get the text of Fob the Foundry?
It says sacrifice a non-token artifact, and you can create a blue Thopt artifact, create a token with flying, and you gain 1 life.
And what are the other? I think this is wrongly imported.
Could be, yeah.
This should be not Fob the Foundry, but how is it called? It costs
The 1 mana, the Retrofit the Foundry. right?
Retrofit the Foundry.
Maybe we have to clarify that, yeah, if there's a deck list error. But of course, Thopt the Foundry is a possibility. I guess.
I mean, it makes.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes flyers, which is actually good.
Mm.
But
Well-
you only have Ornithopters and 9 spell bombs to
will-
stack to it.
We will check that for sure. Maybe this is just a typing error. Can be clarified after the match. And there is another Bowmaster that we discussed about that hits the Baleful Strix.
Yeah. And we actually found the answer for the Kaito.
Okay, is this a Shieldred's Edict?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the Gernot had it in as an answer and follows it up on his turn now with a Thoughtseize. Charlie says, I want to deploy my second Bowmasters in response to that. And I guess only, yeah, can take now the Force of Will. And leaves him with only 1 Underground Seal in the hand.
Ooh.
Pretty good. Yeah, Murktide Regent. Let's see
How
how
many
big it is.
answers do we have here? Sink in the Stupor, Snuff Out. Yeah. That's.
And a Kaito, basically.
And a Kaito.
To more or less at least remove it for 2 turns.
Yeah.
If he finds another one. And I guess in the sideboard you can also see a Shieldred's Edict.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have now this is a 6/6 Murktide flying, and those Bowmasters are not really looking into attacking into that at the moment.
Yeah, you really want to.
Spell bump. 1 turn too late, I guess, but
Yeah.
still it's okay to at least cantrip and find potentially another action card. He deploys the Underground Sea, and yeah, this indicates, I guess, that there's at least no Kaito
This indicates.
and no removal
weakness.
spell, obviously.
And now we have the Hardcast Kaito.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the swing far into the
Yeah.
side of Gernot. Kaito here. I mean, the stun locking doesn't really do anything here, but it's still something that you can do. But I think that you just take the +1 and make the Kaito bigger. Am I right? Yeah. Because you don't want to
Trigger the Bowmasters.
trigger the Bowmasters with the draw. You don't want to stun lock because you are still dead to the other 2 Bowmasters attacking it, so you have to be on the
And I
back
guess-
foot with Murktide Regent. And if you just +1, it's
And-
safe.
I guess so. And the Murktide is lethal anyways next turn.
Yeah.
So Charlie actually has to find an answer. Doesn't find it, and which means that Gernot takes this match and advances over Ninjas.
Yeah. Gernot now 1-1 and is still live for debate.
Obviously, yes. Very good. I think with this we are almost live. We're currently in extra turns, so this round should actually be concluded now. This might be one of the last matches that we actually had a look at. We will now have a short break, a couple of minutes, and I think it's now back to Felix and Philip that will cast the next round for you on this 3rd round of the Austrian Legacy Masters. don't go anywhere. We will be back in only a couple of minutes. Should not take too long.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 3. Felix will join me soon. I'm Philip Klein. I'm from the In Response and Legacy podcast, and we are here with the Austrian Legacy Masters day number 3, the main event, the Austrian Legacy Masters, with the big prize pool of an European Legacy Masters event. So therefore I'm pretty sure we can switch over to our players. And yeah, we have a little bit of connection problems, but we'll fix them soon. So I think we can hop into the game, and Felix will join me in a couple of minutes, and then we can surely have a nice commentation of the match. So we have on the left side is Vincent Jung on the Epic Storm. And on the right side, our local guy Patrick Langbieser on Lands. Schon wieder kein Internet. Yeah, we this is traditionally a very hard matchup for Lands. They have traditionally in the sideboard just some Sphere of Resistances or maybe a little bit of hate, but main deck they are just stone cold dead probably to Storm.
Are we back?
We were back and we're disconnected again, but we are we are recording, so therefore we try to a little bit keep it up. I started already, so
Yeah, we restarted the router and now.
yeah, hopefully it works soon. We give them the go, and at least so we give them the go so they can start, so we can at least talk about the match on the recording for YouTube.
But they're not playing yet. They're waiting. The go didn't go through.
Yeah, told them via phone.
Perfect.
So
we have Storm against Lands. Really?
yeah, Storm against Lands.
Ooh.
What do you think about this matchup?
What I've heard from, it's impossible for Lands to win.
At least game 1.
Yeah. I think back in the days, Lands even played like Sphere of Resistance and stuff in front of the Amethyst main deck to have a chance against Storm, but now they don't. Maybe not the 8 copies they played years ago, but post-board I think they have enough disruption.
Post-board they have the Sphere, right? Form of Amethyst, Sphere of Resistance.
Yeah, maybe.
I would have taken a look at the deck list,
but our connections is still down, so we have to wait a little bit longer. But that's
fine, I guess. I mean, yeah, unfortunately the stream now isn't online.
Yeah,
but
is this live from the loam? I guess this is live from the loam.
No, that's Mulch.
Oh, Mulch.
He's playing Mulch into in his deck. I think it's Mill 4 and all land cards in hand.
Yeah, he made 0 land cards.
0 land cards, but we have a treasure hunt?
It looks like treasure hunt.
What the fuck? I mean, we at least see some very spicy cards on stream here.
At 2-0 even.
At 2-0 out of lands, it's blue-green lands.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? And there's a Dark Depths.
So let's see. I think we are trying to reconnect slowly. Maybe we can get access to the deck lists then. You saw that is it name Wing? Do we call him Wing or Vincent or?
I have told the whole name. I'm pretty sure he's called Vincent himself.
Vincent, okay.
Yeah.
So Vincent is fetching for Surveillant. Is it Storm confirmed?
It's Storm, yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Storm.
and it looks like we are back. Hello, guys.
Woohoo!
We can try the deck lists now.
Oh, let's try it. Yeah, uncheck this.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it works.
Oh, looks good.
Looks good. Where's Wing?
Tess. Exactly, now save.
Bam, save. So now you have on stream the deck lists, hopefully.
Yeah, now we can have a look at the deck lists ourselves as well.
Wing Vincent is on a classic TES list with Echo of Ian's Beseech the Mirror, Galvanic Relay, Gambler, Burning Wish, and one of Song of Creation. His approach of the second sun in the sideboard, I don't know if that's stock, to be honest. And on Patrick's side, I think that's the more interesting list at the moment. Yeah, we have wow,
Four treasure hunt.
almost 40 lands, 4 treasure and 3 mulch, 3 life from the loam, crop rotation, exploration, and mana bond, and 1 walk-in closet and forgotten cellar. So that's also a strange card. It's a room card from
Duskmorn.
The first room says you may play land cards from a graveyard as an enchantment. And the second one is when you unlock this door, you may cast spells from your graveyard this turn. And if a card would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead.
It's kind of a Crucible of Words in green with upside. That for 5 mana you can get like the Past in Flames kind of effect.
Wow. It really looks, yeah, funny, to be honest. And with mana bond, where you can simply drop your hand into the game and yeah, be very, very ahead of mana.
In Treasure Hunt says I think you draw cards until you hit a land card, or you reveal them.
Now you reveal until you reveal a non-land card, and you put all the cards into your hands.
The other way around, yeah, exactly. So you draw cards until you hit a non-land card.
And then play mana bond and then drop everything into. Oh, that's great. I mean, it's a little bit too slow, probably against Tess, because Wing is now trying to, storm off and kill next turn, probably. Because you can't play the relay this turn. Am I right?
Okay, yeah. 2 Burning Wishes. And there's the pass. I mean, 2 Burning Wish, 2 Lotus Petal.
And an LED might be enough.
And Langi Patrick can assemble the... Is it a Tabernacle? I think it's a real Tabernacle even.
Yeah, it's a real Tabernacle.
Yeah.
His whole deck is real. We encourage proxies, so therefore this talk is also real.
The second card in hand is also a Mulch, right? Behind the crop rotation.
I'm pretty sure. Does he crop rotate? That's
Tabernacle, yeah.
I think Wing isn't playing main deck. How's it called? Empty Warrants?
Empty Warrants? Only...
But yes, he has access to it with Burning Wish, so...
Yeah. And there's simply the Thespian stage, but 1 more short of activating it right now. So this gives Wing at least 2 more turns.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate.
Unless there's 1 more land in Langi's hand, and that's...
It's a mana
Mana
bond.
bond,
Yeah, doing nothing. So Vincent has all the time in the world now.
But you get Burning Wish, gets card from the sideboard, right?
Yeah, a sorcery.
A sorcery, okay. So you can get...
Peer from the Abyss
drawing
or...
half of your deck, yeah.
Yeah. Taking a look at the deck list of
There it is.
Vincent.
Many cards to be...
Appear into the Abyss, Approach of the Second Sun can now win the game.
Beseech the Mirror also is a sorcery, I think, that you can get theoretically.
And Empty Warrants, but Empty Warrants is not... Yeah.
And Echo of Eons is also a sorcery, but if you have 6 mana for Echo, you might have 7 for Peer into the Abyss as well. So
yeah, but he has enough LEDs. Brainstorm found 2 LEDs, so many mana to simply peer into the Abyss into Tendrils kill. Pretty easy win here for Vincent. Yeah.
Yeah, he just
Scoops it up, yeah.
explains what he's going to do, and wins. I think even like going for Tendrils.
Going for Tendrils wouldn't have been enough. He needs it.
He played like Brainstorm, 2 Lotus Petals, 3 LEDs, 2 Burning Wishes, and Enchantress.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
you're
it's
right, you're
likely
right, you're
enough,
right. Yeah,
yeah.
you're right.
Doesn't need to show anymore.
So, regarding your sideboard, what do you think will TS bring in? We have for Veil of Summer maybe to bring out of the main deck, and then yeah, the Boseiju and maybe the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, I mean, you can't force his lands, so...
Ah, yeah, that's very bad actually. So you bring in one Boseiju and that's it.
I think it looks like one Boseiju. I mean, on the draw, I could see on the player could see maybe the Forces to snipe the Exploration or the Mana Bond maybe.
Yeah.
Since it's better than Wales, likely. What is Wear Down? Maybe we have a look for the cards. I'm not familiar with all of these.
Wear Down is
Oh, this is a great card. I know it from the
against
artwork,
Oops.
but yeah.
Yeah. It has sorcery, it's sorcery, and it has gift a card. And you destroy target artifact or enchantment. If the gift was promised, instead destroy 2 target artifacts. It's basically a mana costing Force of Vigor.
Yeah, yeah. If you give, the opponent draws a card and for 2 mana you can force a figure something. Maybe, I don't know if he wants to like sideboard in these silver bullets against lands. But this could be better than simple Veil of Summer, you know, like adding the wear down to kill exploration.
Probably,
You
yeah.
can't kill a mana bond, but you can kill the exploration. Galvanic Relay is the spell where you exile the top cards, right?
Yeah.
With Storm.
You
Besiege
want
is
to
the
have that
Storm
in the
combo.
sideboard to
And
have.
What's
access.
Reverent Silence?
Reverend Silence
It's
is
something to
you.
destroy enchantments as well?
Yeah, destroy all enchantments, and if you control a forest, you may have
Mm-hmm.
each other play against 6 life.
Let's have a look at Langi's sideboard. Maybe that's the interesting part. Patrick's sideboard, so we can
And
see.
This is really tuned against combo. We
Mhm.
got 2 consigned to memory. Consigned to memory lets you stifle the consign, in that case, the storm trigger,
Yeah.
which is pretty great. Also, we've got 4 Disruptor Flute, and I think Disruptor Flute is extremely underrated in any kind of combo matchup. This card is so strong with the Flash Claws. I mean, it gets basically everything if you put it on yeah, I don't know, Tendrils or Burning Wish. If you put it on Burning Wish, the deck can't really win anymore because it has just 1 Tendrils of Agony in the main deck. And that's pretty hard to find, to be honest.
I think I would also bring in the Choke. It's not like a great card, but it's obviously better than having a random land. Like,
Yeah, sure.
he plays 4 Field of the Dead. He has Maze of If's 3 copies, so many dead. The Tabernacle. He should sideboard out all the bad lands, to be honest.
The
Or like-
Tabernacle, maybe not, but the Free Mace of
Yeah.
it is easy choice here.
Maybe also Endurance, but I don't think Vincent plays Past in Flame lines.
No, he just has Echo of Eons, and against
Yeah.
Echo of Eons, I don't
Don't
like Endurance.
Yeah.
So for me, this is 6 to 7 cards, maybe consign Disruptor Flute and Choke. And Disruptor Flute is really greatest card in that matchup for land.
I mean, there's 4 Chromox, for LED, for Moxopal, for Lotus Petal, maybe even Force of Rigor from Langi or from Patrick.
Well, yeah, you are right. I like that play. TS is very traditionally extremely fast. Maybe you don't have enough time to kill something with Force of Vigor, but it's better than a mana bond in hand
Yeah,
that does
exactly.
nothing. So I can see your opinion here.
I
Yeah.
think Langi, Patrick has like so many dead cards in his deck anyways, and the matchup looks so bad on paper that I would try every bit of advantage I could get. Even if
Yeah.
like maybe he goes for Chromox and then doesn't go off with a Galvanic Relay like last turn, and then you get to kill Chromox in LED. That's
And
good
suddenly
enough.
it looks totally different.
Yeah.
And if you can't deploy your win through a Galvanic Relay because you lack the mana, the cards stay in exile forever, and you basically lose them. So that would be very great.
Yeah, let's update. Obviously, Vincent won game 1.
Yeah, we're just in the talks.
There was no real victory happened since Vincent was like explaining, okay, now I'm gonna do Burning Wish, Chandler's you, and Langi just said, okay, let's go next game. And
Yeah.
there was no actual win shown on camera.
We have actually a Disruptor Flute
It's a flute,
in the hand, so that's pretty great.
it's a treasure hunt, it's a breeding pool, it's a crop rotation, also a consigned memory.
Yeah, Patrick has just has just needs to survive turn 1.
I mean, he's on the play now, so he can survive turn 1.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything
Yeah.
against DES, so...
Maybe he only has 1 land actually. I don't know what the card is behind Breeding Pool. Like on the front there's a Breeding Pool and behind is the Disruptor Flute and in between is it a land? Oh perfect, it's an island. Oh.
Ooh, and beautifully signed.
I think a snow-covered island even, yes.
Is it? Yeah,
It's
snow-covered
snow-covered
island.
island. And he plays 1 tropical island, 1 breeding pool because of Field of the Dead, 4 copies.
And consent to memory. An active leaderboard website.
I think you can look up on the pairings.
Yeah, you can look look up the pairings. That's on our link tree.
Yeah, if you look up on the pairings, there should be standings. You can't see standings, but you can
But you can see points, yeah.
So who has 2 wins, who has 1 win, who has 0 wins. You can see it on the pairings website. You can't see full standings, but you can see the players, the player standings with the points.
So we have a Disruptor Flute end of turn, which is
I think
kind of great.
I think it's main phase from Patrick right away.
Ah, yeah.
And Vincent has to fetch a response, otherwise he's gonna name maybe Scalding Tarn.
Yeah, which is also a very, very good name.
Yeah. So what would you name Into the Dark with this Disruptor Flute here?
Oh, that's pretty hard. I think
Burning Wish, or-
yeah, these are great, but I really, really like naming Petal, Moxopal, or Lionside Diamond also. Because then these cards get so bad.
Yeah, I think like naming a payoff card is maybe not the right idea since you get to like Burning Wish. It's kind of a payoff card, right?
Yeah.
Since you get to do like mana, and then you have 50 mana anyways, and you can do Burning Wish Tendrils with the tax of the flute.
But it's great on a Dark Ritual, it's great on an LED. So these are things that I think are really slowing the deck down.
So taking an enabler kind of for like a storm mana spell. So let's see what they named. Maybe we can ask.
What did
on the
they name?
Discord.
We talking with.
For the
we
confirmation.
Ask. English.
Yeah. Phil also writing.
In English because my brain just switches. So, what do they name? We see it.
We can't read it.
Nah, we can't read it.
they tried their best for the feature match, but we can't read it. So there's a Chromox, a Lotus Petal, I see a Brainstorm in Vincent's hand. Oh, a second Scalding Tarn. So imagine him not fetching and Patrick naming the Scalding Tarn. Would be so brutal.
And we have a consign to memory in Patrick's hands, so...
Also crop rotation, I saw treasure hunt at the beginning. So next turn likely will be a treasure hunt draw 15 kind of turn, hopefully.
Yeah, then playing a mana bond,
Yeah.
drop everything and be safe. You have enough mana to replicate consign to memory.
And if you drop everything with mana bond, don't you have to discard all the spells?
Do you have to discard all the
I think you
spells?
reveal your hand and put all lands into play.
Okay, flute name Brainstorm, which is also something I really like.
There's Thoughtseize, finally. Yeah, all
Yeah,
lands into
okay.
play and then you discard the rest. So
It's not that great. Okay.
we see Consign, Second Flute, Treasure Hunt, Crop Rot, and I think it's a Life from the
No,
Dome.
that's a strong hand here.
Mm-hmm.
What do you take?
I don't think I take the Crop Rot. It kind of does nothing at this point, so it's the least card I want to take. If Langi ever draws a Patrick combo piece, then Crop Rot suddenly becomes a good card, but based off his hand, I wouldn't take it. I can see taking Consign or the Second Flute if you don't have a plan for that. Like, covering Consign is pretty hard since they can replicate it, so you have to... And Way of Summer doesn't work against the Consign replicate, so it takes the Flute, which is either one of those kind of chosen, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he tries to go off now.
Maybe. Doesn't need the Brainstorm, sees Langi is tapped, Patrick is tapped out. I'm saying Langi because we always call him that.
Yeah,
The local guy, yeah.
he hates to be called Patrick.
Yeah.
Therefore, we're normally call him Langy.
So, oh, the storm.
Okay, he tries to combo off.
Here comes the mana symbols and the storm crow. Storm is one. There's a Chromox.
Exiling Brainstorm.
Yeah, the 4-mana brainstorm.
That's why I would have loved to name something like LED or Lotus Petal or Chromox with the flute.
So is this just a galvanic relay turn, maybe?
Probably. Probably. I mean, with this one card in hand, you can't win right now. You have 1, 2,
I think it's
3, 4 Storm.
I think it's Burning Wish and Bloodstamp Maya.
Do you have enough mana?
Oh,
It's
Besiege.
Besiege. Okay.
Okay.
Do we play? Yeah, we play a Gay as well. So
So we Chaos will do everything again, I guess.
yeah, and then Besiege for 10 rolls.
Mhm.
This should be enough.
So we have, I think, 0 mana left. We get Besiege for Besiege. Interesting. And we sack the Lotus Petal, and now we get the Chaos Will.
And then replay the petal.
Play the Dark Rid, but then we are 1 mana short.
You can play the Chromox again.
But he can discard anything. He has a Delta in hand.
Okay.
A land in hand, I'm pretty sure.
It's a
It's
Bloodstain
Maya,
Maya.
yeah. So now we go Gaia's Will.
It's not an easy line here to win.
Did we miss any ritual effect or any Lotus Petal? Because Lotus Petal in the ritual is only 3. So he might
and the 1 mana. Yeah.
he might be 1 mana off actually. Because he sacked the Lotus Petal to bargain instead of mana with the second Besiege, I think.
Yeah, because he had to.
I mean, you could have just gotten a Gas one on the first Besiege, no?
Yeah, that's true. That would have been enough, probably. I think the second Besiege might have been too greedy.
And he scoops
Yeah.
it up.
Yeah.
1 mana short. Disruptor Flute on Brainstorm too strong.
Imagine Disruptor Flute on Petal here.
Yeah.
Boom.
Or on Besiege, even like
On Besiege, yeah.
the game is just over straight away. Or even on Gaia's Will. It costs still 3 then.
It costs still 3, but it's just the one-off. I don't know if that's...
It's not worth, of course, but
Nah. In my opinion, the Brainstorm is okay, but I really like naming one of the artifacts or Dark Ritual.
I think Patrick was feeling safe since he had the consigned memory and maybe even the second flute already when he played the
Yeah,
first one.
probably, yeah.
So he was kind of, okay, I'm gonna slow him down, remove his kind of card draw spell to dig for hate cards maybe.
It's a total... I think it's totally fair to name Brainstorm. It's not a bad decision.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that every payoff spell, like you said, Felix, to name would have been worse. So, do you think that on Vincent's side, something from the sideboard will change?
So we saw the Thoughtseize, at least one Thoughtseize already, which on the play I think makes even more sense. And they are always better than Weight of Summer still. Like,
Yeah.
You cut the 4 Weight of Summers. The problem with Weight of Summer is it doesn't protect your Storm trigger from consigned memory.
Oh, okay,
It protects your spells and your permanents and you, I think. It gives them hexproof, right? But
Yeah.
not your Storm trigger. And so if consigned memory counters your Storm trigger, Weight of Summer doesn't do anything against that. So it's a completely useless card.
Yeah, totally.
Like, you can cycle it against Treasure Hunt and that's it, kind of. Or cycle it against Consign. It builds Storm count up +1, right? But I think Thoughtseize is, even though it's also not a great card, since Langi plays 40 lands, or like 38 lands, I think it's still better than Veil of Summer. So that's like the clean swap he makes. Likely a Passager as well, and
We see Double Wasteland, Thespian Stage, Yavi, Maya, Waterlogged Grove, Crop Rotation, and Life from the Dome. I think that's a clear mulligan.
I think it's too slow, it does nothing. Maybe if you keep the Exploration, the Mana Bond, I could see this working out kind of. You deploy Double Wasteland and...
And Langi keeps, that's very unfortunate. Okay, do we have to turn 1 kill here from the Epic Storm?
Let's see. There is a land. So that time 1 kill would likely involve at least 2 Dark Rituals or some Chromox, Lotus Petal, Moxopal stuff, I guess.
Maybe
right?
an LED?
Maybe an LED. So we fetch for Badlands this time.
We need certainly okay, no.
Badlands.
We need certainly something for the turn 1 kill to bargain for the besiege.
Here's UC. Okay.
Very interesting here.
There's Dark Ritter. Storm is 1.
Incredible hard matchup for Patrick, especially being on the play.
Like game 1 he can't do anything really. He has to do kind of turn 2 Marit large and that's it, or like Wasteland lock the opponent maybe. And Echo of Aeons.
Echo, okay.
So Patrick gets to mulligan. kind of.
Well, if I remember correctly, or if I recall my memory correctly, Echo of Aeons can backfire very, very hard. Most of the time for Storm decks it doesn't, but every time I play Black Saga Storm or something like that, I get to resolve 3 Echo of Aeons and then fizzle.
So we kind of have, I think, a Storm count of 4. We had Petal, Dark Rid, LED, Echo. So Storm count is 4. And we have, I think, roughly 3 mana floating. We had 3 from the Dark Rid, 3 from the LED, and paid 3 for the Echo. So we have 3 floating.
So
and
we
the
have
Petal 4.
2 black,
1 blue, I think.
and 1 blue.
And the Petal still left. So Storm is 4 mana, 3 mana, and the Petal left. Let's see what he can do with that.
That's normally enough.
Yeah.
But maybe Patrick cuts the deck in the right place and gets 7 lands.
7 lands for Patrick?
No, for Vincent.
So let's have a close look at Vincent's hand. We see a Moxopile. I think it was a land, Chromox. I've seen no payoff.
No, a Tendrils in the hand.
Is it a Tendril? Oh, it's a Tendril.
It's a Tendril. So if he has enough mana, that can work pretty easily.
Storm is 4, so he needs 5 more spells and then Tendrils.
Yeah, something like that. He has Chromox. As far as I know.
See. I think he can do 18 damage. I think it's 18.
Which is fine, I guess. He can survive a hit of Marit Large then.
True. So Storm is 5. The Chromox is 6. You don't need to imprint anything here. Metalcraft is turned on.
What's this? It's a gamble.
Ooh. Storm is 7, right?
Storm is 7, and he tries to echo again.
You think he tries to echo again?
Yeah, what did you...
I mean, why not get the besiege?
4?
True.
What do you do here with the besiege?
Maybe just a ritual. I think if you...
Maybe adjust the Dark Rid.
I think Storm is 7 now, right?
Storm is 7. Maybe just Dark Rid into
I think
Tendrils.
Another gamble in hand. Or he gambled for another gamble, maybe. Just to up the Storm count. Now Langi gets to roll. 1 to 5. Deciding the fate. It's a 5. It's a land.
Very,
Perfect
very perfect, yeah.
I think now I see Lotus Petal for another gamble. Then Storm is 8. And then you go like Dark Rid, Storm is 9, and Tendril Storm is 10.
Something like that, yeah. But if he goes to gamble now again and Langi can
discard
the Tendrils.
I think he gambled for gamble.
Yeah, he gambled for gamble. He gambles again.
Gets an LED, okay.
Awesome that we've seen this.
That's a great feature match, I think.
There's so many intricate lines.
Oh, also Langi won the second game, of course, because...
Yeah, we totally forgot to score it.
Yeah, since Vincent just scooped, so this is game 3 actually.
So no LED?
No LED, yeah, he doesn't like the LED. He likes Lotus Petal better. Yeah, Lotus Petal I guess is better than LED.
Unfortunately, also Patrick's hand isn't really that great.
It's like 3 lands at least, or like 2 lands.
2 Crop Rot.
playing all this magic.
Yeah.
He gets to do the magic of rolling the dice again, and
That's where the real magic happens. And
it's
it's an
Echo
echo.
of Eons. Oh wow. And
Then
that's
it's
the
just
kill.
tendrils. Yeah, that's the kill.
GG's.
Wow. Wow. But it was a little bit of an foreseeable outcome, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was a close.
It was way closer than I thought.
So congrats to Vincent being 3-0 with the Epic Storm, a deck I haven't seen in a long time, I think.
Yeah. But do you think it's good? It's good position in the meta right now.
To be honest, I have no clue about it. I can't tell you. I mean, I've seen Kai playing a little bit. He's playing a Ant, I think, with the aces and stuff. If you can go for turn 1, like this deck can, I think that's a good thing to do, killing on turn 1. But against blue-black with all the Fort Caesars and Daces and Force of Fields and Post-Spot, even more stuff. Even Bowmaster also.
Oh, Bowmaster really hurts you.
Bowmaster into Echo. I don't think this deck is good position against blue-black.
No, not really,
No.
not really. But it's like we said in the pre-talk probably. Modo meta or online meta is so totally different to paper meta. We had yesterday, as far as I know and as far as Daniel has told me, we didn't have a single player playing Oops all spells.
Yeah, same on Friday. We had no one playing Oops.
So really, this deck that's terrorizing Modo leagues is nowhere to be seen.
Do you know about today? If we have any Oops players? I don't think so. Right?
I don't think so either. Yeah, it's we can take look at the deck list. Maybe we have an Oops player here, but I'm pretty sure that there isn't any Oops player here today. So no, doesn't look like that. I mean, yeah, people are putting in others, other deck.
Other control. All spells, Andreas Leopoldseder.
One.
But is that Oops in Maru colors?
No, it's not.
It's just Storm, right?
It's just Storm. It's not all spells.
He calls it all spells, but it's.
But no, we don't have a single Oops player here. And imagine it's a tournament.
It's crazy. Yeah.
With.
50 players.
We have to switch up.
We have the backup feature.
We have the backup feature match. I'm working and Daniel is telling you everything.
I'm Felix, not telling.
Felix,
no
I'm
worries.
so sorry.
So this looks like blue-red Sneak and Show on the left side against. Who's our backup feature match, by the way?
It's Eric Wagner versus Thomas Flacek.
Ah, yeah. Okay. So we saw Thomas yesterday playing Esper Control, kind of. No, Midrange looks kind of the blue-black tempo deck. Looks kind of blue-black tempo deck splashing for Swords to Plowshares and Prismatic Ending.
Yeah.
And on the left side, Eric will Sneak and Show. Maybe we get to know what the score is.
I think they both are 2-0.
No, but the game score.
The game score. Okay.
Thomas is playing Esper Control. Or like Esper Tempo.
Is it again Esper?
Yeah.
Right
It's here on
there.
the bottom on the other side. Ist das dritte von unten? Other.
Yeah, it's Esper and it's Esper.
The
Yeah,
same thing as yesterday. Kind of Esper Tempo, I would say.
It's more like Control. It doesn't play days.
Okay, so it's Tempo
So
or
it's
Control with...
Esper Control. Or Esper Midrange.
Yeah,
Call it
Midrange.
Esper Midrange. It's not really Control.
Like there are no big card advantage cards beside 2 stock up.
So
And we don't know the score yet.
I think it's 1-1.
Maybe
To be
it's
honest.
1-1, yeah, could be.
To be honest, because you have about 16 minutes or 14 minutes left in the round. So, and with a deck like Sneak and Show, you are certainly normally faster.
I think what we missed was Thomas casting a Thoughtseize this turn or the turn before, I think we had a Snapcaster maybe in Flashbacked it, and we saw Eric had 2 Atraxes, 1Emrakul and a land in hand, so pretty dead hand to be honest. I mean, of course, as soon as you draw a sneak attack and resolve it,
Yeah.
the game is over, but you don't want to have a hand full of big threats and no enabler. I think you rather want to have the enabler or like the Cutthroat spells and then dig for the threats. So let's see, there's Lotus Petal. Maybe he found a sneak and show. A sneak attack.
No,
It doesn't look like
unfortunately.
it.
And land and attack 4. How many?
5.
5. Okay, we
One.
don't have life points right now.
It's 1-0 for Tomasz.
1-0 for Tomasz. Okay.
Yes, correct his name spelling.
Do you know how do you do this? I don't
I
know.
just copy pasted.
Yeah, that's.
I'm not that smart, but
I always forget that these things exist, to be honest.
yeah. I mean, it doesn't look that
Good right
good
now.
with our font, but at least the name is not misspelled, you know.
Okay, that was very, very
Actually,
fast backup match, unfortunately. But yeah, Thomas Vlacek is probably one of the best Czech Magic players.
mhm.
And how did he fare yesterday? Do you know?
I think he dropped a 2-2.
I dropped the 2-2.
I
Okay.
think so. We saw him lose in the feature match, unfortunately, against I think Paul Bernsteiner, where it was like looked like tempo against the Esper deck, and the Wastelands really destroyed him.
Oh.
The kind of greedy mana base of the Esper deck hurt him in the end. I think we saw him cast 0 Swords to Plowshares also, because it would be the best card against Blue-Black Tempo in the
Yep.
Nagorth, but he didn't draw them, so yeah, we dropped a 2-2, I think. Not a great day yesterday, but today, 3-0 start.
3-0 start sounds awesome.
One more win for top 8.
Yeah, maybe then. Is it possible to draw into?
They double ID like yesterday.
Oh, okay, that works.
Yeah.
Awesome,
If you have 4 wins, 0 losses, you can just hand check twice, get something to drink, get something to eat, relax a bit, watch some Legacy,
Great.
and then play top 8.
So, you already talked a little bit about Wasteland.
Mhm.
What do you think about the prevalence of Wasteland in the format? It's everywhere almost. Is it? Might it be a problem or something?
I don't think it's a problem. I think it's actually good that the card like Wasteland exists, because it keeps the big mana strategies somewhat in check. Otherwise, I think everyone would be playing Eldrazi
Ah,
or
yeah.
Prison, like the colorless Tron deck we have seen. And the Tron deck is going rampant, even though there is
That's
Wasteland in the
awesome.
format.
I mean, maybe people are playing then for Wasteland for Ghost Quarter.
Exactly. But in other formats, like in Modern, Eldrazi is a big player because we don't have Wasteland, and there's like no real way to do something like that in Modern. So I think imagine Legacy not having Wasteland would hurt all the actually it would hurt the tempo decks and the aggressive decks, and then we would see like 5 control pies splashing black for Bowmaster, splashing red for Fiolingas, splashing whatever green for Uro.
Yeah, because the mana base would just get out of hand.
Yeah, you just play like 10 fetches, 10 duels or something like that. I mean, obviously not, but
Yeah.
you don't have to play basics anymore, right? You can just force the Blood Moon and
Yeah, it creates kind of a tension in the deck building construction. And I also think Wasteland is a net positive for the format. It's just great to have it here. Although sometimes it just hurts to get Wastelanded out of the game.
I think the issue that you could say Wasteland is too good is that the aggressive cards, as we have been talking about all weekend,
Yeah.
they're 1 and 2 mana spells in Legacy right now. They create too much pressure, too much card advantage. They are just impossible to deal with. Or like even you trade down, you trade 2 for 1 if you deal with them, because Tamio creates a clue. Immediately Bowmaster makes a token. If you kill the Bowmaster afterwards, there's still a token left, and everything makes like a little bit of value all the time. And even if you like Wasteland them, it's okay, it slows them down, but without the Wasteland effect, the tempo decks would go even further maybe.
Yeah, probably. I can see this. Because you can play it in other decks besides Tempo also.
Yeah.
Um,
Like also lands wouldn't, or Pox, they just would cease to exist, I think.
yeah, probably. I can see this because Ghost Quarter is just not good enough.
Yeah. Every
Lance
deck plays
plays
at
it.
least one basic, you know.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
not really. I mean, that deck's that stone cold that to a Blood Moon, turn 1,
Yeah.
or even double Wasteland, and then simply drawing nothing.
Mhm.
I think we had an awesome match right now, and we hop into a short little break and see you soon in around 10 minutes.
Das ist ein Trade und egal.
Pushed. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are heading now into the 4th round of our Austrian Legacy Masters. I'm joined here with Felix again. You just cast the 3rd round of Magic. I didn't actually got to see it. What was some of the highlights that you had during the last round?
The last round was crazy.
Okay.
We had Storm versus Lance in the feature match, and Storm
Okay.
comboed on turn. I set up turn 2, combo turn 3, game 1, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Then game 2, Storm comboed on turn 1 and bricked and just like shame scooped kind of. I mean, he was dead. He was 1 mana short and went like besiege into Chaosville.
Okay.
And then realized he was 1 mana short to
Yeah.
do the Tendrils, and with only Tendrils in hand, he
Yeah.
scooped the
Yeah.
game.
Okay.
And game 3, he killed on turn 1.
Oh, okay, yeah. pretty high emotional kind of plays that we saw here. Sounds very interesting. And yeah, this time, 4th round, players are 3-0, and we have a couple of matches that are more or less winning in, right?
Kind of, yeah. If whoever wins this game is very likely to be able to double draw
Mhm.
into the top 8. And like yesterday, 4 wins, 2 draws is enough for like, it was, I think, 3rd to 6th place after standings.
Yeah.
So locking up top 8 with a win this round would be quite nice for both players.
Mm-hmm. Okay, no, very nice. And for this round, we have Tomáš Fliček from Prague, just from the Czech Republic. He is. I think there was a short showing in the last round of him. He played
Esper Midrange.
Esper Midrange, exactly. This is what we have here for this round, and he plays against one of our local guys, Jonas Schermberger, on a mono black mid-range deck. So kind of a mid-range mirror.
Have you seen Jonas yesterday on camera as well, playing Necro Dominance and the One Ring? He played actually a mono black mid-range mirror yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And Thomas was yesterday already on camera as well, and today for a few minutes against Sneak and Show, where he fought him and beat him down with Kaito. So good showing from Thomas today. The coverage will be on YouTube. It will take roughly 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We will edit all the games. I think the single videos actually, right? Or
Yeah, we'll have like one. I think there might be. Yeah, I think round by round we will distribute, split the videos, and that you can see them separately. I think, but
yeah.
we will sort that out for sure.
And today we have 50 people
Yeah.
playing.
Pretty good, and yeah, higher stakes than yesterday. Also, in conclusion to the ALM invite, there's also some extra nice prizes. If we get the time, we can also show them during the break. You might have seen them. I think the players are ready. We will jump into the matchup, and of course, they are still
0-0.
0-0. Okay, like I said, we have Tomáš on the left side and Jonas here on the right side.
Yeah, let's give the players a go. It
Yeah.
looks like Jonas is taking a mulligan since they're still shuffling.
Yeah. So mono black mid range from Jonas. This is. I'm not sure if this is an existing archetype, but Jonas usually brings that to the table, maybe with some kind of personal takes as well. But maybe just to understand a little bit, what is this deck trying to do in the first place?
So I think the deck, I haven't seen it in Legacy anywhere else than played by Jonas, but it used to be a modern deck.
Yeah.
And now the ring is banned, it kind of fell out of the favor, but he copied the deck, he loved to play it in modern, so he kind of transferred it to Legacy. And it's a mid-range deck, kind of with a combo finish, you could say. It's trying to outgrind the opponent with cards like the One Ring and Necro Dominance, drawing multiple cards every turn and drawing many removal spells and stuff and so on, and killing the board and gaining life also with the removal spells, like we see Soul Spike here, that gains your life back to draw more cards with the Necro Dominance. And the new edition, or like the Legacy only edition, is Ancient Seller Spawn.
Yeah.
It's a 3 mana 3/3 creature that basically says when you cast a spell, with pay less mana than the actual mana cost is. It is damage to a different opponent loses life equal to the difference. So the Soul Spike that costs 7, but you pay 0, drains for 7 plus the 4 from Soul Spike, so it's an 11 damage burn spell on the opponent.
Yeah, and in addition to the Soul Spike, you also can do the same with the March. For example, by excelling a couple of extra cards, which also increases the mana cost and...
Or Sickening Shoal, actually.
And
It's
Sickening
also another
Shoal,
pitch card.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So here's a couple of bunch. And we already see that in, for example, once Soul Spike in the hand from Jonas, as Tomasz has just fought his team from his turn 1.
There's the Cellar Spawn as well.
Yeah. So he has basically that one lined up. He just needs to get to cast them. Tomasz is on a more mid-range Esper. I think he plays this deck for quite a while now.
Yeah.
He had different versions of it, but it's more or less blue-black tempo, mid-range kind of with added better removal with Swords to Plowshares and endings and so on, right?
I think we had a talk about yesterday that ending and swords are really underplayed right now because the top decks are like all blue-black and swords is so great against Nethergoyf. It's also good against Tamu that they don't even gain life, I think. So
yeah,
or kills like a Murktide. Fatal Push Bolt can kill a Murktide. I mean, Murktide isn't that present, I would say, right now because you know Tamu and
people have been
Nethergoyf.
shifting to a lot of tempo decks. I think are switching it to Barrogoyf in the main deck, for example, instead of Murktide.
Yeah.
That's also what you can see. And a good old Snapcaster Mage is a one-off in the deck of Tomasz, but now getting to double Thoughtseize basically.
Now we have a reader on the Cellar Spawn card.
Jonas likes to see that when people have to read their cards.
Yeah. And here, I guess you could make two arguments, either taking the second Necro Dominance or taking the Cabal Ritual.
Yeah.
So if Jonas draws a land, he could Cabal Ritual into the Necro Dominance. But I think taking the payoff is way better since you can't do Sheoldred yet, and Sheoldred is likely covered with Swords to Plowshares anyways.
And he's far away from 4 mana at this point.
Yeah.
So I guess these two that here Tomasz puts on the side are the most potent ones to pick. Necro Dominance, the engine card, kind of.
Yeah. And there's no pressure on Jonas, so he can actually draw up to 19 cards in theory at this point.
Yeah.
And there's also no Bowmaster present right now. Maybe later, but right now he's tapped out, and there's actually one in hand, so he takes the
Cabal Ritual
Ritual
in that case, yeah. Just, I guess he knows that there's not... well, what about Dark Ritual?
Yeah, exactly.
On top,
That's why I would take the Necro Dominance here. Imagine you have already cleared 2 Necro Dominance since the first Thoughtseize got a Necro Dominance. And now if Jonas would have drawn the Thoughtseize, it would have been either the Dark Ritual would have been insane. And he likely wins the game with that. Like, he's already 2 Soul Spikes in hand, so he can dig really deep and draw lots of cards, and he will gain 8 life back for sure.
Yeah.
And Thomas is already on like 15. So
okay. Yeah, true.
It would be 8 damage already.
Jonas, however, draws a Duress, and he uses it to get rid of the Brainstorm. There we see a Bowmaster in the hand of Tomasz. Maybe he's thinking, okay, if you want to cast a Necro Dominance, I have my Bowmaster ready.
Yeah. It's a neat interaction that the Necro Dominance trigger goes in the stack, and you have to Bowmaster in response to a trigger. And after Bowmaster happens, Jonas can decide, do I want to pay no life at all, or 1 or 2 or 3, and so on. So he can decide after the Bowmaster enters. It's
like you can choose upon resolution of the trigger.
Exactly. Yeah. And also, since he has Soul Spike in hand already, the Bowmaster isn't that big of a problem.
True.
He's getting hit for 4 a turn now, which is a lot since his life total kind of is his resource to draw cards later on. But he already has the removal in hand. Yesterday we saw a game where he had to use Necro Dominance to draw cards for a Soul Spike to kill the Bowmaster, and that's really bad since you take double the damage and can't really draw any cards.
Jonas is for sure somehow low on mana sources at the time he drew a second Swarm, but now he has 2 Sheoldreds, I think, already in his hands. Not ideal.
I think he kept the one land on the mulligan and
yeah.
said, okay, I can spike a Dark Ritual, I can spike a second land and a Cabal Ritual.
Yeah.
I have double Necro Dominance and the Soul Spike, so I'm discard proof kind of.
How mulligan intensive you think this kind of, because it's a non-blue deck, usually is.
I think you can mulligan pretty aggressively if you
Okay.
like, depending on the matchup. Like if you know,
Yeah.
okay, I'm playing against a non-blue deck, or their second Bowmasters, by the way.
Yeah.
I mulligan down to like a Swamp, Dark Rid, Necro Dominance.
Mhm.
That's like the perfect 3-card hand to draw whatever 10 cards in
Yeah.
the first turn.
Yeah.
But
So you're looking for cards quality rather than quantity in that case, and assemble the right.
yeah, you're looking for
pieces.
like a fast Necro Dominance, a fast One Ring, since those cards will draw you out again of the mulligan kind of.
Makes sense, yeah. Oh, pretty big and impressive board here from Tomasz. 2 Bowmasters, as you mentioned, and also the Snapcaster and the Temio adding to the mix. It's already down to 8 life, as it seems.
There's the Clue Sect.
And does he not quite lethal yet? Yes,
No,
I think 6 damage on board.
6, yeah.
So Jonas should survive also potentially the next turn. So he might have 2 more draw steps, but let's see what Thomas finds here.
I think we're already post combat, so
Yeah.
I think this is also after he took 8, as he went on to 8 this
Yeah.
turn. So,
Exactly, yeah.
but the issue with this deck is that if once you play Necro Dominance,
Mhm.
you have to pay 1 life for every card you draw, since you don't draw any cards on your draw step anymore.
Yeah.
So Jonas being at 8 means he can draw 7 cards at max, and there are 2 Bowmasters, so kind of he can only draw like 2 cards for the rest of the game. And
Yeah. Yeah.
there are some games where you lock yourself out of the game with Necro Dominance. He played it yesterday, not on stream, but in like a regular match. He played Necro Dominance and was on 6 or something.
Yeah.
Drew 5 cards, found no life gain source, and
And
I had to scoop it up.
had to
since
scoop it up, yeah.
You don't draw another card for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
I think I don't like this. I mean, if Jonas would have gone like Swamp, great keep, or like Dark Ritual, great keep. But I think he was on 6 cards only on the draw. You can easily go to 5.
So you would have mulliganed here more aggressively to look for a better hand, which end up maybe one reason why this. Of course, Tomasz also has I think 2 key thought pieces also that prevent that Jonas actually came really into the game for this one.
The second thought is with the taking the Cabal Ritual. Otherwise, Jonas could have had a chance, but the first one, taking the duplicate copy of Necro Dominance, didn't really like matter a lot, since there was no force to be seen in Tomasz' hand.
Yeah.
I think this was an easy game for Jonas, game 1, because there's only 4 force to fill, no dazes, and 1 spell piece, of course, and so many dead cards, like all the endings, all the swords, the Strixes even are kind of like dead cards.
Yeah,
On
exactly.
Tomasz' side. And Jonas could have mulliganed more aggressively. Like, imagine you have a 5 with Swamp, Dark Ritual, Fortis, Necro Dominance.
Yeah.
Perfect hand. You Fortis the 1 interaction card he has, and then you do the Necro Dominance thing. And now this will get tougher, I think.
It's interesting because now, of course, right now, Tomasz might think, okay, all my removal is super bad. I'm looking to board this out, but Jonas has a little bit, let's not call it completely transformational, but he has a couple of creatures that he likes to bring in, something like this Barrogoyfs or this Doughty Void Walkers. So how would you personally, if you were on Tomasz' side now, balance the possibility of your opponent bringing in such creatures versus having dead cards like the swords?
I mean, yes, this match, the Fortis gave him so much information. It showed the Cellar Spawn, and it showed 2 copies of Shielded, I think.
Yeah.
So he knows there are some big creatures in Jonas' deck, and Shielded plus Necro Dominance is a really strong combo.
Yeah.
So I think at least the swords, or some number of swords, have to stay, and you can cut the endings maybe.
Yeah.
They can hit the Necro Dominance, but that's kind of it. They can hit the Cellar Spawn, but sorcery speed killing Cellar Spawn is, you take at least 11 if you try to do it. That's your plan, right?
Yeah.
So I think Tomasz, and also himself playing, I think, Barrogoyfs in the sideboard at least, and
There are 2 copies.
so he knows this card exists in a black deck, and I think he's also a legacy veteran for sure.
Yeah.
So
He should anticipate it.
anticipate some more sideboard cards. I mean, that's kind of the advantage of having the unique deck from Jonas, that people don't know exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
But Jonas for sure will add some more grindy cards like Barrogoyfs, I would guess.
Yeah.
Maybe some Void Walkers even, and more Bowmasters to punish the draw spells.
Yeah,
The punish
exactly.
and the brainstorms. And from Tomasz' side, we have I don't think that much really, since it's not a common deck mono black, you know.
Mhm.
His deck looks geared towards beating blue black and Delva and I guess
Reanimate also a little
Reanimator,
bit, yeah.
Breakfast, yeah. I can see Force of Negations, more answers to ring and Necro Dominance.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe Barrow-Goyfs of his own, grinding a little bit.
Mhm.
He didn't see the ring, I think, so
Yeah.
maybe no null rods, but could be a
Mhm.
possibility. And I saw him bringing the Deafening Silence. It's like not a Storm deck, but if you Necro Dominance, you try to play the spells for free, and
Yeah.
if you can't with the Silence, you have to discard all of them since your
Mhm.
hand size is 5, and not 7 or 10 or 15 or whatever, your hand size is 5, so
Interesting. Yeah, the silence actually looks quite potent in the
against the Necro
anticipation.
Dominance.
Yeah, yeah.
Against the ring, it's like less good, you know, you
Yeah.
don't have to discard, but into Necro Dominance,
It looks quite interesting,
Mhm.
and yeah, makes sense why Thomas chose to actually bring it in. What's interesting also, there is a Shadow of Mortality as a 2-off in the sideboard of Jonas.
yeah. Yesterday he played 4 copies.
Oh, in the sideboard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because this card works well with Ancient Seller Spawn also. It
Yeah.
doesn't trigger on non-creature spells, it triggers on every spell where you pay less mana than the original mana
Yeah.
cost. And Shadow of Mortality is kind of a reverse Death Shadow. It's always a 7/7,
Mhm.
but costs less mana the less life you have. So you can play this for 2 black
Okay.
and ping for 13 with the Seller Spawn.
Ah, that's crazy.
It's
Okay.
more of a gimmicky card, I
Yeah,
would say.
I guess so. I guess he wants to have this happen once with the Ancient Sailor's Bomb, kill
Mhm.
somebody with that. This is like probably a bucket list point for him.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe against like more aggressive decks, I could
Yeah.
see like Mono Red Stompy as an example,
Yeah.
where they attack you, try to beat you like with beatdown or like even Maverick, like we saw today, like all the beatdown decks. They don't have removal for Seller Spawn, and you just do like Seller Spawn Shadow and ping them for 13 or whatever because you're low on life yourself.
Oh yeah.
I think it's like a good tech for these matchups.
Yeah, sounds very good.
Mhm.
Jonas is anyways now on the play. He can opt for something like a quick Necro Dominance. It's definitely a possibility. Turn 1 deck ritual into that.
Yeah.
Would be a strong start. Especially, of course, he doesn't know really that there are no dazes, but of course, when you're on the play, there's a better chance of your opponent cannot interacting.
There's a Force of Will.
Force of Will is definitely something that I guess Tomas is very happy to see.
And we see Jonas having a Necro Dominance. Maybe both pairs mulligan, or at least Jonas mulligan,
Yeah.
since he puts the ring to the bottom. It looks like 3 lands, Bowmaster, Necro Dominance, and Cabal Ritual, Dark Ritual. Maybe it's a Dark Ritual. So we could see a turn on Necro Dominance here from Jonas.
Yeah.
Getting forced though, so it's
Yeah.
a 2-for-2 trade, kind of. Trading the Dark Rit and the Necro Dominance.
And
there's Dark Rit.
there's Dark Ritual, yeah.
And there's Necro Dominance, and there
Yeah.
should be Force.
There should be Force, yeah.
Blue card.
Force Lauren Reveal, okay, yeah. That means we have a game, I would say.
Yeah, we have a game. And there's the second Force. The sideboard Force of Negation, actually.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. I'm not sure if he has a blue card. Yeah, there's a blue card. Yeah,
Tamio,
there's
yeah.
a Tamio.
And Jonas holds 2 Felder Profane. That's the removal spell / land. He just throws out the UC, casually throwing it out.
Okay, yeah. So he has another land and Soul Spike for the turn. Yeah,
I think the last guy is Bowmaster on the back of his hand.
might be, yeah. So he would mean that he holds up Bowmaster for this turn. Would you kill? Well, the Soul Spike needs 2 black cards to.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a little bit costly to kill the Tamio with that.
You could now, maybe since he's tapped out. Maybe if he's away to the top, I would not do it. If he's away into the graveyard, maybe.
Okay, yeah.
It's so tricky with this surveillance because if they keep a card on top, you know it's a good card they want. And if they like bin 1 card, you know, okay,
They could now
draw the
draw a
good
good
card.
card. Yeah, yeah. True, yeah.
So he bins the Brainstorm into
Interesting.
the.
Into the Tamio that he has, yeah.
Mhm.
Interesting. Okay.
He was looking for the 3rd land because I think he has Kaito in the hand.
Ah. Kaito coming into the mix. Ninjutsu. Activation and hit for 3.
That's so good for Tomasz.
It's very good, yeah. Looks very, very. Can Soul Spike actually hit Planeswalkers?
I think he hits any targets.
To target creature or player, and I guess this is the old non like with the errata, I guess you can.
Yeah, it's the old wording.
Yeah.
You used to like deal damage to to players and then redirect them to planeswalkers.
Mm.
And basically every card that says deal damage to creature or player now is any target.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Makes
all
sense.
the old cards got errated.
Okay.
And we see Kaito plus doing the 0, so waiting 2, drawing a card, and Jonas
Bowmaster,
responded
yeah.
with the Bowmaster.
Mhm.
Can't ping the Kaito because
Mhm.
it's hexproof
Yeah.
on Tomas' turn. But you can hit it for free now and ping it back down to 1, sadly not kill it.
Yeah.
But maybe Jonas thinks he has to Soul Spike it. But
That's a possibility as well. But okay,
Great
yeah,
face.
I guess he might go for that. Interesting.
he drew, I think, Cellar Spawn.
Yeah.
So he passes the turn now.
He wants to go for the face completely, okay.
Next turn
Ignoring
go.
the Kaito
Next turn go, play Cellar Spawn immediately.
and Soul Spike.
Soul Spike for
11, right?
11 damage.
And maybe have 3 extra from this Bowmaster and plus the token. Okay, yeah, maybe. But there's still, I think, the Force of Negation in Thomas' hands.
Maybe he gets a spot in like Thomas' turn where he
Yeah.
taps low, playing around the Force of Negation.
But of course, Thomas must send something if Jonas doesn't go for the Kaito here, right?
If he goes faced, something must be up here.
Yeah.
And also the time you can start blocking the 2/2 Orc army now.
Mm.
Kaito goes up to 5, not
Okay.
giving him another Bowmaster trigger.
Yeah.
Gets the emblem, so it's a 4/5 Kaito now.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Swings
that's
in.
the only ninja he plays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In this version, yeah.
We saw ninjas earlier in the first round where the emblem actually
Matters
does
quite a bit, right?
something
Yeah.
meaningful.
This is super nice addition to this deck specifically. Very cool, yeah. Okay, so we have Tamio blocking, and he also kept has like the Force of Negation up.
But Jonas drew the rest for turn, so we like him going for the rest now.
Could be, yeah. I guess he's also thinking about whether he should just go for the kill in that sense with the Cellar Spawn. This cannot be Force of Negation, but he can Force of Negation the Soul Spike.
Yeah, and he tapped actually down the white mana,
Yeah.
so he can swords in the end step instead of the. And there's the upkeep Soul Spike,
Yeah.
dealing 11 to.
Would be exactly 11, yeah. And I guess he can prevent 4 damage of that with the Force of Negation.
He goes to 7. It goes to 4,
It would go to 4, yeah.
and there's
Okay.
the hardcast Force of Negation.
Yeah.
Now he goes to.
And
Should be at 4.
is this a life drain from the Cellar Spawn trigger?
Life loss, yes.
Life
No, it's
loss.
not
okay.
drain.
But it's not drain, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So Jonas stays at 13.
No, removal doesn't work because the trigger
Yeah.
goes in the stack as soon as the creature enters, and
Exactly, yeah. You can only respond when the trigger is already on the stack.
yeah, you could kill the creature, but the trigger is already happening.
Yeah.
So since Tomasz tapped the Tundra, he couldn't sort it end step.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess if he would do that, then Jonas would have responded right away with
With the
the
Soul Spike.
with the Soul Spike.
Then
Yeah.
he could have force pitched Tamio, so
Yeah.
to Hardcast Force now on his own turn.
Mhm.
I think he has to either tap down something or sort something.
Yeah.
Since he's at 4 now,
Mhm.
the Cellar Spawn has flying, so I think it has flying. Oh no, it actually doesn't.
It doesn't, but it's still a 3/3.
It's still a 3/3, yeah.
Yeah.
So it gets tapped down with 2 stun counters.
And it decides to attack. That's interesting. So I guess he wants to sort. Well, yeah, he can sort the Bowmaster and block the token or something like that. That would work.
You block the token,
Yeah.
go to 3.
Or just, yeah, take it. He can take 1
That's
damage.
okay.
Yeah, this deck is as
Is this before damage? Or is
Ye-
this in the end? It was in the end.
it
step.
was in the end step, yeah. So Thomas has another turn. He's at 4, and yeah, he only faces now this 2/2, and he has Tamio for that nicely, so he can, I guess, still attack with the Kaito, and getting in for another 4 damage.
And now you can start drawing cards
Yeah.
again with Kaito.
Yeah, this is very good. Was it a Bowmaster? Could it
It
be?
was a Bowmaster. Yeah. He does not want to flip the Tamio.
Yeah.
Nuance could draw a Sickening Shoal here. That would be.
Is it a signature?
Yeah. And now it actually has 4 mana because your X is 2. So
Yeah.
it's 4 CMC. And this actually.
And there's a trigger of the settler spawn, right?
Yeah, because it's 4 damage.
Yeah.
Since X is 2, so it's 4 CMC. He paid
Yeah.
0 mana.
Yeah, I was thinking about it's so scary when the settler spawn just stays on the battlefield.
Yeah, why did. I think he should have.
Saw that the settler
Saw
spawn.
the settler spawn immediately.
Yeah.
Ah, he can Snapcast the swords. Oh. Okay.
His own creature, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Snapcaster Swords, the Snapcaster.
Snapcaster is also great here.
Yeah, goes
Okay.
to 6, then goes to
2?
2.
Yeah.
And I guess the Tamio was targeted. No, if the Tamio blocks the Orkami, it dies. He survives rarely, yes.
Yeah.
I think it should be a 2, since Swords gains him 2 life of the Snapcaster.
Let's see, there's this Sickening Shoal
Ah,
says...
it's X3, I think. Or what does the Seller Spawn say? Exactly.
The settler spawn.
Each spell you cast as a demon horror nightmare costs 1 less. And it was he pitched the Cabal Ritual, so that
And it didn't tap any land.
4 CMC.
4 CMC should be trigger for 4. And he sorted the Snapcaster.
Should be a 2.
Maybe he fetched for that. No.
No, he milled the fetch. I think it should be a 2 life.
Yeah, could be, yeah.
And I'm wondering why the Bowmaster didn't attack the army token. I think he should have like targeted the Tamio with the Sickening Shoal and then attack with the 2/2. And now there's attack from Kaito and 2 Bowmasters exactly deal 6 damage to Jonas.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Since Kaito taps down the Orc army.
That was close, but I think Tomasz had the right call and the right answers, and he had the option for this. You have to also think of that, okay, Snapcaster, your own creature with the sword to gain enough life to just stay alive.
Both games kind of won by the one of Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah.
The first game, flashbacking the Fortsies, taking the Cabal Ritual, preventing humans from replaying anything that game.
Yeah.
And now this game, Snapcaster Mage, last second kind of emergency health bar. So a Swords of Plowsharing himself, gaining 2 life, so Tomasz doesn't die. Great showcase of the old legacy and multi-format staple, actually.
Oh yeah. And we see here, interesting, this is, I guess, what he bought it in. 2 Null Rods. He anticipated the One Ring, yeah. And also Barrogoyf and Force of the... Yeah, makes sense. Very good.
Kind of as we anticipated, the Null Rods, since he maybe knew about the ring, maybe has seen Jonas play, maybe talked with him.
Yeah.
The ring is the card that he can't deal with ending, since it costs 4 CMC. He has only 3 colors of mana.
Yeah. And the Barrogoyf just a nice strong beater that also helps to keeping the life total high.
Yeah, and Force of Negation, of course, perfect card to prevent the 4 rings, the 4 Necrodominance.
Yeah.
Having 6 forces instead of 4, since there's no days, is premium card. Yeah.
It's very good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So that means that Tomasz is now 4-0 and should be able to draw.
Yeah, I think we have 3 tables that are 3-0.
Yeah.
So there will only be 3 people at 4-0, which is kind of unfortunate. That means 2 can handshake twice and have some nice free time and play top 8, and 1 gets paired down, so he has to maybe win 1 more round.
This is true, yes, exactly, because at the moment we don't have standings-based pairings, it's just random.
Yeah, one of the 3 will get paired down, and only the last round is based off standings.
Exactly, yeah.
So yesterday we had 4 people at 4-0 after round 4, so they could like handshake twice with each other, and it was a clean cut.
Yeah.
And now we have only 3 people after this round, unless there's any draw.
Exactly. Okay.
This is table 2, I think.
Yeah, we have now table 2 as a backup match, which is Peter Gärtner. I think he's on blue-black tempo.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, we see another Guelph on the left-hand side. And he's playing against Christian Münster. He's on Maverick, and I think, we saw him already. And yeah, very nice. He's also 3-0. Both of them are actually 3-0.
Yeah, we saw Peter yesterday as well. Losing a win, and I think he was 3-1 and lost on stream or something like that.
Yeah.
And today Christian making a great showing with the one like fair greens and single pile player in our
Eh, eh.
Metagame Breakdown always, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And he won against Breakfast on stream already, which I thought would be a bad matchup for him, to be honest, against the combo deck. But he played enough like stacks creatures to
Exactly.
prevent, I think it was Tobias, from comboing off earlier.
Mhm.
Now we see Talia against the blue-black spell stack, it's great. The flute is likely naming Tamio, would be my guess, since she's on 2 loyalty.
Yeah.
So
So we see Peter here. He already has another Goif here on the battlefield. A couple of clue tokens,
I
probably.
think it's 4 clue tokens,
Yeah.
yeah.
And a flip Tamio.
Which is named by the flute, so it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
the Nethergoyf likely is 3 or 4. And it's 1-0 for Peter.
yeah.
So the score stays the same.
Yeah.
They have to update the live totals maybe. Maybe we can ask them to update the live totals on the iPad, that would be great, on the tablet.
Yeah.
And also maybe ask them to now we see the Goyf size check. I think I saw land instant sorcery, so it's at least a 3.
Mhm.
Maybe there's a creature already, then it would be a 4. There's Force pitching another Tamio from Peter, paying the 1 for Talia attacks on the Scythecat Cup. That's such a cool card that recently started picking up in popularity in Legacy
Yeah.
for the Nadu
Mhm.
deck mostly, but also in Christian's deck.
Mhm.
And the life totals seem to be correct, so Peter already down to 4 life. That's why he's not swinging in with the Nethergoyf all the time, since he's down to 4.
Okay.
And the Talia could kill him in 2 attacks, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's no Tamio plus ability to prevent like 1 damage from Talia, since she's named with the subterfuge, very likely.
Yeah.
And I think I haven't seen a creature in his graveyard.
On Peter's side, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe we.
Oh, Barrowgrove is probably quite.
Yeah, I think
Strong
this is a
here.
3. I think it only took land, instant sorcery. I think
Yeah.
Christian was at 10, and now he's at 13. Now he's
Yeah.
at 10. So this was 3 damage from the Nethergoyf.
Mhm.
And the Barrowgoyf is only 4. So creature in Christian's graveyard.
Mhm.
Not the biggest creatures yet. And there's Scavenging Ooze. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, this is a good answer to Barrowgrove and also to Nethergrove.
And it grows really quickly, like
Yeah.
excelling all the creatures from Christian's graveyard,
Yeah.
gaining life, the ooze growing.
Yeah, he's for sure not happy to see that.
That was a good top deck. Flute is likely confirming the flute, which should name Tamio. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
we figured that out, but thank you. So what is Peter looking for? Fatal Push?
Fatal push for sure, I guess, for the
ooze
scavenging
now,
ooze.
yeah.
Yeah, he needs to remove that before it gets out of hand.
Maybe plays like a go for the throw or something like that.
Yeah.
Assured's Edict would be okay, at least killing the Tamio, or the Talia.
Yeah,
This turn for sure you can get an attack in with the Barrowgoyf and the Nethergoyf, since both will have more than 3 toughness.
yeah.
Like 4 more toughness, and the ooze can only grow to a 3.
And the Barrowgrove will help him to gain a couple of life points back.
Yeah.
And which makes the counterattack less scary.
I mean, Christian can pump the ooze 4 times. It would be 6 plus 2 from Talia exactly. But he gains 4 life from the Barrowgoyf, so this could be.
Yeah, he needs to think about
He needs
this.
to think about this
Yeah.
attack. Maybe leave the Nethergoyf back, only attack with the Barrowgoyf.
Mhm.
There's a judge call going on, would be my guess, since Peter stood up and asked about something.
Yeah.
And we
Okay.
go in this draw step.
So we untap with the Nethergoyf, with the Barrowgoyf also ready to attack. And looks like he's just going for the conservative line, just attacking for the Barrowgoyf. I think that's fair.
Yeah, Christian could trade both creatures, I think, for the Barrowgoyf.
Yeah.
And there's a sorcery going.
Maybe he still does.
Oh, is it the only sorcery?
It reduces.
If it's the only sorcery, then Nethergoyf is just we have
Is this the case?
no sorcery. It's a
It is only a 3/4. Oh no, which means. Yeah, he can just trade it.
yeah.
Yeah, he can trade both creatures.
So there's no sorcery. So the Nethergoyf is a 2, I think, and the Barrowgoyf is a 3.
But it chose to not trade it with the Talia and the Scavenging Wizard. I guess.
I think you have to keep the Scavenging
Yeah,
around if
yeah.
you want to win this game.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Brazen Borrower.
It's a good hit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good hit of the Baragov.
But that costs 1 more to Talia.
Yeah, exactly. This should be cost more and more. Huh? Maybe.
Also, the Hearst that doesn't really do anything, I think.
Yeah, I guess he wants to keep the graveyard intact actually.
You can like exile the card that Scavenging Ooze
Yeah.
tries to exile,
Mm.
but I don't like this play. I would have rather seen him going for Petty Theft, the adventure side of Brazen Borrower.
Yeah.
Or maybe even flashing in the 3/1 body.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So we got the clarified and you paid now 3 for the unlicensed Hearst. And yeah, let's see. Christian has now a lot of mana that he can use to grow the Scavenging Ooze and also shrink the Goyfs.
He can start eating away his own creatures.
Yeah.
And I think...
Interesting that he also attacks. So does it mean he thinks... Well, of course, I guess he can make, let's say, a lethal attack.
He can't. Scavenging Ooze can be a 6/6.
Plus the Talia would be 8, right?
Yeah,
So,
but the Talia always gets eaten by Nethergoyf, I think.
yeah, unless he can shrink it to a 1/2.
But then the Ooze doesn't grow, you know?
Yeah. True.
So-
True. Yeah.
Talia should stay back.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
I think this turn you should just maybe take it even.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's okay to take because you get to swing back with the Barrogoyf, and then the Talia isn't lethal. Like you can jump block next turn, Talia isn't lethal.
Yeah.
Now you kind of have to activate Hearst on something. Christian will eat it away so the Hearst doesn't grow.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't like the Hearst. It's kind of an empty play. You
Mm-hmm.
skipped your turn, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He could have also hold up the Brazen Borrower instead,
Yeah.
probably.
Or like draw 2 cards with clues, you know?
Or draw 2 cards with clues. And that's also, yeah. Those 4 clues are waiting to be cracked, but yeah, so far he hasn't utilized those.
So there's 1 life for Christian and I counted the Scavenging Ooze.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is before damage, would be my guess.
Yeah. So now,
Hearst only gets 1 counter. But that's fine. Hearst is a 1/1. I think I would have denied Christian the ability of the Hearst to grow at least to 1, because now he could like grow it and jump block with it.
Yeah.
Which I dislike. Isn't the Barrogoyf a 3? Shouldn't the Ooze have died? Maybe it was only a 2.
I guess he
maybe
was
it's
a 2, yeah. Maybe there are only lands and instants in the graveyard
Yeah.
from Peter.
And why is the Scavenging Ooze now on 3 counters if it exiled 2 creatures? It should be on 2 counters.
I guess so. Or was it end of turn? Well, end of turn he...
I mean, he exiled the Nethergoyf and the Dryad Arbor. Not I fixed it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only the Dread Arbor and the Nethergoyf
Yeah.
was exiled.
Christian is playing very clean with his deck usually, so I think he like accidentally knocked the dice over or something. So.
Yeah. But of course there's
Ponder goes to the graveyard.
which grows
The
the Barrogoyf again. It should be a 4/5 anymore. Again, yeah.
Maybe you should have fetched before, like the damage to like surveil the Ponder to the graveyard and forcing Christian spending another mana on the activation.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
It's a Bowmaster.
Yeah.
Bowmaster is actually great. You get to kill the Talia.
Yeah.
I
And
think
then
I should have Bowmastered immediately. Like that's just
you would Bowmaster
kill the Talia
and then attack, get
get
a
the
save
trigger.
Yeah.
And you can still petty theft because it costs 2 now. So
yeah.
kind of a miss sequence on Peter's part, I think.
Yeah, because the trigger is not super great against a non-blue deck anyways, and you don't want to keep it against a potential brainstormers or something. Yeah, of course, there's
I
no.
don't
There's
think
no.
Christian has any way to draw a card besides maybe the Horizon Canopy that's already in a graveyard. So kind of the Bowmaster is now 1 damage to the face instead of a removal spell that kills the Talia.
Yeah.
And also this would have grown the that wouldn't have grown the Barrogoyf, but yeah, I think you should have immediately Bowmastered the Talia.
Yeah, makes sense. But anyways, now there is only the Scavenging Ooze and Bowmaster as well as the Petty Theft are ready to be cast later for Peter. And
the Barrogoyf will shrink every turn.
Yeah, it will shrink and every turn.
I think it's 2 creatures left in Christian's graveyard.
And the Ooze would be a 6/6 at this point.
And also now with the Talia gone, Christian's last card, which he had in hand for quite a long time, was a Green Sun Zenith.
Mhm.
Didn't play to Dotalia. Now it's kind of unlocked.
Yeah.
X equals 2. Are we gonna see Scythe Cup again, maybe?
Mhm. This is one potent.
I would love to see his deck list, but the Stream Decker is.
I think now we are back online. There was some issue
Okay.
with the Stream Decker. We can check and have a look what he said. But I think there's definitely Skype Cat Cup.
However you pronounce that one. It's difficult for us Germans. 4 copies of it, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is maybe a Script Ranger, Collector Oof, or the Cup. Maybe a Galactic postboard, and that's it. Yeah.
Mm, mm.
So likely the Cup, I would
Like the
say.
cup, it's as the most power and toughness to the board.
How did Christian get the Peter the Nethergolf into his hands?
Maybe he drew it with a clue. There was a clue cracked, I think.
There was a clue cracked, yeah.
There's only 2 more mana.
Mhm. Cracked the clue, yeah, we missed that one. He cracked the clue. This is the
Maverick.
So we're getting the cup, I guess.
Mhm.
Did he fail to find? No, he got the cup. Okay, he got the cup. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
No land. So now Peter growing the hearse again, trying to exile 2 cards
Mhm.
from the graveyard, forcing Christian to do something.
Yeah.
But he just lets him grow the hearse
Okay.
and cracks another clue. I think so. If he bowmans the Talia, Brazen Bows the Ooze, there's not really a way of losing this game. So another bowman, I think.
Okay.
So for sure, you attack with the Barograph still, I think.
Mhm.
You can trade with the Ooze, is okay.
There are still 2 creatures in the graveyard, I assume.
I think 1. Yeah, another trade.
I was 1 exiled with the hearse.
Yeah.
Okay. So this would be a trade. The ooze. Okay, and Christian says, okay, I don't. Why does he not activate the ooze before damage?
Maybe he wants to bluff a Swords to Plowshares or something.
Okay. I guess now we see
Another flute.
a flute. Okay. A flute from Peter's side. Yeah, well, it makes sense. Yeah.
Naming Scavenging Ooze or
Yeah,
something. Mother of Runes. There are 4 copies of Mother of Runes. There's flute. What do we name?
What do we name? Yeah.
Maybe Knight of the Reliquary.
Yeah. Knight of the Reliquary. There are a lot of cards that the flute can name. That makes sense. Scavenging Ooze is usually only a 1-off. Is also the case here for Christian.
Maybe naming Swords to Plowshares, making it a 4-mana spell instead of a 1-mana spell. Let's get confirmation with the table spotter.
I think we will get the information right now.
Flute of Endurance. Okay.
Endurance.
So
Okay.
it's a 6-mana Endurance.
Yeah.
Or free to pitch, which is not great, I think. Pitch casting Endurance. I mean, it can force a blowout with the Nethergolfs,
Yeah.
but I think the best mode of Endurance is this card being a 3/4 reach in this matchup.
Yeah.
And here
Just
we should see-
the good body.
Here we see the Ambush Viper mode of Orcish Bowmaster, dealing actually 1 face, okay, and throwing both into the cup. Interesting. Christian kindly shows us his hand with a Zenith and a.
There's no fetch land on the table, so he can safely
The
just
hearse.
block.
he
Yeah, the
ate it.
hearse
Oh,
of
great
war.
play.
That's very. I would have forgotten about it.
Same.
Yeah, makes sense. Then of course everything makes sense.
Here's the knight, and now we get to exile more land. He should exile more lands to.
To reduce to shrink the knight, probably. Yeah. Okay. Knight of the Reliquary. I don't know. It must be pretty huge, I guess.
And I think he has Leafly. He can petty theft
Yeah.
the knight, and then play the Nethergolf, crew the hearse, and swing for 7.
Yeah.
That makes this the damage phase
Yeah.
even better.
I think
So-
this is, I guess, what we see right now.
Petty theft, getting the adventure.
Just
zone
to make
token.
sure, even if it doesn't really matter, it doesn't see the line.
Doesn't see the line. Doesn't want to expose the Nethergolf.
Okay, interesting.
Mhm.
So it's down. Should be down to 2, I guess.
Should be down to 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. What? Yeah, I mean, there's one mana open. I'm not sure if
But it was
the
a green and a black land.
yeah, yeah. So there's no possibility for swords.
Mm-hmm.
So I think yeah,
I mean, it has been a long weekend.
yeah.
It's really hot up there.
It is really hot there.
So I can understand making not the optimal, or maybe missing a line. Maybe he's scared of something, wants to play it safe. I don't think he's a blue card in hand for the force, so
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
playing it slow. You're not losing by overcommitting, right? I mean,
Mm.
there's nothing you
Mm.
you gain from doing this.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is a second bowmaster, and that's just a game.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. He wanted to play it a little bit more safe, I guess, and
Maybe our live totals were incorrect as well.
this could also be the case. Yeah. Yeah, but like discussed before, probably there was a situation where Peter could have closed this game a little bit more faster
Mm-hmm.
with the ooze. But anyways, I think he had some nice draws
Yeah.
with a lot of impactful cards.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
He kind of throw away his Barogorth. He traded with the Ooze, which is
Mhm.
okay, but if you just ping the Talia and get him with the Barogorth,
Yeah.
I think that's also a winning line. I mean, he won in the end, so it's fine.
Mhm.
But could have maybe made different approaches for sure.
Yeah.
Of this board state and game state.
the good thing overall is, of course, for all of these players that we watched, I guess for all of them, they are alive for top 8 still. Even at 3-1, you can, if you win the last 2 rounds, you can still make it to top 8.
Yes.
But Peter has now also a pretty good position. 4-0 is also pretty good. Let's see who adds other Tomas, Peter, and maybe we can check if we already see the last
Result. It's Vincent. We had him last round. He was the
test player, yeah.
the Epic Storm, yeah. He
So
played
one
last-
of those, or 2 of those 3 can probably draw now the next round. So also pretty cool, man. 2 blue-black decks, well, kind of blue-black based. But Esper is a nice other take of that.
Mhm.
And Vincent on Tess, yeah.
likely anyways locked for top 8.
Yeah.
Because some number of players can ID next round.
Mm.
In like round 6. I think yesterday we had one table that ID'd and
Yeah.
2 tables that had to play.
Okay, yeah.
And Vincent with the highest breakers likely coming from 4-0,
Mhm.
even with a loss.
Yeah.
Or like any of these 3 4-0 players, if they get paired down this round and lose, likely can still make it in top 8 with a draw.
Yeah.
If they win a 5-0, then perfect for them. They can draw last round, will be first seed in the top 8,
Yeah.
starting every match in the play.
Mhm.
So we have 3 players kind of locked already.
Mhm.
Not 100%, but like 2 players 100% locked and one, let's say like 90% locked, I would say.
Mhm. Very, very nice. So the round is also almost finished. We have seen now 2 nice matches of Legacy. I think for this time we can now go into a short break. Round 4 is just about to finish, and round 5 is on the line, let's say.
Yeah, I will say goodbye now. I
Yes,
guess.
exactly. Yeah.
It was a great casting experience Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I really enjoyed it. I hope Chat also enjoyed my coverage. And I have to go now, sadly. So finally leave this to the in response guys, to Daniel, Peter, and Phil. Thanks for having me as a
Yes,
guest.
thanks for joining us for sure. You were a great help and you did a great job, I think. Yeah, it was very nice to have you on stream also with your experience and having a little bit more nuanced takes on some of the interactions that happen in Legacy.
Yeah.
It's always great. And yeah, watch, of course, Felix. You can also follow him on Twitter, I would say.
Yeah, it's at tuco_cr.
Yeah.
And I will be playing more Legacy soon since I'm preparing for the European Legacy Masters.
Yeah, you're qualified.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the ban announcement and then I will take my deep dive into Legacy. So next year or future casts will be even more insightful from my side.
Yeah.
When I finally get to understand more about the format. Now it's kind of a guessing game sometimes with the tests against lands. It's really hard for me to cast since I basically don't know both decks. I mean, I know like roughly the shell and stuff, but not how the matchups pan out and what the important cards and so on. But I'm really happy to looking forward to playing more Legacy. The format looks cool. Maybe
cool, huh?
we get a shake up with the ban announcement.
That's what people are thinking about. Yeah, what will happen actually. It's in 8 days, I think on the 30th of June. Yeah.
So Monday next week.
Yeah.
So thanks for having me. I wish you guys a nice stream, nice last 2 rounds, and a nice top 8. And
Yeah, let's see what will be done and come for this top 8, and also who will be the winner for the Austrian Legacy Masters.
hopefully we can crown a local guy
That
as
would be
the
nice, yeah.
Austrian Legacy champion.
Yeah, that would be very nice. Let's see. Okay, thanks Felix again, and see you all other guys soon in a couple of minutes for the next round.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the 5th round of our Austrian Legacy Masters. I'm Daniel, joined by Peter now.
Yeah, also Peter Plank in response to Legacy Podcast. By the way, or by the time you now know the drill, we're here to make coverage for the Austrian Legacy Masters. Now with round 5, we are casting a winner in between Jakob Heidecker and Alexander Meyer. Both of those players actually were in the top 8 of yesterday's tournament. Alexander Meyer finishing 3rd to 4th and Jakob Heidecker finishing 5th to 8th. So they both tried to make redemption for yesterday, losing quite a small bit between before it went all the way. So yeah, let's see how they surprise us.
Very well, yeah. We've seen Doomsday now against Blue-Black Tempo. Alexander chose a different deck. It chose basically a different deck for each day, and first timed it every time. For Death and Taxes, he made top 4 yesterday, and now he's also in contention for top 8 in this one. Both players, as I said, are 3 and 1, and top 8 is live for both of them. Yeah, but of course they need to win.
Yeah,
and we have Doomsday against Blue-Black Tempo. Yeah,
pretty exciting matchup. I think we covered a similar matchup yesterday, also with Jakob Heidecker on Doomsday. It seems to be quite an interesting spot, and it decides really how Jakob decides to take the role in this matchup. I think we can tell the players that they can start.
yeah, sure. Yeah.
And yeah, it really depends on how Jakob decides to go with the game plan. Because on the one hand, you can go for quite an early win with just casting a ritual into a Doomsday and try to go from there.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you can also try to keep it a little bit slower, play a little bit reactive with Whale of Summers.
Yeah, I think the deck list from Jakob in this case is actually a little bit built to be more controlish, more slower, with a couple of Temios, Teferis, and Whale of Summers in the main deck as well. And he has a lot of interaction in his 75, and even a couple of wide removal spells in the sideboard.
Yeah, and here we actually seen a Force of Will happening on the days. The Doomsday was chosen to be discarded, the key spell to win the game. There is still the mana requirement missing just with the Tundra and the Underground Sea, but 2 cantrips and a redraw.
Yeah.
For Jakob too.
Yeah, probably the most scary one that Alexander definitely wants to strip off Jakob's hand, and Jakob now is about to cantrip into potentially more action.
Yeah, and actually it was the right thing because the Dark Ritual was actually on top, set it up with the Ponder on the first turn. I think I've seen actually another Doomsday, so we may have a Doomsday on the next turn for Jakob.
Even the force that he finds how is pretty crucial. He has the brainstorm to pitch for that, and he can go for protected Doomsday next turn. And Alexander on his hand has a couple of not so great cards. Nihil Spellpomp and Fatal Push doesn't look super great against Doomsday. Yeah. And I guess Jakob will now just go for the he can even play around days with the second land that he has. Going for Doomsday. And I guess it will just resolve because there's no permission in the hand of Alexander.
Yeah, and I think we've seen a Bowmasters of some kind, and if you go for a fast pile on the side of Jakob, you don't lose to the Bowmaster. Versus a slow pile, you may lose to it, but yeah, 2 mana would be the whole next turn, most likely for Alex. I think he doesn't have a land left in his hand to play another threat, but the other threat would have to be a Nethergoyf, because otherwise Tamio doesn't really do anything. The game doesn't go
Yes,
too long.
I think he has a Fiddle Push, a Nethergoyf, and a Bowmaster in the hand currently.
Okay.
Alex. But of course, he did have only the island. He thought seized and I think pondered maybe, and found only an island, so he
Yeah.
couldn't deploy it this turn. So he had to go for the Nihil Spellbomb.
Yeah.
Jakob, I could imagine that Jakob goes for a safe pile with Cavern of Souls and Thassa's Oracle included, and a couple of Cyclers potentially. He's at 10 life at this point, and even the Bowmasters would not really kill him outright in response to a couple of Cyclers. And he also has the Force as backup, notably as well. So I think he should be pretty well covered at this point.
Yeah.
He only needs to make sure that, of course, the mana is covered. So for blue-black tempo, of course, prominently plays Wasteland. So a Wasteland on the Underground Sea would, at this point, for example, remove one blue mana source that he might need later on in his pile. But I'm pretty sure he has considered that as well.
Yeah, I'm still expecting, as you said, like the Cavern of Souls. It's the second mana that you need for this turn. You have the Thassa's Oracle as an auto include, and then we have to look at it. We have one Edge of Autumn, which is left in there. The other cycle is already in hand. So we basically have 3 cards that are auto included in there, but I'm really interested to see what the other 2 cards are.
Yeah. Maybe there's an interesting question here from the chat that says, are you allowed to put the cards in the graveyard into your deck when you search for it, when you resolve it? Technically, that should be public information still. So it says you search your graveyard and your library.
Yeah.
So if you pick some cards in your graveyard, your opponent is
Has to know, basically.
yeah, is allowed to know what cards are picked. Usually, sometimes you shortcut, and if the opponent doesn't specifically ask, it's, I guess, just done for time reasons. But yes, technically, it should be public information. We see, as anticipated, we have a pile of, in this case, Street Rave into Edge of Autumn. There we already see the Cavern of Souls in the hand from Jakob. I think this is probably the standard pile that Doomsday assembles usually.
Yeah, and Days and Considerable, the other 2 cards, besides the obvious 3. And this one is actually really good, because it gets rid of another card. So it basically deletes 2 cards off the pile afterwards, which is crucial to get to 0. Cards in library for the win on this turn. And otherwise, if there would have been a Wasteland, you can protect yourself a little bit with Days against the Wasteland.
Yeah, pretty standard, and I think very strong showing from this Doomsday what it can do if it has a Force of Will and timely finding of Dark Ritual into Doomsday. I guess the Dark Ritual was set up before, but he had a very good ponder, which actually found the second copy of Doomsday after the Thoughtseize from Alexander Meyer.
Yeah, it was really, really great. But to sideboarding, I'm still so unsure how Jakob will play this postboard.
Yeah. So as I said, this is a more controlish version of this deck. So we have basically 4 colors. There are a couple of Teferis, and on the draw, of course, they are not super reliable anymore. I mean, they're a little bit clunky, but quite strong for sure as well. And what I'm looking for sure is, as this blue-black tempo is trying to mana denial the Doomsday deck for sure, on the 3 Carpet of Flowers. Those should be very, very good and auto include, I would say. I'm also curious to see how he decides to play with this amount of removal. I think what I talked to him a little bit, and with this version against the blue-black tempo decks, he kind of wants to be the control deck.
Yeah.
So I think he brings in carpets, he brings in the swords, the plowshares, and maybe even the endings, and also the shield reds as like extra threats that are so potent that are hard to deal with from the opponent. And he's not really looking into going into fast Doomsday unless, of course, there's a spot for it.
Yeah.
He just wants to make sure that he can develop his mana. He can make sure that he can trade with a couple of creatures from the opposing side, and he wants to trade favorably. So we see here, for example, he trims on some dazes, some forces, and consigns, for example, for the faster.
Yeah. Consign, Dark Ritual, he doesn't really want to go ultra fast. Yeah, Days and Force of Will is just for the still being able to protect after the Doomsday resolves, but the resolving of Doomsday can happen on the second time, not on the first. So just slowing the deck a tad down and having insurance against the game plan of Alexander Meyer here. On the other hand, Alexander Meyer, I think, will bring in more permission against the combo of Jakob, more respecting the combo side of the control combo deck with Consign to Memory, and I think more threats on the side of Berogoyf even maybe, because it's just a big beat stick.
Yeah, of course, and the Consign is for sure very strong against Thassa's Oracle. Berogoyf is something that can be brought in. I'm looking, however, for of course, also the Force of Negations for any Doomsdays in that case.
And Harbinger of the Seas.
Yeah, Harbinger looks very interesting because if you notice that this Doomsday version is a 4-color version, Harbinger should be maybe an interesting choice that if he finds space, he can also consider to bring in.
Yeah, because it basically turns off everything that Jakob does except for the start with Lotus Petals.
Yeah, it depends if Jakob has an early Carpet of Flowers, for example, he can make up for that. He has Lotus Petals, as you mentioned, as extra mana sources. But yeah, he has a Scrubland, a Tundra, so there is, and 2 tropical islands. So there's a couple of dual lands that are definitely punished, or let's say taxed with mana denial strategies.
Yeah, he actually leans heavily forward into green with the 2 tropical islands. Just because I think he needs to play 2, because against the decks where you really want to have the Whale of Summer and fetch for it, you want to have a second one because those are wasteland matchups. Yeah.
Alexander takes the Carpet, yeah, makes sense. The Carpet is super potent. If he gets to deploy that early, that would mean his mana is pretty much locked up for the rest of the game. It's very, very strong against the blue deck in general.
Is there a Bowmaster and a Tamio in the hand? Or it's a Brazen Borer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a Brazen Borer, Murktide even also what I see, and a Wasteland. And of course, yeah, this Wasteland would have been not super impactful. It can be doing something here because there is no Carpet now anymore for Jakob. And yeah, Jakob is sitting on an ending. So as we discussed, he's more or less trying to make his land drops and answer what Alex will bring and cast to the table.
Yeah, and so we are both currently playing a little bit reactive, even though we have the Murktide region in the hand of Alexander Meyer, but he still needs a little bit more time to set up. Uses the time to surveil away a card that he doesn't really need, or maybe gets access to a card that he really wants.
Okay.
And yeah, he chooses to get another Wasteland.
Yeah, multiple copies of Wasteland are in combination with the thoughts is to take the Carpet are quite good. Jakob struggles here, and he has the Cavern and the Fairy in hand, which is he can potentially cast that, but it's very risky in the face of a potential Daze from Alexander Meyer.
Yeah, and this was actually a huge decision by Jakob to surveilling away the Flooded Strand. Or did he surveil it away?
I think the.
Or he kept the card on top.
I think he kept the card.
Okay. Yeah.
So he goes for the Teferi actually, yeah. So saying, okay, if you have the days, I get blown up basically.
But he also has the days.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's the days, yeah.
But yeah, just hard casting.
Yeah, well, you can opt to, if your opponent also has days, then hardcasting it would be also a little bit a blowout. So I'm liking actually just floating a mana and picking a land.
I mean, does he know the top card of the deck? I mean, it's Brainstorm, yeah.
A third wasteland is very that's tough, I would say.
Yeah, and with 17 lands only in the deck, you only have a few of those.
And Alexander is thinking now whether he should force of negation this brainstorm. I could see an argument for it actually, but decides to not go for that. Jakob really now needs to find more land drops, but he didn't find it. This is very huge. He just brainstorm locks himself now, and Alexander can keep up with. He has a fetch land. He's a brazen borrower, and he has more interaction. So I think he's should be feeling pretty good here.
Yeah, I mean, the hand of Jakob, if he can draw a few lands, isn't that bad. You can get a few clues now with the Tamio, but you still need mana to unlock all the treasure, basically.
Yeah, exactly, and this is the issue.
And the days here is crucial. It resets the lands. I mean, he would have loved to do this on his turn to float the mana, daze something, and then play something. But yeah, still a Murktide Regent for Alexander Meyer. And I think there is only the two Swords of Plowshares that can deal with
the Teferi.
Yeah.
But Jakob has not been able to convert all his cards like the prismatic ending. That was likely now just shuffled back with the brainstorm, I would assume. Yeah, this Murktide is now putting a lot of pressure on Jakob. He likely will go into jump block mode zone with this Tamio.
Maybe he can afford to make another Trifoil clue, but it's searching up a ponder.
Yeah, Bowmaster just making sure. This I think even ensures lethal next turn. So yeah, I'm not sure there's any card that Jakob can find here. I mean, yeah, he can jump block for one turn probably, but unlikely that there will be something that he can do. But let's see. Doomsday can of course be very explosive as well. Carpet is actually one very good one.
Yeah. You drop now down to 3 life actually.
I'm pretty sure that Alexander wants to find a removal spell for this Tamio now and just close the game. He finds a ponder and is also able to dig deeper maybe if he wishes to do so.
Fetching here could be a mistake because it gives one more mana to Jakob.
Okay, Jakob has now one turn. He can use 4 mana at the moment.
Does he have a Dark Ritual?
Unfortunately, though, I think he has a couple of cantrips, and which don't look super
this
good.
is completely fine. Because now in the second main phase, he can trigger the Carpet of Flowers as well. He has double consigned to memory.
What do you mean? You mean he's consigned the trigger, of course?
Yeah, and then he consigned it in the second main phase as well.
Well, yeah. Is this how it works?
No, he had 2 consigned to memory.
I had 2 consigned to memory. Okay, I just counted both triggers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can also counter just the Thassa's Oracle trigger with 2.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, interesting. Yeah, this blue-black deck, we saw now basically the Crucial Thoughts is on the carpet on turn 1, plus 3 Wasteland of the next couple of turns. I mean, this is something that the blue-black temple really wants to have against this Doomsday deck. And this is what Doomsday, struggles a little bit when it's this kind of more controlish version. It hasn't this explosiveness, and if it gets under by triple Wasteland, it's really tough. And it's just a Merc, it's just to clear, to basically lock it up.
Yeah, and that really shows the difference between straight blue-black Doomsday and 4-color version. The mana is just really easy to attack with Wastelands. You take 1, you take 2, then it will become pretty hard to deal with your spells in hand. 17 lands isn't that much. You use the Lotus Petal to power out the Teferi into the days. Maybe we can talk about that. This one was kinda iffy, but yeah, you still have to respect another Wasteland. You don't really have the time to develop any other thing in your hand, and so he was stuck with yeah, just going for the Teferi in the spot. If it doesn't work out, it's kind of bad, and it happened like that.
Yeah. So now we have game 3. Jakob is now on the play, which is an advantage for sure. Again, maybe he can deploy a turn 1 carpet or something like that. This would be a great start. Let's see what he has. We see an Edge of Autumn for sure.
And I think we see a Tami actually.
Or Tameo, yeah.
Yeah. Which brings us to a way different game plan now. I mean, we have now the consigned to memory.
Alexander says, okay, this wastelanding has worked last game. I'm going to do it again.
And is this a one-lander? Ah, it's a one-land on the side of Jakob.
That's tough, yeah.
Damn, is he greedy.
Yeah. This wasteland again is... Yeah, I think there is no land really. But
Damn.
I think he used the Edge of Autumn in response to the
Yeah.
wasteland to cycle it, yeah, but still he didn't find a second land here.
I mean, this is a really cool use of the Edge of Autumn. And you thought like it's a one-lander, but I have 3 redraws basically. The turn 2 drop.
The hand is stacked, but no mana. There's 1 Daze, 1 Brainstorm, 1 Prismatic Ending, a Doomsday, a Shieldred's Edict, and maybe a Bomas. Not a Bomas. What is the last card? Is it a Swords maybe?
Prismatic Ending.
No. The in the middle, kind of next to the Daze and the.
It's a Daze.
It's another version of Daze.
Or is it? No, it's a Doomsday. It's double Doomsday.
Double Doomsday. Okay, I see.
And they took the Brainstorm. Okay.
Yeah, double Doomsday. You certainly don't take that. You don't take the Shieldred's Edict. Those will not be really cast.
You don't really care
soon.
about the removal.
Ending is also not super impactful, and the Days cannot be cast as well. So Brainstorm would be something that would be a strong card to fix the hand of Jakob. He finds a line there.
Yeah. Doesn't attack, doesn't need the token. It's way better for him if he can block 1 damage. Is it another Bowmasters?
Another Bowmasters, which deals 2 more extra damage
Yeah.
to Jakob at 14 life.
Goes for the Surveil land, end of turn. Tries to find the second land, or Dark Ritual, or...
The hand from Alexander also looks pretty... Yeah, I would be very happy. We have a Force and also a Consign. So even if Jakob can potentially find something like a Dark Ritual into Doomsday, it will just be met with the Force. And even after Doomsday, he has the Consign.
Yeah, it's... I don't really see how Jakob can play through the hand of Alex with Force.
Yeah.
Next turn, double Force
Yeah.
and Consigned to Memory, maybe even.
Yeah, he's now unfortunately found a Ponder, which he now kind of forced to cast, even though there are 2 Bowmasters on the battlefield, which increased the clock even further.
Yeah, going down to 9, having now to face 6 damage on the board. It's kinda, yeah, close to dying on the side of Jakob. Maybe he can have something miracle happen with a Veil of Summer or something, but that means he has to draw the Veil of Summer and the lands. And yeah, it's pretty much hard to deal with it.
Yeah, the hand from Alexander looks really good. He has a lot of extra cantrips. There are the harbingers that we just
And the
discussed.
wasteland.
And another wasteland, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
just keep wasteland
I
and
guess
next
so,
turn
yeah.
drop the harbinger.
Yeah. Yep. I think they should now almost lock it up completely, but let's see. There is.
I mean, he got a mana source.
He should have one. Yeah, he can now next turn jump the token and survive for one more turn.
Consigned to memory spent
Yeah,
on the Lotus
I
Petal.
like this, yeah. Yeah, there won't be a post Doomsday in this game for sure. So
Nope.
we can utilize it as a counter for the Lotus Petal. And now Jakob only has one draw step, and I don't think there is anything that he can find. Harbinger. Yeah, there's a land, but nothing really that he can do. Triple Doomsday, yeah.
Triple Doomsday. Didn't
No.
found a single dark ritual.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for our local Jakob Heidegger, maybe able to sneak in with a 4-2 now, if everything lines up perfectly for him. But yeah, congratulations, Alexander. Second, most likely second top 8 of the weekend, really performing strong, very different deck.
Well, it's of course not yet locked in. It depends on the matchup. He's now 4-1.
Yeah, most likely in the top 8. Yeah.
There were only three pairs. There were 3-0 in the last round, and only 2 could actually draw. We'll see based on the matchup if Alexander has to play or not, and of course then. But of course, if he wins, it's clear that he would be in top 8. If he loses, I could imagine that 4-2 would be.
Yeah, 4-2, maybe 1.
Maybe 1, yeah, but
Yeah.
it's really tough. And a draw, yeah, likely, but of course he has to find an opponent who can actually draw with him. So
Yeah.
But yeah, 4-1, of course, pretty good.
For sure.
Point, yeah.
So let's see how the clock in the round is currently. I think we will ask if we get the backup match, but maybe talk about the pricing in between. Because I think our staff is currently out eating something, hopefully, because it's like a long time since we ordered something. So let's talk about prices in between, I think. So yesterday we talked about the prize pool, and today we talked about the better prize pool even, because we have a few more people that entered the tournament, so we are excited to announce the prize pool for today. Once again, I think we've covered it on the stream a few times already, but yeah, 9th to 12th place, an Ultra Saga, 5th to 8th at Tempest, Ancient Tomb, 3rd and 4th place get the newly unbanned in modern Moxopal, which jumped the card from like 30 euros to over 100. Second place we have a revised Savannah, and for the first place we have a French Mox Diamond, the invite to the European Legacy Masters, and a beautifully ALM style altered Days from Kai Savatari.
Yeah, I mean, especially this first place looks really juicy, I have to say. Getting the ALM invite is, of course, the one thing that people really want to have, playing in the European Legacy Masters in August this year. And a Mox Opal and also an altered Days from Savatarix is just very nice to see.
Yeah, the Days is insane. He included the flag colors of Austria in there, made a beautifully styled ALM, the tournament name, included some symbols from our Austrian Legacy League logo. It's just a beauty, and I can't wait to hand it maybe even to Alexander Meyer, who could use it then in his blue-black tempo deck, actually.
Yeah, exactly. This would be one nice inclusion for any blue deck.
Yeah, and we get now a new matchup on the feature table. We've got you Table 7, Kevin Kara and Pavel Tresnak. Both are currently 1-1. We will resume shortly with the stream of the players. We will find out which decks they are playing, and yeah, I'm excited to talk about how they play their final game of round 5.
Yeah. As it seems, they stand now 1-1. And I think Pavel is on Devon, Texas here.
Okay.
And Kevin yesterday played an Iset tempo deck, and this is also the case here for this round. So Devon, Texas against Iset tempo.
I do love to talk about like historics and stuff like that. And Devon, Texas versus Blue Red Delva is basically such an old deck. It's insane. Insane old matchup actually.
Yeah.
Because like Devon, Texas, the old control deck, creature control deck, Blue Red Tempo, the original Delver Tempo deck basically, or Delver Burn even. And yeah, actually the list from Kevin Kara is looking like it, but it's placed the new.
Yeah. It's kind of the new version of Blue Black Delver. It doesn't really Blue Red Delver. It doesn't play actually Delver. We have Dragon Rage Channeler as the mainstay in this kind of decks, and the recently added legacy card Cory Steel Cutter, which is a phenomenal card for this kind of deck when it's paired with the Mishra's Bauble to generate a couple of Monk tokens. Phenomenal card against spot removal. It has really shown to be a great addition to this deck. What I'm looking at here is mostly that, and this is what's very interesting, Pavel, is more closer to, let's say, a traditional version of Devon, Texas, because it is not a Yorion version.
Yeah, but the cards in between, we're still heavily utilizing Faelia. In this case, we also have a singular 1-drop in Giant Killer, and we may have to look it up what this card actually does. Okay, it's an destroy spell. It's a card that actually deals greatly with Murktide Regent. Then we have the standard equipment package, Preformer Were, Batterskull is actually a little bit uncommon nowadays in Devon, Texas lists, and Caldra Complete. And I'm really laughing that he plays Flagstones of Trocaea.
Yeah, Flagstones was a pretty I think common card sometimes here and there. Nowadays you see it mostly in the depth decks that can sacrifice it. Yeah, very nice to see that as well.
And Sarah Paragon is actually not that old card. I think this was one of the Dominaria spells. It's a card that was thought about like maybe in Control or something like that, because you can utilize your card advantage in each of those turns, but I'm really loving that he's bringing us a Sarah Paragon here actually in Devon, Texas as well.
Looks rather spicy, yeah, exactly.
It was basically thought of like the new Lures, but way worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, will be interesting to see, because like the speed basically of the blue-red tempo deck is insane. A Chorus Steel Cutter on turn 2 with a Mishra's Bauble is so much damage can happen over time, and something that a lot of people actually missed with Chorus Steel Cutter, because traditionally those spells that provide prowess also trigger on non-creature spells.
Yeah.
But Chorus Steel Cutter says second spell.
Exactly, yeah, it triggers off of any spell, that's being cast.
So it triggers off Dragon Rage Channeler, Tamio, Ponder.
And the Steel Cutter can trigger the Dragon Rage Channel as well.
Yeah.
So on the other hand.
And here we have a Wrath of the Skies in the hand of Pavel. So Pavel most likely looking about to remove the first thing that Kevin drops with his Swords to Plowshare, and ideally then sweeps up a turn or two later on with Wrath of the Skies, and then try to establish a board for him where he can lock out Kevin from winning the game.
Yeah, what's good for him is that Kevin didn't have a 1-drop on turn 1. He just had the bobble, and likely wants to find something here with the Surveil. And yeah, this Flagstones is something that is also pretty nice here, which kind of says, okay, I'm now wasteland proof.
Yeah.
If Kevin would have decided to go for that.
Yeah, and one thing is like with Karen having utilized the Mishra's Bobble, it looks like he may have another one in hand to trigger the Core Steel Cutter on the second turn, or it's unused potential for a really big turn 2 with the Core Steel Cutter. But let's see how the second turn develops for Kevin. He drops Tamio. Not really the best card at closing out the game.
Yeah,
But it's really good to help card advantage.
He can, exactly. He can, if he gets a couple of clues, if he gets to flip the Tamio, it's a great value card for sure. And Pavel at some point definitely won't ignore it.
Yeah. And we had another Mishra's Bobble here used. Since this is not a white and black Death in Texas version, but yeah, just a white one.
Mono white, yeah.
You don't really have to fear about Bowmasters, which is actually a problem maybe for the deck against the black and white shell. But yeah, mono white as it is in the old days. But yeah, no Vial to utilize. I mean, it would be kinda a problem with the Wrath of the Skies maybe in a few turns. But yeah, Pavel just waiting to use his remove spells.
Yeah, he's sitting on a couple of removal spells, a Wasteland. There's, I think, a Solitude as well, and the Wrath, and maybe a Flicker Wisp if I saw it correctly. Yeah, he develops his mana and just removes any threat that Kevin puts on the table. Let's see if Kevin can find one of his Steel Cutters that would be quite good against all these single point removal.
Yeah, but he drops one card for another, and Pavel should definitely not Swords of Plowshares in this turn. Should wait for another one, or maybe even keep the
This
is
is a
this a
Ponder.
Ponder?
This is
Yeah.
a Ponder, which means he gets the trigger off of Dragonwitch Channeler. Not quite yet there with the Surveil, but one, if he adds, for example, an instant here or a creature to the graveyard, he would have Delirium.
Yeah. What are the other cards? We have an artifact, and what is
2 lands, I think. It's 2 fetch lands and
I'm so unsure what the second copy is.
there is now an instant, so I think we have Delirium for the Dragonwitch Channeler with the Ponder going into the graveyard.
Yeah, and putting away the Lightning Bolt is an interesting choice, because Lightning Bolt against creature decks is really good. You want to remove a Stoneforge Mystic, the Faelia, and whatever will drop here on the next few turns. But you also need to embiggen your creatures to run over them to win the game.
Yeah, Kevin doesn't really want to seek here the long game. He knows for sure that he doesn't have the engines and all the value that the Death and Texas deck can have when the games go on for a couple of turns. So he wants to put as much pressure as possible early.
Yeah, and Pavel having a really good hand actually for this matchup with a lot of removal in there. I think you, from sideboarding perspective, you also board in the Path to Exiles.
Yeah.
Your Wrath of the Skies. This one is really precious for him because it deals with a lot of those. Flicker Wisp is actually a card that deals greatly with Core Steel Cutter because it basically exiles a token for free.
Pavel has a second Wasteland now, which he also can think of going for the mana from Kevin. Or he also can, of course, fire off the Flicker Wisp that he looks at.
Would you use the Flicker Wisp here to just delay it a little bit? You had 20
Yeah.
life.
It's risky, I guess, because of a daze that you could expect. Maybe he anticipates that Kevin balls out the daze a little bit.
I mean, Flicker Wisp now, with it being on the battlefield, forces the trade with the Dragon Rage Channeler, or forces a bolt here. And the bolt, you're kind of fine with it. Doesn't get pointed upstairs. Still good hits. Get rid of the cards. And on the next turn, you can just double wasteland your opponent off of mana.
You could also think of, to preserve your life total, not take the damage. HP at 17, by the way, and go for the swords.
Yeah.
on
I
the-
mean, you have to keep the swords for any future Murktide.
That's for sure an option, yeah, and we see actually that coming down, yeah. That's probably why he's patient with that. The argument would be that the Flicker Wisp was not dazed, so there's unlikely a daze for this turn Swords to Plowshares from Kevin's side.
So I'm really
Maybe we
interested.
need to check to update the life totals.
I mean, it could be that you've seen the block and then afterwards bolted, which could be the case. But yeah, let's see how the life totals
okay,
are.
now the life totals are correct. So the Murktide, yeah, will be met with an answer here with the Swords to Plowshares, and Paul, I think, has still the Wrath, and
I think you just develop your mana.
the Solitude is also one, and
Yeah.
a third Wasteland.
Yeah, Solitude is just 1 mana away.
So yeah, looking to hardcast it, of course, also good value at a later point in time.
And then you can just, afterwards, you can triple Wasteland and everything looks good. I mean, you have, I think, you have Solitude, Wrath of the Skies, and Wasteland in hand, yeah?
Yeah.
So Path to Exile, if you boarded it in, could get a little bit dicey because it gives your opponent back a land, but it's only a singular island as a basic for Pavel, for Kevin. And of the one island with this version of the deck, you can't really put out any threats. And
Second Murktide is pretty good from Kevin. He puts even more pressure here. And Pavel, I mean, he has the Solitude still for this time and the Wrath of the Skies. So technically he has both covered, but he needs to be able to cast them. And if he pitch casts Solitudes, that's a 2-for-1 that I guess Kevin is fine with.
yeah, it really depends on how the counterspell situation in the hand of Kevin and what Pavel fears about it.
Yeah.
Because like you can't really allow your opponents to counter the Solitude here. And a Daze is a really detrimental card. You really want to have your Wrath of the Skies resolve. And yeah, it's pretty hard to justify playing out the Solitude here, and pitch casting it is actually a huge deal.
Yeah. For Wastelands, yeah. I had
Yeah.
just the 4th, but
It's not beer with 2 guns, it's probably for Wastelands, yeah. And I think you just have to take the 6-9 damage here down to 7, and on the next turn try to go for the Solitude.
Yeah. I mean,
Or you play it now
it-
into the days.
it's rough. I mean, you have now 5 mana unspent, and the question is, do you just let that happen and take 9 damage? I'm not sure, but you're super sure you can.
Yeah.
You can that, yeah. And now he can actually triple Wasteland. Yeah, exactly. This is what I was thinking about. He can now go triple Wasteland into Wrath of the Skies for sure, of 1. That would work. And then he could potentially also pitch cast the Solitude and set Kevin back completely on 0 permanence. That might be an interesting play here. So let's say if you triple Wastelands, right?
Yeah.
He has still 3 mana left. He can Wrath of Disguise for 1, X is 1.
Yeah.
Kill the Dragon Shell, and then he has 2 cards left for the Solitude plus Pitch. So he can remove everything technically. Here is a Brazen Borrower.
And now you flash it in.
Mhm. Yep.
Plays around. Okay, this one is really important now. I mean, the Dragon Roach Channeler doesn't have to attack on the next turn. A Bolt is really bad now.
Yeah.
But yeah, on the next turn you can't just clear the board.
A Braid is pretty good. Pretty good. It allows Kevin to keep on with the pressure, and the Solitude, which has lifelink, would otherwise be able to give a little bit of back of like if it trades or blocks potentially with the Dragon Ridge Chandler.
Is it another Ponder?
Yeah, I think so.
The cards that I don't can see.
There's altered versions of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Wastelands would be insane now because there is already a volcanic island in exile.
Yeah.
The 4th Wasteland would mean he is completely shut off
Yeah.
white.
Yeah.
Of red.
There's in the bolt.
And there is the Bolt. And that's
Yeah.
unfortunately the game for Pavel.
I was thinking about whether, now thinking about it, he could have now removed everything from Kevin. Kevin would have cast the Brazen Borrower in response, so Kevin would have only the Brazen Borrower. And Pavel, of course, had no cards in hand then in case.
Yeah.
But Kevin would not be able to cantrip more and also maybe find this bolt. This is a tough decision, of course. Do you want to throw every card away to deal with the board, and then you're still facing with 1 threat? It's tough.
Yeah, there was a little bit of the problem that Pavel couldn't deploy himself something as well. How do I say? A Stoneforge Mystic, for example, would have been insane because he's playing a version with Better Skill, and Better Skill is exactly the thing that he needed to gain just a tad bit of life. Because this match, if he survives this turn, and no bolt is top decked by Kevin Kara on the next turn, the game is in Pavel's. Because
I think exactly.
Because you Wrath of the Skies on this turn, no bolt on the next turn, quarter wasteland, every red source out of the deck of Kevin Kara. You only have like Tamios, Ponders, Brainstorms, and Preordains to play. So there was not a singular thing that could have allowed him to win the game. But yeah, we are here. We can congratulate Kevin Kara to his 4th win of the day, to maybe advance into the top 8 on the next round with an ID. And yeah, should we cover something else before we go into a break before round 6?
I think there's not really a match left. There's only 1 or 2 minutes left. So I think there will be a short break.
Yeah, short break. Bye. Hello and welcome back to round 6, the final rounds of Swiss of the Austrian Legacy Masters, our day 3 main event for the whole weekend. I'm proudly representing both the Austrian Legacy League and of course the In-Response Legacy podcast. I'm Peter Plank and I'm also joined by Philip Klein.
Well, what do you mean by you are proudly representing? We are proudly representing both of the Austrian Legacy League and the In Response podcast. So if you don't know us, check us out on Spotify and on YouTube. It's response_legacy. So we're basically our advertisement everywhere. I had now 2 hours of a break. It was really great while we waited for the food to arrive. Peter, what have I missed?
You have missed a bunch of Legacy action. We've seen Death and Texas versus Corey Steelcutter, and actually we are seeing Corey Steelcutter in the hands of Kevin Kara now once again in this round, because our preferred feature table drew, and we've seen now table 4 Mario Hinterberger and Kevin Kara.
Whoa, awesome. So a local guy versus a Viennese guy.
Yeah.
So it's blue, red tempo, and what is Mario playing?
Mario Hinterberger is playing. I will shortly adjust everything. Needs a little bit of times until you get the correct Esper control.
Ooh, Esper control. I didn't expect it from Mario, to be honest.
Then we have Kevin Kara on blue-red tempo.
So, basically, yeah.
On the left side, you can.
And Esper control. Wow. But this is really Esper control. It plays days.
Yeah, but he's playing 2 prismatic ending and 4 swords to plowshares. It's basically the Esper tempo shell, but
A little
just
bit bigger.
a little bit bigger. He doesn't play any nethergoyfs, but he plays the white remove suit in the forms of swords to plowshares and prismatic ending to better deal with resolved barogoyfs and other big threats like a Murktide.
To be honest, for me, the prismatic ending look very, very great in that matchup. Getting to deal with a Corey Steelcutter is very crucial. And this is also in the main deck.
Yeah, and having access to clear down Core Steelcutter is a big plus, but you still have to face off a lot of the advantages that the players can get off the Steelcutter. The tokens are quite impressive, and yeah, provide a lot of card advantages. And Esper Control doesn't really have the tools to deal with a few of those in the first game. Maybe in the next in the sideboarded games we can have access to engineered explosives to deal with a bunch of those, and even Wrath of the Skies. But
Ooh, Wrath of the Skies. I really like the card in that matchup.
yeah, Wrath of the Skies is a card that we actually seen a lot being played. Not really a lot being resolved because it was mostly stuck in hand. In the previous game against Kevin Kara as well in Death and Texas versus Blue Red Tempo, he wasn't able to clear the Murktide and have everything up for grabs. But yeah, maybe it's a little bit better now in the form of Esper Control to deal with Kevin Kara's threats. And yeah, let's see how the game shakes up. But
Who do you think is favored?
yeah, that's a great question. I think Blue Red Tempo is the deck that really goes under. It should be faster than the Blue Black Tempo shell. And yeah, the Esper shell seems to be built to beat up on the Blue Black Tempo shell. So I think it's just a tad too slow to, yeah, get slowed down by Esper Control in the hands of Mario Hinterberger.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because it's always the same. If you build it a little bit bigger, then you're pretty much favored against the slightly slower deck. But if it's faster than that, then it goes under you, and it's yeah, maybe kind of a coin toss or something. I think it's really interesting for sure.
Yeah, and we've seen here Mario Hinterberger being on the play, decides to play off of basics, which is actually a pretty advantage in this matchup, because sometimes those decks don't really afford to go for multiple basics, but he's playing one of each, actually one island, one plains, and one swamp.
Ooh, wow.
And if you can play off of the 3 basics, Wasteland isn't really that big of an issue on the side of Kevin Kara, which makes Daces a little bit more inefficient. And yeah, let's see what the first drop for Kevin is.
There's a Tamio. Tamio, the most busted planeswalker from last year. It's just such an insane card. What do you think about Tamio? I mean, it's already in the Bandhawks.
Yeah, Tamio is a really good card. has some advantages in the form that it provides a lot of card advantage for cards. But I think in this spot, Kevin isn't really that reliant on the cards, because he is actually the deck that wants to put on the most pressure against Mario Hinterberg.
Yeah, he wants to resolve the Cory Steel Cutter.
And yeah, he's also pondering about, and this seems like an ideal top
I didn't
three.
I've seen only the Lightning Bolt. What is it? Was other two cards?
I think it was a Dreadhorde. A Dreadhorde.
A Dreadhorde Arcanist! Boom!
DQ coming. No, a Dragon Rage Channeler, and I think even a Core Steel Cutter with a Lightning Bolt. And those are exactly the three cards that you want to hit here. The problem is you also have to fetch, but I don't think that you want to fetch when you can get access to the bigger cards here.
Yeah, I think on Mario's side, to simply be the control deck, you simply want to make your land drops, be a little bit more reactive, and let blue-red take the pace.
Okay, I think it was actually a Brainstorm here instead of the Steel Cutter, which makes it a little bit less.
Yeah.
Because like Core Steel Cutter into Dragon Rage Channeler for this turn, attacking for 2, and then having the advantage over the next 2 turns would have been really, really insane. Especially since one of the precious cards to deal with any resolved Core Steel Cutter, Prismatic Ending, is already in the graveyard.
Copy, yeah. Only one more. So yeah, shout outs to Michael Reed. Nice to have you here.
And as well, Dukes on Twitch. Hello, Dukes, all the way from Australia.
Such an awesome Legacy event. And just look at all those beautiful alterations that Kevin has.
Yeah, Kevin and the crew from, I think it's called the Salt Mine.
Yeah.
Is really rocking a lot of beautiful altered cards.
And foil and black border and basically everything that's...
Yeah, it's an old crew. Not an old crew, but...
Not an ending here on the DRC.
This one actually shifts the matchup, I think, a little bit. I mean, you still have Barrowgorls or Bowmasters that you can drop in on the side of Mario. Especially since the tokens from Core Steel Cutter only have prowess and don't get +1/+1 tokens on put onto the cards. But yeah, you still have to find the Core Steel Cutter, but the Steel Cutter is now invincible.
The Steel Cutter is now invincible. There is nothing else that kills it basically. I don't know if the Prismatic Ending here is worth it on the Dragon Switch Chandler, to be honest.
Yeah, you have to deal with it at some point. You don't really know the
Need it now. That's the thing. I mean, Dragon Switch Chandler makes a lot of value by providing the Surveil trigger.
Yeah.
But I think you can take one hit or something.
Yeah, and now we've got the second Tamio actually from Kevin, and maybe we have something else, but yeah, just drop in the Tamio and maybe force out another Swords to Plowshares, and then there are only 3 remove spells left for Mario Hinterberger here.
But yeah, I think it's still fine for Mario here. Brainstorm is a good card. At least no Bowmasters here to fear on the side of Mario Hinterberger. Because, yeah, there are no black in Kevin's deck.
Yeah, it's not blue-black, so you're basically allowed to cast their Brainstorms at any time. It's also something that was utilized by Kevin Kara like a turn cycle or 2 earlier, where he casted the Brainstorm with the Dragon Rage Channel because there were no 2 untapped mana on the side of Mario.
That's the thing. Tamio connecting ones is already pretty harsh.
Yeah, it's always good to have some form of card advantage lying around. But
and the clues are so insane. They look like nothing on paper, but they are doing so much work.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But the key thing here over the next few turns is like if Mario can develop a Barrowgorf or any other threat on its own, even a Murktide Regent is quite good against Kevin, because with Lightning Bolts in the main deck, you don't have access to your red elemental blast, and I think he plays 4 in the sideboard, for example, to deal with other resolved Murktide regions. But in the main deck, you don't have an answer for it. You just have to hope to jump block it with, yeah, I guess your Tamios and maybe even the Brazen Borer or your Murktides as well.
You can bounce it, yeah, with the Brazen Borer.
Yeah.
So we have seen both Tamios actually on Kevin's side. Really, really strong.
And yeah, maybe we see the Wasteland now.
Wasteland, yeah, but it's fine, I guess, to get Wastelanded here.
Yeah,
you still have all colors open. It's okay. I mean, what would you Wasteland? Probably the Tundra.
I would mostly look at the Tundra, at the removal colors, I think.
Okay, the Undercity Sewers gets wasted. That's fine. You can still fetch to a swamp.
I mean, black, it's correct. It's also a good choice because it's the creature side of things. And
there's the Murktide. So
because like white would be the premier removal color here.
Yeah, sure. Do we see swords now? Oh, what does this tap Tundra do?
It should be a swords, basically.
Now untapping again. Okay, it gets Force Pitch Force, which will be met by Force.
Would you force back here? Or would you gladly take the exchange?
I would probably force back.
I
would do the same as Kevin. Because it's kind of hard. Maybe maybe Mario has swords in hand, then you're defenseless.
Yeah.
And the Archish Bowmaster now on the battlefield is really strong. I mean, we know that Kevin has a lightning bolt in hand.
Yeah. But currently the board is just really, really big on the side of Kevin.
Yeah, for sure. This is really, really huge.
Yeah, if they force, typically you do because they don't have an answer.
And there's the lightning bolt. Mario has still a second Archish Bowmaster. But Mario totally has to deal with Murktide, and then the second Bowmaster can easily deal with Tamio.
Yeah.
And both players are now down to 2 cards. We see a Bowmaster and some kind of blue card in the hands of Mario. I think it's the second one. It's a Daze. Okay, it's a Daze. Now we've got Brainstorm into Force, into Flooded Strand, into Tamio.
Yeah.
Tamio itself.
It's a neat jump blocker, but currently that's about it.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. I mean, you have the fetch land.
Yeah, and you kindly need to find the removal spell now for the Murktide over the next 1-2 turns. The land is nice. You have to develop something. Maybe you can would be even able to play a Kaito on this or the next turn, because Kaito is a card that deals pretty effectively with Murktide.
Yeah, just stuns it into oblivion.
Yeah. 1 Kaito trades with 1 Murktide. Because with -2, then 2 turns +1, and then -2 again, you're pretty much safe.
Another Dragon Switch line. I mean, Kevin really, really gets all the pressure online.
Yeah. And he has card advantage locked up behind the clues.
Oh yeah, that doesn't really sound great for Mario. I would have seen Mario having a better matchup, but this paints a different picture.
Yeah, Mario couldn't provide any creatures on its own. Baleful Strix, for example, is a card that's excellent versus Blue-Red Tempo, because they don't have the Bowmaster to just ping it down, so you really have to use a Lightning Bolt or a creature on its own to deal with the Baleful Strix. On the other hand, he didn't found a Kaito. I mean, he used a lot of removal spells, but Kevin had so many creatures coming. It was like 2 Tamios, I think
2 Dragon Rage Channelers, and then a Merced Region 5 creatures, and
Yeah.
he played against 4 or 5 removal, but he just played through it.
Yeah, pinging now the Dragon Switch Channeler before it gets bigger.
And I think the bolt goes upstairs.
Yeah, the bolt goes to the graveyard for sure. maybe he wants to tap it for mana.
Oh no, he bolted the
Tamio.
the Tamio.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And what will get? Is this a Ponder?
It's
Yeah.
the Ponder. Yeah.
Okay. What do we draw now? Okay, this attack doesn't seem that great.
Yeah, but you have to do it.
Oh, Kaito!
And now we have the stun
We
block.
are back in the game.
Yeah, this was exactly the top deck. That
Wow, that was awesome. Stunning Murktide for basically ever.
Yeah, and this was exactly the sequence that Mario needed. Now the Murktide isn't an issue. Tamio still provides some card advantage, but currently you have now time to develop a hand to go to maybe find even a Swords to Plowshares to deal with the Murktide region permanently. Tamio does not pressure the Kaito because it has no power. You have the Bowmasters again in hand to deal with any other small creatures like a Core Steel Cutter, for example.
That's true. Cracking a clue, that's fine, I guess. And flipping Tamio isn't really the biggest play here.
I mean, it's still a thing that can happen since it just makes the Orc Army token a little bit smaller.
But it dies to Kaito. If you
Yeah,
go the
it's-
-1/-0 route, it dies to Kaito. The better thing would be to rebuy a Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, on
to
the
kill-
next turn. And on the first turn, you can't rebuy anything with Tamio.
Okay. Reading the card explains the card.
But I think you have to take a clue, or do you have
Unholy Heat targeting. What?
targeting? I mean, can you target planeswalkers with it?
Yeah, you can target. Oh,
Yeah,
that's really good.
That's a way to deal with a Kaito.
Yeah, at least the Murktide is still stunned one turn.
Yeah.
Interesting. Now we need a Swords to Plowshares,
I mean,
Bowmaster, and another Kaito.
it's insane. But you will just gladly pick up the token.
Yeah, for sure. And it's still stunned, so you can now surveil.
Yeah.
You can now surveil, draw a card, play a land, replay the Bowmasters.
Yeah. And there's the problem with Tamio. I mean, it provides with card advantage, which is actually useful because you found additional removal spells.
Yeah.
But it doesn't pressure the life totals of your opponent. So yeah, but now the Dragon Rage Channeler is a card that can deal with Kaito, but yeah, Kaito.
Yeah, the Darcy doesn't have haste now. I mean, what do? You stun now the Dragon Switch Channeler.
No, because then the Merced region gets untapped.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So this is
Can you show me Kaito?
Kaito taps a creature basically down for 2 turns. You
Put 2 stun counters on it. Why should it untap? Okay, because it has no stun counters on it.
yeah.
But you can stun it and then stun the next thing. That's what I meant.
Yeah,
You could.
over 2 turns.
Yeah, over 2 turns for sure.
But when you stun something, you also lose 2 loyalty points, so it would be dead to 1 swing of Dragon Rage Channel.
But that's pretty great here now. He has to. Does he have to block? I think so.
Yeah, you just block those 2 and take the 3 damage, go down to 4. I would be so fine with it.
Yeah, because Mario doesn't have reach.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't really get this attack right now, just for the for life. Okay, Tamio blocker for the Darcy.
For the Dragon Rage Channeler. Yeah, the question is if you really want to attack with Tamio now.
Not really, because it leaves behind a...
Yeah, it's still a blocker for the Orc army. 1 damage is always good, especially if you have to fetch ones where he has to fetch them, and we see the Unholy Heat.
Another Unholy, the second one.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's a pretty lucky draw here. Like the second Kaito was.
And the first.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But yeah, you just put yourself into positions where you can draw the good cards. And yeah, with this, it flipped now. Tamio upticks. And yeah.
Doesn't look that great right now. Yeah, no attack. I mean, you could have attacked the Tamio or the left point.
It doesn't matter because it's a 0-1 because of Tamio's uptick now. So yeah.
It's an 0-1. Okay. Totally forgot about it. I forgot about that.
Yeah. It seems like Kevin has now shifted the momentum back on his side.
Yeah, now with the overkill and Core Steel Cutter.
Yeah.
The thing is, Rough Disguise really comes in handy here.
And there, I think he may have made a mistake with showing him the Core Steel Cutter.
Yeah, that's true. That's 100% true. Going here for the trying to secure a kill, to be honest.
I mean,
even more.
I mean, you can still die to like bounce something, flash in Brazen Borer, for example.
Yeah, that can happen. But the bolt, the rebuy into bolt, yeah, probably enough.
Yeah, the bolt
showing Core Steel Cut was definitely the wrong
I mean,
decision.
it forces the block on this turn, removes at least 1 damage on the side of Mario, and there is only one thing that can deal, can be flashed in at instant speed, and that's the Bowmasters and how's it called? The Brazen Borer, and both of those basically do 3 damage if you have 1 blocker. Yeah.
Nah, I still think showing Core Steel Cutter here is not really the greatest decision.
Yeah.
Because now Mario knows to bring in Rough Disguise for 100%. And also Barrogoyf will come in, another Barrogoyf. Because this is a card that Blue-Red Tempo can't really interact with. I mean, you have what? Unholy Heat?
You have basically Unholy Heat, and that's about it.
Yeah. That's definitely not enough. So it's 2 Unholy Heat for 3 Barrogoyfs and 2 Kaitos. So on paper, this matchup should be very, very much favored in Esper.
Yeah, it really depends how everything shakes up, but with the addition of Engineered Explosive and Wrath of Disguise, you have 2 tools to really deal with a bunch of creatures. But yeah, as it was currently shown, you have something that costs 2 in the name of Core Steel Cutter, you have the tokens on 0, you have a Merced Region with 7, and then you have a Timer with 1. So Engineered Explosives, even though it looks quite juicy here, it doesn't really have that big of a target against multiple things in a singular turn. But yeah, Wrath of Disguise.
Wrath of Disguise is awesome. And yeah, you still want the one of Engineered Explosives. I mean, if you trade 1 versus 1 versus the Core Steel Cutter, or 1 versus 1 versus the Tamio, it's fine. It's fine. It's not back breaking or something, but it's
fine.
You need all the removal that you can have.
Yeah, on the other side with the blue-red, tempo list in the sideboard. We have like Consigns, Graph-Diggers, Cages, Hydroblast, Meltdowns, Surgically Abrade, Unlicensed Curse, and Force of Negation. But I'm mostly looking at the 4 Pyroblast.
Yeah,
Am I right?
that's basically the only thing that I would bring here. With the things that I've seen from Mario, I don't want Unlicensed Curse because I haven't seen any Barrogoyfs.
Yeah.
Maybe you can level it if you're expecting them to bring in Barrogoyfs, then you bring in the one-off and Unlicensed Curse. But
It's mostly Pyroblast.
Yeah,
and
the
maybe
Pyroblast.
the Unlicensed first. On the other hand, besides the Wrath of the Skies, the Engineer Explosive, we're also looking at Hydroblast.
Hydroblast is for sure one very, very great card. It deals with Core Steel card, it deals with Darcy's, and it deals most predominantly with the Unholy Heats that kill the Barrogoyfs.
And its sister.
And also with Pyroblast for sure. But
Yeah,
that's,
exactly.
Yeah, that's everybody knows that, and that's fine. But really countering Unholy Heat that's going to kill your Barrogoyf is the thing that wins you the game probably.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you bring in Harbinger of Disease? No.
No Harbinger of the Seas against a 2-color deck. I mean, it is really nice if it gets resolved because it basically turns off every red card in the deck
Yeah,
of
that's true.
Kevin. But I don't think that you see the window to play.
No. It's the deck is simply too fast, and you don't want to bring in 3 drops versus a fast deck.
Yeah.
Besides Barrogoyf because it is lifelink. That's the thing. If you play a Barrogoyf and you recuperate a lot of life, then it's totally different. But Harbinger of Disease is kind of hard, kind of awkward to cast, and therefore I wouldn't bring it in. So it's but for me, I like Shieldred's Edict.
Yeah, Shieldred's Edict can deal easily with a specific creature if you don't want to hit the token. It's additional removal that you need since you are definitely the control deck in this matchup. But yeah, I'm mostly looking at cards like Cling to Dust. I don't think really has a window in here. Baleful Strix, as I said, I think it's great. Tamio is a card then that I'm unsure about.
Tamio, I really like it in this matchup.
You like it?
Yeah, especially on the play.
Yeah, you're on the play.
Especially on the play, I really, really like it because you don't fear Bowmasters out of that deck. You can go into ult pretty easily. You go turn 1 Tamio into turn 2 Brainstorm, draw this, flip it, plus it, and it's basically say if you have the Prismatic Enemies, you have the swords. You simply try to get Tamio to ult, and then it's game over.
Yeah. And also you can kinda the +2 is actually quite good because
It's really strong.
against Coil Steelcutter where you go pretty wide on the board, you kindly want to reduce everything by 1. It's basically like having a better humility on the board.
Yeah, I would bring out the Thought Seizers. I don't like them.
Yeah, that's true. It's like versus Bolt.
Yeah, 100%.
And now, do we see Coil Steelcutter into Mishra's Bubble? Please tell me.
I don't hope so, to be honest. I'm rooting for Mario here. Always rooting for the local guys.
It's basically the first deck that I built and played in Legacy. Blue-Red Delba.
Yeah, I get
With
it.
like
With Dreadnought and Fling.
16 cards that I played back in the days.
Out of that deck,
Ponder,
Power
Brainstorm, Days, Force of Will.
Power Creep is real. You heard it here, guys.
Maybe when we played 1 or 2 Preordain back in the days.
Yeah.
But yeah, Coil Steelcutter into Mishra's Bubble.
Yeah, Mario probably brought out the forces. I mean, forcing Core Steelcutter would be great here.
Yeah.
I would have liked that play.
Yeah, it would be really, really good. But now we have here 3 damage coming in on turn 2.
I mean, it's fine. Maybe Mario now gets to sort the Dragon Rage Channeler. Next turn, ending on Core Steelcutter. Both days proof. Maybe he has the force still in hand.
Yeah.
So that will bring him back into the game.
Yeah, the swords is a pretty likely target now.
Yeah, Darcy is always a juicy target. I like it more to be hydroblasted, but it's something.
And maybe we see the Hydroblast. Because it doesn't really have too many targets. I mean, Hydroblasting on a core steel cutter is still something that you
If you would have
want
the
to have
hydroblast, you would have.
fetched for the basic. I mean, it
No,
depends on the-
not that, but it would already blasted the steel cut on this deck.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, simply take the 2 damage, drop a land, ending on steel cutter.
Just to make the scores right.
Ah, thank you very much, Peter. I was so focused on the play, on the game, that I didn't catch that.
Yeah, so Philip, we see now Kevin going again for the tempo route, Mauro going for the control route. How many remove spells do you think that he needs until he can stabilize here?
He has played 1. I think he needs at least 2.
Yeah, I would also say like 2 to 3 removal spells, then drop in a creature or so on your own, then you're good to go. But if like Core Steel Cutter, you go again for like 2 1-drops, it's rough.
Of the skies. Wrath of the skies. That's it. That's the card you need.
Getting rid of Bolt. Is it Core Steel?
Okay, but it's not. And a bauble. Ooh, that's a really strong play here.
That means we're getting in for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage.
7 damage. Yep.
Because it got twice prowess, attacking for 3, and both of those attack for 2.
That's insanely hard right now for Mario.
Yeah, going down to 9. But I think I would have loved to see the Bolt here.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't really get it why you pin the bolt.
I mean, it depends. Maybe he has 2
He has
in the
double
hand.
force in hand,
Okay.
but I just think he has only 3 cards, so he can force once.
Yeah.
And maybe Mario has. What's this now? Okay, it's a Bowmaster that gets probably forced.
I would be really okay with
Yeah,
that.
that's fine. Double force it. That's fine.
But why is it fine?
It's
Wouldn't
fine
you like
because
to...
if you have Wrath of the Skies in hand and you have a land drop, then you have a clear board and you stabilize.
Yeah, but why would you force this on the side of Kevin?
No, I don't understand. I mean, you can force it with pitching days.
Yeah.
But I would have kept the 4 and force.
Yeah, especially since you binned the Bolt now.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Siggy. It was also great to have you here.
And yeah, now we're...
brainstorm here.
And no Wrath of the Skies, no Engineered Explosives.
Yeah.
EE for 0 would be actually quite nice.
Would be good, would be great.
Because it resets the whole board.
But we have a Merc died.
Yeah, but we still die to double spell, basically.
Yeah, but we will know that's a Daze in his hand. Oh, no, it's a Ponder. It's a Ponder. He double forced with Ponder. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he has, again, 2 cards in hand from the Mishra's Portable. So, yeah, just cast a Ponder. And then find any card that you can play. And I think the first one was actually
A
a
Bauble.
non-land.
Yeah, getting 2 tokens out of that. Yeah, that's game. That's a clean 2-0.
For Kevin Kara for the top
And the
8.
bolt, that's... Whoa!
Overkill.
What a destruction!
Yeah.
Oh, we have seen the power of Corey Steel Cutter. Oh my gosh.
So Kevin Kara of the Salt Mine joining in for their top 8 now for 100%. Trying to take down the Austrian Legacy Masters, the big Sunday event for the whole Austrian Legacy weekend.
Community. Basically, the biggest event in Austria.
Exactly.
Oh,
So
wow. Can you ask the guys if there's a backup match available?
for sure. let's look at how much time is left in the round.
About
15 minutes.
16 minutes. That should work. We try to find a backup match for you that we can commentate.
Hopefully something meaningful. Maybe we get the 18th table to play out last place.
Well, it would be, pretty interesting.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know that much Italian, so we can't make it Italian. We can't make the stream in Italian. It won't pretty work, yeah.
I mean, we can also talk a little bit in German if you want, but
No, not German. We can talk in Austrian. I mean, nobody would have would understand this. Not even the Germans.
yeah, we also prefer a little bit English, but but yeah, no, it just makes sense to make coverage in English for
As
us,
always, yeah, for sure.
because like the videos are pretty great afterwards. We
Yeah.
edit them.
They get on YouTube, so check them out on our YouTube channel, Austrian_Legacy. You also can find all of our previous coverage on that channel.
So yeah, let's hop in there, watch some awesome grief action from 2 years ago, psychic frog action from last year, and now we can come back to the blue black tempo gameplay of this year. So we will try to have like Kevin Kara in the final, so maybe win it. So we have not blue black winning it like yesterday, where we had actually Cradle Control taking down the whole event.
Who would have thought this? Cradle Control takes down the Austrian Legacy Challenge.
I mean, you don't really have access to the standings, but you can actually watch the pairings on this link. You can click it there, then you see the pairings and the already received live results of the players.
Yeah.
Just to make a small information piece out of this, we are having our own tool for pairings and scheduling.
We don't use Companion. We try to separate us as most as possible from Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, and back in the days when it started, the tool was implemented and programmed by Alex Klinger, one of our guys from the organization, just because we usually exported the data from the old client, and this was unfortunately not able
in Companion in the event link system. So therefore we had to make a new system from scratch, and that's basically what you're seeing when you click in the link. But we are already working on a new one, because there's always room for improvement.
Yeah, so there will be most likely an app next year, I think.
I hope we will have it already next year. I mean, yeah. Alex is always a little bit busy.
Yeah, it's a lot to do actually. And yeah, let's see what he can brew up for our community.
I think Manuel, one of our local guys, in our organization team, has already looked a little bit through the code, and it looks promising.
Yeah, will be really interesting to see the reactions afterwards. But yeah, let's look at the new guys that will play on stream. You see them shuffling. While I tell you guys the deck lists and what they are playing.
I think on the left side we've got Eric Wagner. We already had him on the backup match, I think in round 3 or something. And he's on Sneak and Show.
Yeah. And on the right side we have Andreas Macho.
Also one of our local guys.
On Omnitell.
Oh wow, this is an interesting matchup. Oh my god. That's basically everybody keeps Omniscience hand or something. Or, I don't know who is the first to show and tell losers. Am I right?
It seems like it.
What's the score? Are they 1-1 or?
I will have to check in with them, but I think should be 1-1. Because like
So let's take a look at the match.
we predicted like this. So we have on the right side, we have Andreas Macho on Omnitell. Left side we have Sneack and Show. Because like typically you don't want to show and tell.
I think so. I don't know. How do you win this? I mean, for Sneak and Show, it's pretty much straightforward. You keep your sneak attacks in.
Yeah.
But I'm unsure if you want to have even one show and tell.
I mean, Omnitell should be far ahead. Because like you are just allowed with Omniscience to win the game at the spot. So it seems like to be more of a downside for Eric with Sneak and Show, because he only has one Omniscience.
Yeah, but you don't always have the cunning wish. That's the thing. Often you try to show and tell into omniscience and then play stock up, try to find a cunning wish, try to find how's it called, shared visions or shared summons, and then attack with both. But
yeah.
sometimes you simply draw cantrip, and then some lands and nothing really else. A lot of counter magic.
Yeah, but with 4 stock up, 3 lore and revealed, you have
It
to either
should
fight an
work.
Emrakul, a Traxa. So yeah.
Yeah, because Macho, because Andreas is playing 3 Emrakul, 1 Atraxa,
Yeah.
which is pretty great. A lot of lists only play 1 Atraxa, 1 Emrakul, and then they are really threat light.
Yeah. Still enough for Painter.
Enough for paint.
But yeah, let's
You know what's awesome? I really like that release the ants in Omnitell. Such an old school kill. Loved it.
release the answer. What does it actually do? You clash with an Emrakul and just win the game.
Yeah,
right?
bam. Clashing all the time.
But you can't misclick online, because if you put it on the bottom, you're likely not winning anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, we've seen a Mistrise Village in the sideboard of Eric. But I don't think that the Mistrise Village was actually a card that came in. Am I right?
Oh, I think so. I mean, they are running a lot of counter spells. Why not?
Because you just want to go through it. You want to stop mostly your opponent from doing their thing.
I really like Magus of the Moon.
Yeah, it's geil. It's geil.
It's geil.
We are in German now. It's
geil.
It's really good, because there are only the 2 islands on the side of Andreas, and yeah, you can surprise your opponent with a turn 1, but it seems to be
A glare.
a ponder.
A ponder. Yeah.
Yeah, we tried to fix this for the top 8. We can't promise you guys anything.
I tried it yesterday also, and now it's back.
Did you put something in the front of the window?
No. It's just from the lamp on the top. From the.
No, it's from outside, because in the first few rounds it
Really?
works. Yeah.
Okay, because yesterday I switched the land a little bit, switched the direction it faced, and then it worked. It was, yeah.
Yeah. And we got information, because
Which information?
with this client, we actually get access to how the standings
so
are.
it's 1-1.
Yeah, as we predicted. But now we get the stock up.
Ah, stock up. I really love this card. Stock up is so insane. Ooh, we have a Pyroblast, an Ancient Tomb. Show me the rest. Oh my gosh, I can't see anything. We really would need hand cams.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to provide them, to organize them. You need a lot more workers running around.
Really? I mean, we could just put them behind, but it's like we would need a lot of new cable
Yeah,
and
and you
cable
need to-
organization. That's basically the big problem here.
But you also need someone that adjusts them for each round. I mean, we have one of our guys that is standing beside the feature table, but yeah, still more work to do, and we are already like 6 people that organize
Yeah,
this event, so it's 6 people Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
that are not playing. Oh my God! Just imagine that.
Yeah, we always we sometimes joke about like doing a reduke version of the Austrian Legacy Masters, which would be actually awesome.
Yeah, this the whole left deck on Eric Wagner's side is one of our proxy decks that we can lend out to people who don't have any cards.
Yeah.
So we have 5 decks. We have Sneak and Show, we have Blue-Black Reanimator, we have Blue-Red Cory Steel Cutter, we have Cradle Control, and what's the last one? Cheskai Wizards, just to borrow yourself out. And yeah, we try to stop gatekeeping in the Legacy community and really lower the entry barrier for everyone.
Yeah, it's really important that we can get some new crowds to play some Legacy, and we are pretty happy with Eric showing up not only at the weeklies but also at the bigger tournaments. And yeah, it's really nice that he already plays in the big event, got his first few wins in there, and maybe tries to go for the third one.
Yeah. I mean, he already tried his dipped his toes into Legacy at the ALM qualifier in Vienna. Already some matches in our league, so that's the youth that we need in the future.
Yeah, exactly. And we have already some comments in there in that chat, and yeah, it's definitely important to lower the entry barrier, because you simply don't start with Legacy when you have to pay like 4,000 euros up front. You start Legacy by paying 5 euros entry at the Friday Night Magic and lending out the deck. And lending out the deck is something that a lot of players actually don't really want.
Yeah, not lending out, but borrowing out is or getting them is the thing that most people really hate.
Yeah.
Because the decks are so expensive, and it's always like, well, if I damage this card and if I shuffle wrong, then how can I ever pay this back? And therefore the proxy decks are very how do I say this? The barrier to just lend them out, because they aren't worth anything.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah, it's like the production cost, which is like around 20 to 30 cents per card.
Yeah, and what I really like about the proxies is that they are the same thickness of the cards, and therefore you can't I mean, the back is a different print. That's true. I mean, we have the Austrian Legacy League.
Okay, now there is something actually happening on the battlefield. We've seen a show and tell.
Oh my God! What's that?
Omniscience and Atraxa. That's game over, I would say, for Eric. Trigger
Cunning
on the
Wish,
deck, Cunning
yeah.
Wish. And this one is the win for Andreas Macho. Am I right? Or is it released as a sorcery? It's an instant. And Fireman's Force is an instance. Yeah.
Pyro Blast Omniscience. That's good. That's good from Eric.
That's good. That's good. In response, okay.
Yes, Show and Tell should be out of the... Okay, Spell Pierce for 2 mana.
Force of Will.
Force
of
Pitch
Will.
blue card!
On the Cunning Wish?
On the
Spell
Spell Pierce. And the Veil of Summer. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Get everything in hand, okay.
Yeah, it's like Show and Tell, if you don't have the Omniscience, is simply too risky.
Probably. Yeah, very unfortunate.
And
yeah,
let's don't talk down to Eric. He
that was a great play from
to
Eric.
go for the show and tell.
No, but now with the Pyroblast, it was an awesome play.
Yeah, it
like
was his solution for the situation, and yeah, it's unfortunate because like Andreas Macher hasn't shown much plays at all, which means he had some form of very reactive cards.
Wait, what?
What's
Cunning Wish gets a trick bind?
no? This is a vibe.
No, it's a trick bind.
Why does he get a trick bind?
Why doesn't he go for shared summons?
And he trick binded the tracks. Okay, never mind.
The game is still. What the fuck?
We are.
It's not over yet?
We are in Throwing Town. Okay.
Okay, with intuition.
Now we get 3 Emrakul.
Then it's
game over. Okay.
then it's game over. Then it's fine. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
This was the most confusing turn that I watched.
Yeah, that was strange. Yeah, getting free Emrakuls is not. That's the thing. Why he plays free Emrakul, because his intuition in this deck.
But he only goes for 2 Emrakul and a Traxxer. What is happening?
What? Can you do this?
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
they have to be the same?
No, I usually go with intuition for Sivan's Reclamation, Grandson Painter.
Okay, you can pick. Yeah, I've
Any
never
3
resolved
cards.
this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's okay.
You just get.
Has Andreas an Emrakul in hand?
I mean, you have to put the Emrakul on top of your deck to win with the.
Yeah, you don't play Enter the Infinite anymore. That's the thing. Okay, yeah, there's Emrakul in hand. Okay.
And now we have lethal.
Yeah, that's game. Yeah.
And we got another Emrakul. I mean, it doesn't matter at this point because not a single game action is relevant at this point.
Yeah.
So we got 3 IDs. We got Kevin Kara winning versus
Mario Hinterberger. So we have
round
Peter Gärtner, Vincent Chung, Thomas Platschek, Alexander Meyer, Tamas Kukuchka, Martin Dolak, Kevin Kara, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I don't know, Florian Peter.
It should be Florian Peter. Yeah, Jonas.
Yeah.
They got a little bit lucky, I want to say, the guys with 12 points to draw, because if Lucas Römer wins versus Jonas Schierenberger, he's also pretty likely to overtake them.
Yeah, that's true.
So I was really thinking that table 2 and 3 maybe play because of Alexander Meyer on 12, but he has the best breakers, and Thomas Kukushka and Martin Dolak both on 12 points. But yeah, it seems to be that we have the top 8 of Peter Gärtner, Vincent Chong, Thomas Flitschek, Alexander Meyer, Thomas Kukushka, Martin Dolak, then Kevin Kara,
and probably Florian Peter. Awesome event until now.
But I think we just go like in 1 minute over the prices, and then we make a short break before resuming with the top 8 matches in like 5 minutes.
So these are the prices for today. We have updated them.
Yeah.
To really support our community. We have now, instead of a Savannah on first place, Mox Diamond? It's Diamond. Am I right? The Mox Diamond. Thank you very much, Peter. So Mox Diamond in French and in good condition. Plus the European Legacy Master invite. And the Altered Days by Kai Savatari. For the second place, we've got a revised Played Savannah. And third and fourth place are a Mox Opal each, which is pretty expensive that it since it got unbanned in Modern. Then with the 5th to 8th place, we've got an Ancient Tomb each, and for 9th to 12th place, we've got a Urza Saga each. What I really like about our price structure is that we also give something away for 9th to 12th place, so it's not such a huge disappointment when you get 9th.
Yeah. But I think we go now into a short break, and you will see Daniel and Philip for the quarterfinals
Woohoo!
of today. So see ya in a bit.
Bam!